Well, hello everybody, good morning and a very warm welcome to Croft for the first of two visits this season by the 750 Motor Club to the North Yorkshire Circuit. We're looking forward to 2 days of racing here with a great variety of categories on offer. We're bringing it to you on the Alpha live stream both days, today and tomorrow, and of course commentating for you here at the circuit as well. Hope you're looking forward to 10 races coming up during the course of the day. You're going to be in the company of myself, Ian Soman, Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box. We'll hear from him in a moment, and Tom Butterworth is going to be our roving reporter in the pit lane throughout the course of the day. We'll hear from him very shortly. We're at the 3.4 kilometre, 2.1 mile Croft Circuit, a great driver's favourite. And the weather at the moment is, well, it says light rain there. I think it has stopped, but it is a bit cloudy and expected to remain that way for most of the day. And it is cold. It's pretty cold here, but not in our commentary box, fortunately. And we've got the cars out onto the track for the first race of the day, which is going to be the Blind Screen Mazda 7 Championship. So the cars coming out for this first race, and it is going to be a 15-minute race with 22 cars having qualified for this opening round of the season, hoping for better fortunes than last time we saw the Mazda 7s at Mallory Park, where they didn't make it to the end of any race at all that weekend. Cars coming onto the grid, as we say. Let's see if we can bring you the grid formation set by the times in qualifying this morning for the first of two races that the cars have today. A double header for these, with the grid for the second race set by the second fastest lap times. The grid, I can tell you, is lining up as follows. So on the pole position, it is number 77 Eddie Moyer. Besides him is number 25 Dave Bowen. The second row is 17 Ben Dade, and 93 Ben Abbott is next to him. On row 3, it's going to be Craig Land in number 87 and Martin West in 94. On the fourth row, David Hitchin in 54 and Lucas Batt in car 66. Row 5 is 35 Nathan Winter and 20 Todd Boucher. On the sixth row, 8 and 15. 8 is Jack Chapman and 15 Matt Groh. On the seventh row, 3 and 79 Callum Barnes in 3, Ayrton Rogers in 79. The eighth row, 22 and 5. 22 Chris Keir and 5 Ian Wells. On the ninth row, it's 95 and 26. 95 David Mason, 26 Ross Lorham. The 10th row, 69 Lee Rogers and 71 Connor Tuck, with Simon Walker number 73 and Ian Deeves number 10 lining up at the back of the grid. Josh Barrett, good morning to you.
Good morning, Ian. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, looking forward to this. It's a lot less wet than it was for qualifying for these cars, which the grid's a little bit mixed up perhaps from where we'd expect. But I think it's getting a little bit warmer, it's getting a little bit brighter, so I think we're going to have a dry track before too much longer, and an intriguing day of racing, an intriguing weekend of racing, with a great variety of categories as ever from the 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin West, of course, has been the reigning champion in Mazda 7s. He's lining up 6th on the grid today. Eddie Moyer, who's been very quick over the past few seasons, but has not had a lot of luck, not really managed to complete all the races in all the seasons that we've had. He's on pole position and was actually quite a bit quicker than anybody else in qualifying, 1.2 seconds faster than Dave Bowen. Yeah,
I think there's a bit of confusion about the expected one-by-one staggered grid that we were going to have new for this season in the Blind Screen Mazda 7 Championship towards the back of the grid, so that's just being adjusted at the moment ahead of this race without a green flag lap, as you mentioned, Ian, and this 15 minutes of Croft.
And it looks like we've got one car being pushed off the grid completely, which is the number 17 car of Ben Dade, I think, from the second row of the grid. You can just see the marshals there pushing that. Yeah, they've opened the gate, and Ben Dade's season, I'm not going to say it's over before it's begun, but it's certainly going to be a delayed start to the season for Ben Dade because he's been pushed into the pit. Now, that's a great shame because Ben did get a win before the end of last year, didn't he?
Which, when it was really very wet at Oulton Park towards the end of last season. So perhaps he would have liked it to have been as perhaps it was for qualifying this morning, where he went well, but in any case it looks like things haven't gone to plan for Ben in the ex-championship winning John Lisseter machine. So you can see on your screen now the marshals are trying to get the cars roughly where they should have started on this staggered grid. I think we're nearly there now, there or thereabouts, aren't we, ahead of this race? So that means everyone is sitting there just for that little bit longer, probably unsure why this slight delay is there for drivers at the front of the grid.
Yes, and it was a late change, wasn't it, to make this a 1-by-1 formation grid for this and the Type R Trophy for as many races as possible for this season, just to try and avoid, where possible, any start line incidents. 30-second to go board has now been shown. Green flag has been waved at the back of the grid, and we're shortly ready to go racing then for the first time this season. 5-second board is shown, and it's going to be the pole position car of Eddie Moyer, watching the lights which go out now, and he doesn't make the best of the starts. Actually, it's Dave Bowen from the second position on the grid that looks like he's made a slightly better start, if anything, and he's heading up towards to Clervaux on the outside line. He locks up a little bit though, so it's going to be Moyer, I think, that's got the lead as they turn into Clervaux for the first time. And then they head through Hawthorne and on towards the chicane for the first time. All safely through the first couple of corners though, Josh, and it's Eddie Moore that's got the lead.
Yeah, and he's already starting to break the toe from the pack, isn't he? So great start from Eddie Moyer as they head down towards Tower Bend. Perhaps a challenge from second, and this is from Craig Land, who started back on the third row of the grid. So a very good start from Craig Land, but he can't quite get past David Bowen at this stage, and that means he is under pressure from the returning David Hitchin. Good to see him back after an accident he had a couple of years ago at Brands Hatch. We haven't seen him out since. Qualified well this morning. He's there in fourth position behind Land. Don't think Martin West made such a good start, has he, in this new build for him this season. He's a bit further down the order than where he started.
That's right, yes. Martin, I think, enjoys the challenge of building and preparing the cars as much as racing them, but he has had success in low cost and in Mazda 7s before. The car's up at Sunny at the moment. We'll pick them up as they come back towards us at the complex, and it is 77 Eddie Moyer that's got the lead of the race here. He's got about 4 or 5 car lengths in hand over Dave Bowen, number 25, in second place, and then it's Craig Land who's looking to get the championship under his belt for the first time in Mazda 7s this season. Couldn't finish last season because of some medical issues, but has been there or thereabouts. A past low-cost champion as well, and he's challenging Dave Bowen, as you can see here, as they head on to the start of lap 2. Right in the slipstream, you do pick up quite a big slipstream in these Mazda 7s. Land down the inside into Clervaux corner, and he takes second place away, but Eddie Moore getting away a bit, Josh. Yeah,
1.5 seconds was the gap at the end of lap 1. We'll see if Craig Land has the pace to draw that in, because that's not really going to come from a slipstream, not that first half a second or so. After that, it might well do. There will be plenty of laps within 15 minutes. And now David Bowen is under pressure from Lucas Batch, who came on really strongly last year. The 24-year-old going for third place around the outside of Bowen, who was a very late entry for this meeting. These two cars go side by side right around the outside at Tower Bend. A good move there from Lucas Bat, and he is staying with Craig Land despite making up that position.
Yeah, the stonemason carved out a nice move there to get through into third place. He's now chasing Craig Land for the next position up the order, so through the Jim Clark S's they go. Great shot that as the cars stream their way through a very fast and daunting part of the circuit. Looks quite pretty with the daffodils in the background as well, but it's still a big lead here for Eddie Moyer as he's going back towards our commentary position now, with this healthy lead over Land in second place. Lucas Bat is in third position. Fourth place is still Dave Bowen in the Aon Sports Cars entered machine. And then coming through next, it is the 94 car, the 54 car, I beg your pardon, of David Hitchin in fifth.
Lucas Bat is the driver who's done the fastest lap. He's about 3 tenths quicker than Moyer at this stage. So Lucas Bat looking pretty good there in that third position. They're only about a second and a half away now from lap record pace. So we aren't very far off a full dry circuit now this morning here at Croft. So the cars turn their way through the chicane for the third time of asking. Behind Bowen is still fourth, with Hitchin fifth, West sixth, seventh Abbott and eighth Winter.
Who was that was just briefly
West,
off the road? It was West, was it? That was off the road on the exit of the chicane. Yes, he's just doing battle there with the number 93 car of Ben Abbott, ex-Mazda MX-5 racer. Here come the leaders then through the Jim Clark S's once again. Second and third now having their own private battle, really, because it looks like they've dropped Bowen somewhat as they head through this part of the circuit. Nice little battles developing all the way down the order here in this first Mazda 7 championship race of the season. But Eddie Moyer leading at the end of the previous lap by 1.6 seconds. But on the first flying lap, it was Bat that did the best lap of the race, a 1:34.36. There is Moyer, and that gap does look like it has come down now. Land and Bat chasing after him. Yeah, 1.6 seconds it was, but I think that looks a little bit less now, Josh.
Meanwhile, behind, although Martin West had that moment you spotted at the start of the lap, he's now got past David Hitchin and up into 5th position. So Martin West is coming through the order. But yeah, what did you say? It was 1.6 seconds. Now it's 1.1 seconds first to second. But Craig Land also has to think about what's happening behind him, because Lucas Batt again with the fastest lap of the race, all over the back of him as they headed into Clairvaux. Behind there, Ben Abbott, he's involved in a battle with Nathan Winter. Nathan, who made his car racing debut at the end of last season. He's got a much quieter April than he was expecting, because he's a Formula 2 race technician. So as he has the month off, that means he can come back racing with the Mazda 7 Championship. He went well last year, and he's sort of in that group towards the front of the order. At the very front is Eddie Moyer as they turn their way through Tower. If they get much closer here, and that slipstream will start to pay into effect, and they will start to close that in, and we're still with 9.5 minutes to go. This certainly isn't done yet. Yeah, half a second they caught him on the previous lap. If they can do that again, then they'll be right there. There's the number 95 car. That's David Mason, the Peterborough driver. He is running in 11th position at the moment. Let's watch the next group of cars come into the Jim Clark S's. I think that's about of a 10th. So Mason in the Lightning McQueen car was trying to get alongside Jack Chapman, the XMG rate of a 10th. You've got Chris Keir in that battle as well, who's making his debut in the championship this weekend. But the lead gap, Ian, has come right down. But interestingly, Lucas Batt hasn't gone with Craig Land. Yeah, Craig Land has managed to just break away, hasn't he, from Lucas Batt a little bit, as they come out of the hairpin and along the start and finish straight. They're going to be side by side as they head down to Clairvaux Corner, and it's Craig Land that's going to have the inside line, and already he's through as they head down to the right-hander, the first corner at the start of lap number 5 of the race, and Craig Land has overturned what was a 1.6 second advantage to lead. Meanwhile, in the complex, Todd Boucher's had a spin out to something like 9th position, so he's dropped right to near the back. He's just recovering now, but that's several positions lost for him. But that over the lead then, Craig Land ahead, as you say, but Eddie Moyer is now the driver who can use the tow as they head down towards Tower Bend. But for now, Craig Land then stays ahead, the 33-year-old double low-cost champion, as you mentioned earlier, in really keen to get this title too. He's had a 2nd and a 3rd position finishes in 2 very competitive seasons, and this year looks to be a similar story, but perhaps against different people. Yeah, absolutely right. It's looking like a pretty competitive year again. It looked on qualifying as if Eddie Moore might walk away with this race, but that's certainly not the case, and there was a bit of disruption to the qualifying session with a red flag, so possibly not everyone able to get completely representative times during the course of the session. It's Moyer that was leading over the line, but it's Land leading as they come into the complex for the 5th time here. Lucas Batt still hasn't been able to do anything about the top 2, so it's Craig Land, the man from Heanor, that's leading, the Lincolnshire man. Eddie Moyer is there in 2nd place in car number 77, and a bit of a gap back to Batt in 3rd place now. 4th place, I think, is still Dave Bowen, 5th Martin West, and 6th is David Hitchin, with Ben Abbott I should say, in 7th place. Interesting, the lap time's only a few tenths away from lap record pace now, which, considering it little looks damp in places, is very impressive indeed, and that speed has come on very quickly. Meanwhile, they're nose to tail for the lead in. And the safety car is coming out as well, and there was a collision with the barrier, I think, for the number 35 car, which was Nathan Winter. Oh yes, he's had quite a heavy off there, I'm afraid, as Nathan Winter. And so that's going to need a lift, I think, and we've only got 6 minutes of this race left to go, so may not be too many more racing laps in this one, Josh. You'd imagine not, and that shows you it was important for Craig Land to catch and then get ahead, because there is this potential for interruptions, of course, particularly when the conditions are tricky. Although the pace is very strong offline, I suspect it's pretty wet still. I think we've seen a few puddles out there, so if you get offline, it's going to be very easy to skate off the circuit today, I think.
Let's have a rundown of the order at the end of lap 5 then. It's number 87, Craig Land, that is the leader. In second place is number 77, Eddie Moyer. In third place is number 66, Lucas Batt. Fourth is the 25 car of Dave Bowen. Fifth is number 94, Martin West. In sixth place, number 93, Ben Abbott. He's got ahead now of number 54, Dave Hitchin, who is seventh. In eighth place, it's number 95, that's the David Mason car. Chris Keir is in ninth place, number 22, and rounding out the top 10, it is the number 8 car of Jack Chapman.
Intriguing what just happened through the complex here, and that was both Moyer and Batt were looking for the damp part of the circuit, making you wonder if they went for a wetter spec tyre than what Craig Land has picked, as he was happy to drive on that drier part of the circuit. But behind the safety car, you've seen it again here from Lucas Batt out of the final corner on a very different line, and then again Moyer goes to the other side of the circuit. So they must be trying to cool their tyres, which makes you think they're not on the drier compound.
Yeah, they use the Toyo tyres, of course. The maximum tyre allocation for the season of 14. But they may have some of their tyres that are more prepared for wet and some for more dry conditions. And the track has certainly dried out since these cars qualified first session out this morning.
Yes, they're 11 seconds quicker than the pole position time. And as I mentioned, Craig Land's time, only 4/10, I think. Less than that, off of Martin West's lap record from 1 year ago, which you perhaps wouldn't have predicted at this point of the weekend.
No, absolutely not. That's a very good lap time from Craig Land. I think, just him and Batt, I think, the only drivers into the 1 minute 33s so far in this session. So we've lost 2 cars. We lost Ben Dade before the race got underway. He was to the pit lane, and Nathan Winter with that off into the barriers as well. Time ticking by, down to 3 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. Of course, we don't have any provision for time to be added on at the end for any time lost during the safety cars, unlike, say, the BTCC, where they have up to 3 laps that they can add back on in the event of a safety car interruption such as this. It's the first of the 14 rounds this season of the Blind Screen Master 7 Championship, a double header here at Croft. They then go to Pembrey in Wales at the end of May for a triple header event. They have another triple header in July at Cadwell Park, and then double headers to end the season at Brands Hatch, Snetterton and Donington Park. So 14 rounds, best 12 rounds count for each driver as well, with the grid for the second race today, as I say, set by the second fastest qualifying times. These cars use the Mazda 1.8 litre VVT engine, but the chassis is based on the Ron Champion Buck, about building your own sports car. So it's the same kind of chassis as the low costs, which we saw out at Donington Park just a few days ago on Easter Monday. So it's got to be the same silhouette and traditional 7 style bodywork.
Checkered flag.
As we are getting the checkered flag a bit early, yes, Josh. Quite right. So no surprise, I don't think, there, because it was going to take a little bit longer to clear that incident. So the checkered flag coming out probably a lap earlier than it otherwise might have done. So it is a win in the opening round of the Blind Screen Mazda 7 Championship season for Craig Land by 0.6 of a second nominally over the line behind the safety car from number 77 Eddie Moyer in second place, number 66 Lucas Batt in third, Dave Bowen fourth, Martin West fifth and Ben Abbott sixth. So we only got probably 5 laps of real racing there, Josh, but what we did see was quite entertaining.
And I think a deserving winner as well, because Craig Land was, particularly in the second half of those 5 laps or so, was by far the quickest driver. And he's been waiting for that for about 6 months, hasn't he? Because he led pretty much all at Mallory Park, what we had in the couple of laps or so there, and he was quickest in qualifying at Mallory, sort of putting that injury he had behind him, which meant he couldn't race at Oulton Park, which took him out of that championship contention last year. So I'm sure he'll be pretty pleased, even if it's ended under the yellows, and hopefully we can have that clean race later on, because it's all in one day to start the season off for the Brian Screen Master 7 Championship. I thought Eddie Moore would be pleased to be back on the podium as well, because he's sort of lacked that over the last 12 months or so. Was it not here last year where he had a fairly sizable accident? So he'll be pleased to be back and on the podium. And Lucas Batt, I think, is putting himself very much into race winning contention at some point this season, even possibly championship contention too, because he's got that sort of pace.
Yeah, had a couple of podiums last year, and nice to add to that at the opening round of the 2026 season as well. So he's someone that's coming on strong, and I think there's other drivers, in there that will be capable of winning races as well as the year goes on.
Ben Abbott's sort of the intriguing addition, isn't he? Having not raced, I don't think, for a few seasons, but when he raced the MX5 Cup, he was right on pace with Ben Short and was the runner-up in the championship a couple of times, I think. And then perhaps Chris Keogh, I wonder if he'll come into contention too. He was a winner, I think, in Clio's and a front runner in F1000. So again, this is a bit different to what he's done previously, but you'd imagine he should be able to translate that, perhaps when we've got more of a normal weekend, because we've had that really wet start to the day and it's not fully dry now, so it just takes you a little while perhaps to get up to speed with these cars.
So if we could have a look at the results then of that race, which was ended early by the checkered flag. So it was a win for number 87, Craig Land, at the end of 7 laps of racing. From number 77, Eddie Moyer in second place. Third place went the way of 66, which was Lucas Batt. Fourth was number 25, Dave Bowen. In fifth place was 94, Martin West. Sixth, number 93, Ben Abbott. In seventh place was number 54, David Hitchin. Eighth was 95, David Mason. Ninth was 22, Christopher Keir. And rounding out the top 10 was number 8, which was Jack Chapman. And the car's now heading down the pit lane. The top 3, I think, will be stopped just underneath race control. The rest of them will head directly to Parc Ferme, and those that are being brought into the pit lane, hopefully in a few moments we'll be able to hear from those drivers. Talking to Tom Butterworth, who's our man with the roving mic today. So the car's just heading into pit lane. We've got 2 more races to come before the lunch break today. We've got the Carmel Porsche Trophy, their first of 3 races this weekend, coming up next. That's going to be a 15-minute race. And we've also got the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship as well. Both of those categories have 3 races during the course of the weekend. And it should be an interesting afternoon, Josh, because we've got a busy 2 45-minute road sports races to look forward to.
Yeah, for those who haven't sort of followed along, the Road Sports Championship, which was very large last year, has grown even further this year. Over 50 cars here at Croft. They all don't fit on one grid, so therefore we've split 2 classes into one race, 2 classes into another race, and we're very much looking forward to that this afternoon, ahead of in 3 weeks' time when they race on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in support of the GT World Challenge. So they've got an exciting sort of start to their season before then heading to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit as well. So a really exciting start to the road sport season, and great to have this massive grid here at Croft, and I think firmly putting itself as the biggest championship in the UK.
Indeed. And still not yet able to go down to Tom Butterworth, I don't think. Hopefully we'll make contact with him shortly, but you'll see now cars already coming out onto the circuit for the next race. So that incident in the Mazda 7s has been very swiftly cleared. We'll see if we do get a chance to hear from Tom before this race gets underway. The Porsches do have a green flag lap, so we have a little time to play with before their race gets underway. But the Carmel Porsche Trophy is going to be a 15-minute race. They have 3 races this weekend, don't they, Josh?
Yes, that's right. So sometimes we see one endurance race, but predominantly I think this season we've got 2 sprint races on one day and then an endurance race on day 2. So 2 15-minute races today, a 40-minute race tomorrow. So that means competitors can share the cars over the course of the weekend. Some will be doing all 3 races, others will be doing a sprint race each and then sharing the car tomorrow. We've got a great mix of Porsches here this weekend, including the more modern Caymans and Boxsters, and then perhaps the more historical front engine cars, 968s and 924s and 944s as well on this grid. So the Carmel Porsche Trophy really brings all different variations of Porsche. More of that in a moment. For now, we'll head down to Tom Butterworth for our top 3 from Mazda 7.
Because of the safety car, but starting off second, took the lead, job done. Yeah, no, it was short. It was short, but it was long enough. No, we had a bit of a poor qualifying. I think we qualified 5th for this one. But we had a good start. Good start with obviously lack of grip with mixed conditions. But yeah, we set the car up. So
I think we're having one or two audio shows there with Tom's mic, but we'll hopefully be back with him a little bit later on in the day to hear from other race winners. Got the cars lining up on the grid though for the Carmel Porsche Trophy race next, and they have qualified with what did we have? 17 cars out in qualifying, and we'll move on now to the second race of the day, the Carmel Porsche Trophy. So let's give you a run through of the grid. Can tell you that it's the 165 car of Warren Allen that's going to line up on pole position. Alongside him, 27 will be Steve Lloyd. Second row, 47 Ryan Moan and 93 Grant Jackson. Third row is going to be 8 Andrew Juice and the Rich Gravestock car number 4. Fourth row will be 32 William Curler as the green flag lap is now getting underway, and 22 Jason Pelosi, 25 Jamie McHugh and 43 Steve Cheatham on the 5th row. The 6th row will be 72 Mike Kirtler and 46 Michael Goodwin. Row 7 will be 73 James Carey and 76 Jamie Naylard. The 8th row, 64 Finn Vore and 55 Stephen Dean. And on the 9th and final row, it's 24 Aidan Crockett for this race. So Josh, 17 cars out on the grid for this opening 15-minute race of the season. What should we look out for here? Well,
qualifying again, it was wet, wasn't it? But Warren Allen was significantly faster than anybody else, so you'd kind of be difficult to bet against him in this scenario. But the track conditions are very different. Warren Allen did win a lot of the races last year, but I think with that slightly mixed up grid, some of those Class 1 cars are a bit further down the grid, aren't they? So they'll be looking to move forward in these better conditions. We've got here at Croft now, we've got Grant Jackson's Cayman starts 4th and Rich Gravestock starts 6th, so perhaps they will be moving through the order. A very good qualifying session though from Steve Lloyd this morning, wasn't it, to put the Class 3 968 on that front row of the grid, so good effort there from Steve Lloyd, who's only in his 3rd season of racing but has already started to race some pretty impressive machinery. And he's part of the Full Send racing team who are joining British GT this year. I think with lots of former 750 Motor Club competitors who are part of the process there, and one of the drivers in that championship too, I think.
So cars making their way around on the green flag lap. So 2 15-minute races today for the Carmel Porsches and the 40-minute race to come tomorrow. There's 4 different classes in the All Porsche Trophy. SP1 for cars of up to 230 brake horsepower per tonne. Class SP2 for cars up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne. Class SP3, the split is at 160, and SP4 is up to 130 brake horsepower per tonne. And there's representation, of course, across the classes here this weekend. And a good and interesting grid assembled for this opening race of the season. So there you can see, heading towards the grid, the 165 car with the Gulf livery. That is the car of the man that prefers to be known as Wazza, Warren Allen, driver from Oxford. Started racing nearly 10 years ago. Done some road sports races, New Millennium, MSV races as well. Raced in the Carmel Porsche Trophy for the last couple of seasons in a 2010 3.4 litre Cayman that was built 7 or 8 years ago. He's there on pole position alongside the number 27 car, which is that of Steve Lloyd in the 968. So great mix of Porsches on the grid here today, and we're looking forward to this first 15-minute race. Green flag is waved at the back by the marshals and we should be ready to go any moment. Red lights go on and they go out. The race gets underway then. Pretty even start from the 2 on the front, but actually the extra power of Warren Allen's Gulf liveried car tells there, and he streaks into the lead as they head into Clervaux corner for the first time. Looks like they're all going to make it through. There's one that's going a little bit wider there, but I think manages to keep it out of the gravel trap at Clairvaux. Through the chicane goes Alan, then in the lead of the race already by a few car lengths.
Yeah, it looks like Grant Jackson is up to second from fourth on the grid. Good start from him. And then Andrew Juice from row 3 of the grid is up to third in his Boxster. And into fourth position has come Steve Cheetham, who's qualified 10th. So Steve Cheetham, who was a champion in Club Enduro, wasn't he, a few seasons ago? So he perhaps should be one to look out for on this grid. Struggled in that wet qualifying session this morning, but already up into fourth position. And Steve Lloyd there from the front row of the grid has dropped to something like 6th position perhaps already. So if we wondered, that wet qualifying session really has given us a jumbled grid for the first lap or so of this race.
Okay, so it's Alan with a healthy lead as they headed through Sunny, heading now back down towards the complex for the first time. And it is Alan that is leading, but there's 3 cars quite close together then for second position. The car in second place is the number 93 car of Grant Jackson, and it's Steve Cheetham. And I think it's the Andrew Deuce car that's there as well. So it looks like as the conditions have improved a bit, Josh, so some of the quicker cars have made their way a little bit further towards the front.
Yeah, so that top 4 now, 3 of them are from Class 1, aren't they? And then Deuce in the Class 2 Boxster. They're in fourth position. Big gap to a whole group of cars in the battle for fifth position. So the battle for fifth equally intriguing, and that was William Kurtler who came up into fifth. But out wide there is Grant Jackson for second, and that means Steve Cheetham tries to draw up alongside, but then the chicane comes next, so he has to slot him back behind. But Steve Cheetham, here it would seem, has the pace to challenge Grant Jackson for second place as they head off towards Tower Bend. He's on the inside line for Tower, brakes later. Can he get the car stopped? Well, he runs a little bit wide, doesn't he? I think locked up a touch there. He's wide out over the curb, but it looks like Steve Cheetham has made it into second from 10th on the grid within 1.5 laps.
Yeah, so great start to the race for Cheetham. Look at us, already pulled out a few lengths over the car in third position of Grant Jackson as well. So Steve Cheetham will be setting off in pursuit of our race leader now, seeing if he can catch Warren Allen. There's a gap back, but another nice string of cars coming through the Jim Clark S's now for sort of fifth position backwards. Was that headed by Kurtler as well? I think it was, by William Kurtler as well.
It's a car that's pulled off out of Clairvaux. I'm not sure if we can work out who that might be.
It's the 64 car, which is Finn Vore, the rallycross racer, the 20-year-old retail worker from Waterlooville. His car, I think, though, is in a safe position, so we were able to continue racing. That's
good news. So Warren Allen does a 1:32.0, which is only 3/10 away from the lap record. So again, we're right on lap record pace, despite the damp patches around the Croft Circuit. In second place, Steve Cheetham is starting to get away now from Grant Jackson and Andrew Deuce. And then in the battle for fifth place, William Kurtler hangs on. The driver working his way through the order now is Jamie McHugh, so he might be able to gain further progress. A former winner in this series in the past. But Warren Allen's lead now over 5 seconds after a couple of laps, and it's not immediately obvious that Steve Cheetham's going to be able to close that in. But there's at least 5 cars nose to tail in the battle for fifth position, and predominantly these are Boxsters within Class 2 at the sharp end of that class. So William Kurtler leading that group, but you're just wondering if he's going to be passed because of the amount of cars that are queuing up behind him. You wonder if they're a little bit quicker. Yeah,
it looks like one car, possibly Rich Gravestock, was trying to make a move there as they headed through Tower that time. Here's this battle heading into the Jim Clark S's once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there's really 9 cars there, which pretty much all in a line, mixture of them. So we go back to our race leader though. He's well out in front. It doesn't look like Steve Cheetham's been able to make too much impression on the lead of the race. He's 5.5 seconds adrift. He's livening up now in the battle for third place because you've got Grant Jackson there in the number 93 car. He's been caught by Andrew Deuce in the Class 2 machine and is possibly going to challenge him for position as well. In fact, yeah, the leaders, as they go across the line that time, it has gone out from 5.5 seconds to 7 seconds, and there's then another 3.5 seconds back to the battle for third place, as we've got one car into the pits, you can see from our commentary box window, Josh.
Yeah, and that's Rich Gravestock. So that's a shame for him. A new car for him this weekend. Change for third on your screens, by the way. Introduced through out of the first corner and ahead of Grant Jackson. But a shame for Rich Gravestock, who's also doing road sports today. So he's got a busy day in that new build Cayman. But he's into the pits and out of the race seemingly. But the battle for third has changed, and the Boxster of Andrew Juice goes through ahead of Grant Jackson, and for fifth position Jamie McHugh has gone ahead of William Kurtler. So Jamie McHugh, the new fifth position driver in this race, but at this point he's not able to pull away. He's got past Kurtler but not able to get away.
No, that's right. We've got 9 minutes and just over 9 minutes left to go in this race. Here is that next battle coming through, headed by Kurtler. No, McHugh, I should say now, I think it is.
Yeah.
That is there.
You've got both Kurtlers in that battle, haven't you? Son and father batter, William and Mike Kurtler. And Jason Pelosi making his debut in the series today, a former 750 Motor Club race winner in other categories. He had raced Porsches before, though, because he raced in the Sprint Challenge a few years ago. This sort of a road-derived Boxster rather than a full race spec Cayman, so he's just getting used to that at the moment, is Jason Pelosi. But he's involved in that big battle for fifth position, which is just turning its way behind us now in the commentary box. But it's still being led by McHugh. But sort of the intriguing battle is behind McHugh. You can see them coming out of the hairpin now with William and Mike Kurtler. William, who's 23, his dad 53, Mike just behind him. But the son and father battle intriguing there for 6th and 7th positions.
Yep, so there goes the number 25 car, Jamie McHugh, turning his way through the corner, and he's only just ahead, isn't he? There, Jamie McHugh, the 42-year-old scaffolder from Sussex. Was got into motorsport by his father, Tom, and he's got 4 boys as well. I think that the boys all love the racing as well. They range from 9 to 22 years of age. And McHugh it is, Jamie McHugh, who's been racing for about 20 years now, I think, that's still leading this particular group. He's there, turning his way through.
Pelosi was in the battle and is slowing here up towards the S's, I think. So another new build car, I think, for this weekend. Actually, no, it has been raced before, but I think not lately. But new to Jason Pelosi. I'm not sure that's going to make the end of the race, I'm afraid.
No, so we'll keep an eye on that, and there's a couple of cars in problems here today. Let's hope they are fixed and ready to go a little bit later on. Meanwhile, the battle for 5th continues. You've got Jamie McHugh, and then you've got the 32 car there of Will Kurtler, the 23-year-old digital forensic analyst from Pinner. And just behind him you do have the 72 car, which is his father, and now Kurtler Jr. is going to try and take the fight to McHugh along the straight. He looks to the left, looks to the right hand side of the circuit, but I think he'll struggle to get past McHugh here, and indeed he's not able to do so. But these three running quite close together, but that gap behind them has grown with the demise of Pelosi, I think.
Yeah, a bit further back also we haven't seen yet is the Class 3 lead battle is nose to tail. Steve Lloyd, in qualified there on the front row of the grid, he still leads SP3 but by just 7/10 of a second over James Carey, 2.968, having a good battle as well. So although up front there's a very big gap behind Warren Allen, some 8 seconds, there's some very good class battles down the order as we're seeing here. These 3 Boxsters turning their way through Tower Bend. Still in 5th position is Jamie McHugh, but Kurtler's junior and senior absolutely nose to tail.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good fight between these two. This is for 2nd and 3rd in SP2 on the timing screens.
And here are SP3, the 2nd and 3rd cars in this battle, with Steve Lloyd, I think, still just ahead, the driver from Northamptonshire, just ahead of James Carey, the 22-year-old from Essex.
There's the race leader, though. He's got a big advantage. 9.2 seconds it now as it ticks over on the time screen. Some traffic there for Steve Cheetham to deal with. I think that's the number 24 car, is it not, of Aidan Crockett, the Porsche 924 that's been lapped.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the only of the Class 4 cars that remain. So he's on for a class win. car that he will share with Andrew over the course of the weekend here at Croft.
I think Steve was a past Porsche 94 champion himself, wasn't he, Steve
Apparently.
Cheetham, back in the
Yes.
day? So we're waiting for the final 5 minutes of the race to conclude. There's the race leader heading through the Jim Clark S's.
Steve Lloyd's gap to James Carey now 2 tenths within SP3. They're just heading through the opening few corners of the lap at the moment. They're not very far behind Michael Goodwin's Boxster, that's in 8th position overall.
There's Cheetham heading through Sunny in 2nd position at the moment. He's quite a distance behind. The race leader, though, is Cheetham, is coming down into the complex now. Very experienced racer. Of course, we've seen him, as Josh was saying, successfully in Club Enduro in the past as well, based up in the northwest.
Fastest lap, a 1 minute 31.8 from Allen. That's only a tenth of a second or so off of Christian Walker's lap record. Now, the Class 3 leaders have got the Goodwin Boxster between them now, haven't they? So that is Steve Lloyd, the class leader, has managed to get himself up into 8th position overall, ahead of Michael Goodwin, and that's quite key in the class battle against James Carey.
And the Kirtlers are still at it, hammer and tongs as well. Mike, his father, making a better exit from the hairpin. He's going to pull alongside his lad, Will Kirtler, here as they head along the start and finish straight. Black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody there, and it's going to be Will Kirtler that gets loses out there to his dad.
And it's side by side for the Class 3 lead across the line. That was because Michael Goodwin went down the inside at the hairpin of James Carey, and that's left him vulnerable to Steve Lloyd. And they are still side by side as they go through the first complex of corners, but I think James Carey might have got through. Good move there from James Carey to take the lead in the 968 battle. They're just turning their way through the chicane now behind Michael Goodwin. He's sort of been lining it up for a few laps, hasn't he? And for Lloyd, he thought he'd got the job done when he got past Michael Goodwin, and ended that sort of worked the other way round, didn't it? As he then ran a little bit wide perhaps at the hairpin, and that lost him momentum. James Carey managed to find his way back through in the two 1993 968 cars that lead SP3.
Yeah, I think the Croft layout, for that reason, lends itself to some really good racing, because you've got a real mixture of corners here. We've got a car off at Hawthorne, I think, at the moment. Can't tell you who that is right now, but there's a yellow flag that's gone in. We'll pick that up in a moment as we watch Jamie McHugh turn his way through the complex once again, now with Mike Kirtler behind him in the number 72 car, ahead of his son Will. Mike, who's a car dealer by occupation. I think one of Mike's ambition was to get close to his son Will in the race. Well, he's done better than that. He's going to beat him here. Will's only got probably 2 more laps, I would think, to try and find a way back through. But if anything, he's losing touch with his dad here. Yeah,
Mike was a couple of seconds slower in the wet quali this morning, but enjoying these dry conditions, as is Warren Allen, who's just set the new lap record in the Carmel Porsche Trophy Series, a 1 minute 31.571. I'm not sure who had that on there, bargaining sort of this early on in the weekend to be able to get to a lap record. But as you mentioned, for Mike Kirtler, now going for 5th overall, just behind the car of Jamie McHugh. Meanwhile, I think through the first few corners, the 968s have swapped positions again. They're coming out of the chicane. They are side by side, but slower out of the corner after quicker into the corner with Steve Lloyd. And perhaps actually he's got a... Oh no, that's the 924. I'm mixed up. Where has Steve Lloyd gone here? He's dropped back significantly, hasn't he? He has. Of the 968.
He has. Yes. Now look at it. It's two blue cars, quite similar at first glance. But yeah, Steve Lloyd has dropped a long way back for some reason. So he must have made a mistake, I would think. Probably going into Clairvaux, because he was not that far behind at the start of the lap.
That's right. I think starting his final lap now is Warren Allen, just dominant drive in his newly liveried Cayman S for this year. He leads by 12.6 seconds now as he charges down towards Tower Bend. He's about to put a lap on 55, which in this race is Stephen Dean moving across from Sports 1000. I think the car still being prepared by Tim Gray Motorsport, who he's had a long association with, and over the course of the weekend we will see returning to racing in that car Stuart Tanton. But for Warren Allen, Ian, this has been very dominant and a new lap record showing how quickly he's been driving.
Yeah, absolutely. Great performance here. Coping well with the changing conditions, drying track for the race compared to qualifying this morning. I did think for a moment Steve Cheetham, once he cleared some of those other cars, he might be able to sort of take the fight to Wazza, but it's not been the case, has it? And so Warren Allen in the number 165 car coming through here, new livery for the car this year. I think the team suggested this so they could see him coming a little bit better. It's certainly very striking. And he comes through now and takes the checker flag. So our first win of the season in the Carmel Porsche Trophy goes the way of Wazza Allen, and it's going to be quite a resounding win indeed, because Steve Cheetham is still only just coming out of the hairpin and through to take the flag himself with a deficit in the end. More than 16 seconds, Josh.
Yes, dominant drive indeed. It'll be interesting when it's fully dry later if Steve Cheetham can hang on. A dominant drive also in Class 2, SP2 for Andrew Juice. Another win to add to his lengthening tally. He takes third overall. Grant Jackson was fourth on the road. And the battle for fifth has gone very wrong at the final corner, Ian.
Yeah, it has, and that was Mike Kurtler, wasn't it, getting into the side of the number 25 car of Jamie McHugh, and that has allowed Will Kurtler through to beat his dad. Both McHugh and Mike Kurtler then recover from their grassy off, hopefully without too much damage. But yeah, it was just one car getting into the back corner or the side of the other, both of them having picked up a little bit of damage there, but it certainly allowed Will Kurtler to come through and take second place in Class SP2. The SP3 winner has gone across the line. That is the number 73 car of the student from Chipping Ongar, James Carey, I should say. So he has won Class SP3, and SP4 should be won by the sole surviving car, just about to come across the line now, actually, Aidan Crockett.
Yes, and just passing him there is Rich Gravestock. Good to see he got back out. It was a pretty short pit stop, actually. He still finished on the lead lap and 13th overall, and we'll see much more of him over the course of the day in this new to him Cayman S. Great to see so many Caymans on the grid this weekend. By far the most Caymans we've had in the Carmel Porsche Trophy Series to start off the season. We should have some 911s later on in the year as well, and many more Boxsters too. I'm expecting larger grids as this season goes on, but a decent number of cars have made the trip up here to Croft to start the year. Absolutely
right, and look forward to the rest of their season. Obviously 2 more races this weekend before they go to Donington, Snetterton, Brands Hatch, the Grand Prix circuit, Silverstone and Thruxton to complete the season. And there'll no doubt be a great turnout of them for the Burkitt 6-hour relay race, the traditional curtain closer for the 750 Motor Club season at Silverstone at the end of October. But cars heading down pit lane, so hopefully we'll be able to hear from them with Tom Butterworth in a moment. Quick rundown on the top 10. 165 then. Warren Allen was the race winner. He completed 10 laps and he was 16.48 seconds clear of number 43 Steve Cheetham in second place. In third place it was number 8, that was Andrew Juice. He was our SP2 class winner. Fourth was number 93 Grant Jackson. Fifth to number 32 Will Kurtler. 6th to number 25 Jamie McHugh, 7th to the number 72 Mike Kurtler, 8th was 46 Mike Goodwin, 9th was the SP3 winner James Carey, number 73, and rounding out the top 10 was number 22, that was Jason Pelosi. That was our top 10. Let's head down to Tom Butterworth. He's going to talk to the top 3 in the pit lane.
Hello, yes, welcome to the pit lane, and just going to have a wee moment while Warren Allen gets his helmet off and has a quick chat with us. We can present him with his race winner's cap as well. So we were talking in commentary about this freshly liveried Porsche Cayman as well for this year.
Hello, buddy.
Hi, Aaron, how are you?
You okay?
Yeah, very good, thank you. So it looked like you were fighting the elements more than the other cars out there. It's drying track and getting quicker all the time. How was it?
Well, it was a dry line, dry track, pretty much. Everything just got a little bit quicker as we went on. But I had a bit of a slow start. It's on the right-hand side of the track. It's still a bit damp, so I had a bit of a slow start. But no, I was also a bit concerned about this guy. He's pretty quick, so I know he's going to come up behind me, which he was within 11 seconds at the end. So I think we're going to have a good race later.
Okay, good stuff. All right, well, hopefully it continues that way. What they were saying in commentary about the new livery that you've got on this, what forced the change?
On my team, Danny and Vince, they said Can you see he's wearing the golf top there?
Is it just a favourite colour scheme? Is that all it is?
But it was those guys there that said, "Come on, Warren, you need to make your car look a little bit nicer for the grid." So
It's definitely the best livery of all time.
look, it does. It does look really good. I'm really pleased with it.
Excellent.
Can I say a big shout out to my son Charlie and Megan, who hopefully will be watching or watch at some point at home.
I'm sure they will be. Dad's done well. So, I need to give you your cap as well, your race winner's cap.
Oh, I get a cap.
There you go.
Great,
the
thanks,
race
buddy.
winner's cap. You're welcome. So we're going to have a chat over here. How are we, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good. You would be Andrew Deuce.
That is me.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Just trying to get the numbers
And you
right. I'm Tom.
Hello, Tom.
Hi.
Very nice to meet you.
How are you?
I'm very well, yeah.
Good race. It looked all right, because you were fighting with the SP1s for a while.
Yeah, I was trying my hardest. They can just get me in a straight line, so I was just trying my hardest just to, be consistent and find the grip, and I got a good start, thankfully, and yeah, the last time I did a standing start, I stalled on the grid at Silverstone, and every single car passed me, and it was a little bit scary, so I was glad to get that one out of the way, especially on a slightly damp track.
Well, I was going to say, I was just saying to Warren as well, he was fighting the elements more than I think the other cars, but you had cars and the track to contend with.
Yes, and I knew that number 43, Steve, was in a car than me, so I let him go. And I've raced with Grant for a couple of years, who was in the Black Cayman, and I managed to get him, and I had a bit more corner speed than him. He had more on the straight than me, so I was just really concentrating on doing what I needed to do. But then I started thinking about my good friend Jimmy Brodie, who a lot of people know in the racing world, who's not here today but should be here, and I wanted to dedicate that win in SP2 to him. When I was thinking about Jimmy, I lost my head a bit and I slowed down, and I thought I need to stop thinking about Jimmy and thinking about what I'm doing, which is racing. So,
Well, it definitely helps, yeah.
It does, yeah.
Eyes on the prize and all that.
Exactly, yes.
Great stuff. All right, well, good luck for your next races over the weekend. See if we can grab some more drivers over here. Or I think, actually, we're already on a rolling formation lap for VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, which is coming up now. So we'll hand back to the commentary team because they are already lining up on the grid.
Clio Sport Championship season, and it is a packed grid of 20 cars that we have here, with a couple of them actually going to have to be starting on a 10-second delay for an indiscretion during the course of the qualifying session. They're about to go off onto their green flag lap. The cars qualified this morning actually sharing the session with the Takiwa Type R trophy cars, which we'll see racing after the lunch break. They'll be racing separately during the course of the weekend, but they qualified together. 30-second board has just been shown, so they're about to go off onto the green flag lap with as it waves. On pole position, it's the number 35 car of Joshua North, and besides him is number 30, Darren Ransom. The second row of the grid is going to be 12, which is Matt Hipkins, and Pete O'Connor is in number 72. Third row of the grid, 75, Greg Hill, I should say, and 7, Stephen Richardson. On row 4, it's 51, Oscar Swanton, and 56, Chris Lawrence. Row 5, 29, Jerry DePrato, and 18 is Mark Witherington. The 6th row, 28, Taylor Norton, and 298, Scott Carruthers. The 7th row is Christina Lowe in 33, and David Renshaw in 11. Row 8, 32, Graham Bishop, and 57, Matthew Poncia. The 9th row, 58, Ryan Earl, and 36, Steve Croxford. And the 2 at the back, with a 10-second delay, I don't know if Josh has figured out why that is, 82, Paul Clark, and 88, Brian Craven.
It looks like those two cars were underweight in qualifying this morning, which particularly for Paul Clark's a disappointment, because I think he was right at the sharp end of that qualifying session. Intriguingly, that leaves in Class A for the 182 1,000th of a second that separated Greg Hill and Steve Richardson. And at the end of last year, Steve Richardson drove Greg Hill's car, if you remember, at Mallory Park. Yes. Greg, I don't think, has raced for a year or so. He was out at Silverstone the previous season, he's by far his best run in the Clio, so he's continuing that on seemingly, which is a great effort from the professional radio car control racer from Derby and son of legendary special saloon racer Mick Hill. But right at the sharp end, the Class B cars, the 197 200, good to see Josh North returning and on pole position, because last year he was quick on so many occasions, but had so much bad luck. Whether it was originally here at Croft in the 182, the car got destroyed, I think. Then he switched to this 197. He was always at the sharp end of the field, but I think he only got about one podium, because more often than not the car didn't make it home. So he'll be hoping to put that all behind him and having a good start to his season there on pole position. Only one of the 3 drivers who contended for the overall results last year have returned, and that is Darren Ransom. Both Jack Kingsbury and Justin Griffiths not racing, at least this weekend. So that kind of makes you think that Darren Ransom would have been the favourite coming into this weekend, but Joshua North has out-qualified him in those damp qualifying sessions this morning by about 4 tenths.
That's right. So an interesting race in prospect. 3 races over the course of the weekend in prospect, 2 of them today and 1 tomorrow in the case of the Clios. Of course, there are these 2 different classes, Josh, aren't there? Originally this was the Clio 182 championship, but then a few years after that another class was added in.
Yeah, that's right. That's the cars for Clio 197 200, slightly later generation of car. The pace is pretty similar, isn't it, between the two? We've seen on mixed grids both cars can take victories, but points are scored within your class, so
yeah, they are.
You don't need to worry so much about an overall result if you're seemingly in a slower class car. Just looking at this grid, probably the most impressive on 4th row of the grid, Oscar Swanton is making his racing debut today. He's qualified 7th, he's just 21 from Wiltshire. Him and his dad Alex preparing this car. That's a very good effort for his first quali, 3rd within the class, and actually only a 10th of a second off of Hill and Richardson. So we've got to look out for those Class A cars, Ian, because they're so they're tightly packed in qualifying. Just a couple of attempts back was DePrato, 3 attempts back was Witherington, I think, something like that. So those 4 or 5 cars very closely matched in qualifying.
That's right. So the final few cars coming onto the grid now, the Class B cars, the 197 and 200s. On mostly towards the front of the grid. They're heavier, of course, 1,205 kilo minimum weight compared to 1,070 for the 182s, and they run 17-inch wheels rather than the 15-inch wheels on the 182s.
Interestingly, there's 10 of each, so it's an equal split of the 2 classes here.
It certainly is. Green flags waved at the back. 15 minutes of racing about to get underway here at Croft for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. It's Joshua North on pole position. It's Darren Ransom next to him, and the lights go out. And away they go. Who makes the best of the starts? Well, it's not North. He's already lost a couple of positions, hasn't he? Off the line. So it's Ransom that's got the lead of the race here. And then it's Matt Hipkins, I think, that's slotted into 2nd place. Yes, it is. And Pete O'Connor there, I think, has taken 3rd position as they head into the final, into the first few corners. The 2 drivers on a 10-second penalty, they do now get away. That seemed like quite a long 10 seconds to me, but never mind. There we can see the 298 car of Scott Carruthers going through, another a newcomer to the championship as well in the ex-Jan Whittaker car.
To the outside here comes Hipkins, qualified well this morning, but it is Darren Ransom, the runner-up from last year, who leads the way from Hipkins. Then O'Connor is 3rd. with Josh North, who made that poor start from pole. We heard, didn't we, from in the previous race, it's a bit damper on the right-hand side of the grid, so that might be what held North back a little bit. Then Steve Richardson leads the A's from Joey DePrato by the looks of things, so they make their way down towards Sunny, following Darren Ransom, just working out how much grip there is out there. We heard from the previous race, really, it's on racing line at least, it's perfect around a grip lap record pace potentially.
Yeah, that's right. So they're heading off up to the complex, and there's about 2 or 3 car lengths between the two leaders, and a little bit of a gap back to Pete O'Connor, who has got the Joshua North car that started on pole position just behind him, and then there's a gap back to the first of the Class A cars, which is the Stephen Richardson 182.
Of course, his son Lewis won that class championship last year, so Steve's got a lot to live up to after what Lewis was able to do a year ago. But it's a very good first lap of the season for him. He's got a gap to the rest, a much smaller gap though in Class B and at the front of the order. Matt Hipkins, who hasn't won a race before, right on terms with Darren Ransom. Yeah,
absolutely right. Darren Ransom has won races before. In fact, he won, I think, 6 class wins last season, 6 overall wins as well, in fact, as he was second in the championship in 2025 to Jack Kingsbury by only 6 points at the end of the year. Ransom with a 2-car length here, but it's Hipkins in the tow, who'll look to try and make a move under braking for Tower Corner, but a bit further back actually the challenge is on for third place. I thought Joshua North was going to make a move up the inside there of Pete O'Connor, but he didn't quite manage to do that in the end, and it's certainly a good start to the race, isn't it, for Stephen Richardson in 5th place and leading the Class 182s, Class A 182s by quite a long way.
If anything, he's catching the cars ahead as well. He was a second and a half behind at the start of that, but behind him there has been a change for 6th overall. Chris Lawrence, a former champion, has found his way past Joey DePrato, who was the runner-up within Class A last season, so that's put a car between Richardson and the chasing pack in the 182 class. But very impressive here from Matt Hipkins. He had a couple of podiums last year, but I think that's all he's been at, sort of the very sharp end of the field, but he's able to go with Darren Ransom. He's had a multiple winner a year ago, and he's ahead of former champion Pete O'Connor, and then Josh North there in 4th position, who you wonder if he can get past Pete O'Connor, if he'd be able to chase after the top 2, because he's looking very racy. Here is Josh North in 35, the Shropshire-based driver. He is now in his 5th season of racing the championship. Hipkins passes Ransom with ease. So has Darren Ransom missed a gear there, or is there a bigger problem with the erstwhile leading car? No, he's putting off after the race.
Yeah, so that's a drama, isn't it? Darren Ransom, one of the favourites for this year's championship, in the very first round of the season, having a DNF. Hopefully he'll get things sorted for later on, but that gives a pretty decent advantage now to the new race leader, which is Matt Hipkins. I think that's going to make Josh North even more determined to find a way past Pete O'Connor, and he's going to line him up now for a move into Tower Corner. He's going to be on driver's right, so down the inside into Tower, and it looks like Josh North has gone through. So he's gone through to 2nd place now, and it's going to be then Josh North trying to close in on the race leader.
Yeah, Matt Hipkins is sort of in a new scenario here, leading a race for the first time. He's got this gap of about a second over those 2 chasing cars as they go through Barcroft and down towards Sunny. So quick, so committed part of the circuit, and North is catching that gap of what was a second almost immediately, isn't he? So Matt Hipkins, without the car sort of to chase in front of him for the first time in this race, is being caught very rapidly then by Josh North down towards the complex. They come on lap 3 of the race of what should be about 10 laps, so there's plenty of time here for Josh North, who equally will be looking for his first overall victory here.
Yeah, that's right. So there's a couple of drivers that could potentially be in line for their first clear overall win on this race. Pete O'Connor, of course, has won clear races overall before. He's been a champion in the past in the 182 division. Moving up to the 197s in Class B.
North's lap was 8 tenths quicker than Hipkins, a new best of the race, 1:38.8.
And he did take O'Connor as well with him, crucially, and it is now 3 for the lead as they head through Clairvaux and Hawthorne for the 4th time in this race now. But North, as they get through that part of the circuit, he looks like he's dropped O'Connor a bit more than he had over the line, really, and he's going to be close enough here, I think, to try and mount an attack. Is he down into Tower Corner? Is he picking up the toe? Maybe not not quite just yet. It's going to be a little bit too far back to make the lunge into Tower that time, but I don't think it's going to be too long before the pole position driver is going to be able to make a bid for the lead here from Matt Hipkins.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? He made the move at Tower on the previous lap over Pete O'Connor, but was unable to carry the speed out of the chicane down towards that corner this time on lap 4 of the race. But as we mentioned, there's still time to do that. Yeah, and as he's dropped O'Connor this time, hasn't got to worry about what's happening behind him. He can focus on the challenge on Matt Hipkins. It'll be interesting to see if Hipkins' lap is any better this time, or if it's just North hasn't been able to find a way past as of yet. Possibly a better exit to Sunny down towards the complex. Is he going to be able to challenge here? Bit of a tighter line, but no way through as of yet for Josh North. So Matt Hipkins in 12 continues to lead.
Certainly does. The man from Cheshire then ahead of Josh North, the driver from Liverpool in second place, and O'Connor in third in number 72. Fourth is the 56 car of Chris Lawrence, but he's now got the Class A leader with him for very close company, Steve Richardson.
Yeah, that changed on the previous lap, and that means DePrato and Witherington and Hill, as well as Taylor Norton, are all catching Steve Richardson for the Class A lead. Gap which was several seconds earlier is now just 1.3.
Meanwhile, back with the overall race leaders as they head through Hawthorne now. I said a lap ago, is North going to be able to mount an attack into Tower? Well, he couldn't then, he might be able to now. Although saying that, I don't think he's any closer than he was at this part of the circuit a lap ago. He's still gaining on the blue car as they head down to Tower, sort of shows his nose in the mirror to the race leader, but again not close enough to make a move there.
I think something's up with Chris Lawrence's car, because his car is significantly slower than others in a straight line. I know he's against other class cars, but I don't think that should make the difference that it is. So that means Steve Richardson back into fourth, but Chris Lawrence, former champion, seemingly with a mechanical issue of some description. He's trying to bring it home for points, but for the lead of the race, Josh North then right on terms with Matt Hipkins, who did a personal best last time, pretty much as quick as North did on the previous lap, so they are very evenly matched here. And they're absolutely nose to tail. They're bumper to bumper, heading out of Sunny, down towards the complex. Josh North looks to the right-hand side of the circuit as they break into the left-hand element of the corner. But Hipkins had that defended well. And Josh North is going to have to perhaps start thinking about some other ideas how to get through.
Yeah, less than 7 minutes to go, so more than halfway through this race now. Fairly close between the two of them at the hairpin. Can he steal a march on the exit of the corner? No, he can't. Who's going to have the speed down the straight? Well, North is in the tow there as they head past the pits to complete lap number 6. Now, is he going to then be able to dive out of the slipstream on the Wentclervo corner? Trying to disrupt it is Matt Hipkins in the race lead, and he's managed to disrupt it sufficiently, I think, to keep North behind him, but it's really, really tight. It's literally bumper to bumper as they head through Hawthorne and towards the chicane once again. They are about a second clear now of Pete O'Connor in third position through the chicane, past the old pit lane here at Croft, and this time is North any closer than he was a lap ago?
Seemingly not. Meanwhile, in Class A, Joey DePrato was second, has dropped a fifth. Big dive down the inside from Josh North. He braked very late indeed there, didn't he? But he couldn't unseat the leader, so Matt Hipkins still leads. But in Class A, big change for second place. DePrato's dropped to the back of that group, so Mark Witherington now up into second within the class. But the overall leaders through the Jim Clark S's again. Despite them battling, Pete O'Connor isn't really closing them in at all. He hasn't quite got the pace of the two ahead. These two drivers who haven't won a race before, and actually they've been on the podium very few times between the pair of them. So very impressive start to the season in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship for both of these drivers. We saw that big challenge from Josh North at the earlier in the lap. Meanwhile, Paul Clark is starting to make progress after that delayed start. He's I think got something like 14th position there down at Tower Bend.
Yeah, so he's just got past the number 57 car of Matt Ponsier as well in his 118, 39-year-old from Norwich. So Paul Clark, of course, stopped on the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty. What kind of lap times is he doing? 140, so he's lapping pretty much as quickly as the class leader, Steve Richardson. So he could have been vying for a class win. I think had all gone his way in this race.
He's got two more opportunities this weekend, hasn't he? Something's happened in Class A again. again, because Mark Witherington, who was second, is now fourth. So Greg Hill is up into second within Class A. Taylor Norton third. Fourth is Mark Witherington. Joey DePrato is for the pit lane. We saw him lose those positions a lap ago. But the two leaders overall are nose to tail again as they go down towards Tower Bend. This is where we saw Josh North have his big challenge 1 lap ago. Watching this out of the commentary box window, I think he decided against that this time, perhaps realised that was a little bit too ambitious 1 lap ago. So Matt Hipkins continues to lead, as on the screen, Paul Clark continues to make progress. He's 13th now with the demise of DePrato, but only 8th within the class, so he's sort of lacking the points to start off the season. Of course, he's doing sort of the long week with us, Ian, because he was at Donington Park in low cost on Monday.
Yeah, he's got 12 seconds to make up now on the next car to catch, and only 4 minutes to do it, so he may not make any more positions during the course of this race. The car in 12th position is Carruthers, isn't it? Scott Carruthers, the man from Worcester.
What could be important here, though, is a good lap time, because I think that still sets the grid for the next race. So a good lap time from Paul Clark. You've already mentioned he's pretty similar to Steve Richardson. That means he can start much further up the order instead of having another 10-second penalty, as he would have done if it was second best lap times, as it is for in other championships. Yeah. Meanwhile, out of the commentary box window, I can tell you through the complex, the two leaders are nose to tail still, Matt Hipkins and Josh North, with couple or maybe 3 laps to go. It's going to be very tight to how many laps they get to go in this, and Hipkins has just set the fastest lap of the race, actually, a 1:38.654. Here they are heading down towards Clairvaux. He hooks the curve, or the sort of the white line a bit. It flicks the car sideways, but it didn't seem to deter him at all, Matt Hipkins. He continues to lead them from Josh North with a couple of seconds back to Pete O'Connor.
Really a good fight here between the 3 of them. Down the back straight they go, and North is sort of seemingly about the same distance behind Matt Hipkins on every lap at this particular part of the circuit. Again, not able to make a move into Tower Corner. That is one of the favoured opportunities around the Croft Circuit, but he's not been able to take advantage of that as far as getting the race lead is concerned. Just looking out of the window, Steve Richardson is still leading in Class A from Greg Hill, who's about 2 seconds or so behind him. That's the 1:02s.
Hill just set the fastest lap in the class last time round, so he's got the pace sort of to go with Richardson, seemingly. This battle with the lead has been very close, hasn't it, for several laps now. We've seen some challenges from Josh North, but he's never really been able to get alongside Matt Hipkins as of yet. I wonder if it's sort of first race of the season as well. Just been a little bit cautious at this point of the weekend, especially knowing sort of the bad luck that North had last year. So just wants to get a result on the board to start off the season, perhaps. But if the race win, if an opportunity knocks, I'm sure he's going to take it. We saw that move at Tower that he attempted, but that didn't put Matt Hipkins off at all. They head out of the hairpin. There's a minute and 45 on the clock, so whether they get 1 or 2 more laps is sort of still to be decided, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very touch and go, isn't it? I didn't see a last lap board, if that's anything to go by. So there may be 2 more laps to go, which would make it a 10-lap race, which is what you thought it was going to be, Josh, from the off. So we'll see if that's what we get. North in second place here, number 35, chasing after number 12, Matt Hipkins, who was 9th in the championship last season.
Great squealer tyres, and I think that was Josh North a little bit slower through the chicane than Matt Hipkins. I think Joey DePrato has now pitted after his car issues, and Greg Hill now just 1.6 seconds behind Steve Richardson within Class A. Richardson's caught up behind Chris Lawrence, who's having a few issues today, I think. So Class A isn't completely decided yet, I don't think. There's DePrato, the bonnet is up on his car. Of course, he was the runner-up in Class A last year, so perhaps he thought a championship challenge was on this season. But like Darren Ransom, both of the runner-ups from last year haven't had a good first day of the year.
That's right, so nose to tail between the 2 leaders then as they loop around the far side of the circuit at Sunny, head back down towards the complex where North is getting a little bit closer to that rear sort of winglet on the back of the leading car of Matt Hipkins. Less than half a car length between them as they turn through the complex. Now we're going to get a last lap board, or are we going to get a checkered flag this time around? Hipkins would probably quite like it to, or would he like it to be the checkered flag, because North is getting alongside him here as they come up to the line. Last lap board goes out and it's less than a car length between them as they start the final lap. 0.2 of a second. Hipkins and North alongside one another. North's going to be on the outside line for Clairvaux corner, and Hipkins Hipkins prevails for the moment, but can he steal the way through on the inside the second part of this complex? No, he can't, but that's the closest North has come yet, I think, to taking the lead.
Yeah, that's right. In the Class A lead now is just 9/10 of a second, so that continues to come down between Richardson and Hill, but it's even closer for the Class B lead and the overall lead down towards Tower Bend then, and Matt Hipkins has the Josh North car right on his tail. There's certainly less than a Clio length there between the top two cars. Who's got the better exit up towards the S's? Well, it's pretty even, but Matt Hipkins with the track position. That's good news for him, really, into this sequence of corners. There is sort of time running out now for Josh North to challenge. You've got to think the complex is the final one, maybe two goes, a hairpin, perhaps the final chance, but there are yellow flags.
It's been about the complex. It's Steve Croxford that's spun around and is rejoining, not quite in front of the leaders. Meanwhile, I noticed it was getting much closer for the Class A lead as well, because Greg Hill was catching Steve Richardson there, but it's the two leaders overall coming through the complex for the final time. North has tried very hard to find a way through, and on the previous lap had a good exit from the hairpin and almost was able to drag alongside Matt Hipkins to the line. He's not going to be able to do that on this occasion though, so it's going to be Matt Hipkins that takes the checkered flag to win in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship for the first time. Josh North takes second place, half a second between them, and Pete O'Connor completes the top three, and then there's going to be a gap to fourth, which is going to be Chris Lawrence, and then it's our two Class A leaders, and they are pretty much right together as they come to take the checkered flag, Josh. Yeah,
and Steve Richardson's going to take the victory and sort of start off how his unfinished 2025. Steve Richardson then wins Class A, but by just 7/10. A great charge towards the end from his mate Greg Hill, and Taylor Norton starts the season strongly as well. He takes third within the class. Mark Withington fourth. As more cars come through to take the checkered flag, including a couple of our newcomers, Scott Carruthers in 9th and Oscar Swanton 10th. Looks like Paul Clark's got the better of Christina Lowe towards the end, so he has made more progress. He's
good.
Up to 6th in class now.
Yeah, he is indeed. So the cars making their way around the slowing down lap. Really good battle up at the front. Josh North unable ultimately to find a way past Matt Hipkins. Hipkins did get the best lap of the race as well, a 138.654 compared to North's 138.747. So there's a little bit of difference between them on the best lap times. Outside the lap record, which is a 137.21 for these cars. And then, as I say, the gap in Class A at the end was only 7/10 of a second between Steve Richardson and Greg Hill as well. So to run down the top 10 for you, it was number 12 Matt Hipkins that took the win. 35 Joshua North took second place. He was half a second behind in the end. Third place to number 72 Pete O'Connor. In fourth position number 56 Chris Lawrence. Then our Class A winner at number 7 Steve Richardson. He was fifth, ahead of 75 Greg Hill, and completing the podium in that class was number 28, which was Taylor Norton. Mark Withington, he was 8th overall, number 18, and 4th in class. 9th was number 298 Scott Carruthers. Rounding out the top 10 was the debutant, number 51 Oscar Swanton, who was also 5th in Class A. And the Clios are back out again one more time before the end of the day, and also for a final race tomorrow afternoon, Josh.
Yeah, an intriguing start to the season, really, wasn't it? And perhaps a bit like some of the championships we had at Donington Park on Monday, not the person who may have been predicted who came out on top. So big well done to Matt Hipkins, a first win in car racing for him, and it certainly didn't come easily. Okay, Darren Ransom pulled off, but he was chased by Josh North all the way through that. He had a couple of goes at finding a way through, but was unable to do so. Congratulations then to Matt Hipkins on his first victory in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Shortly we'll head down to Tom Butterworth. A reminder that we're now going into our lunch break here at Croft Circuit. Racing due to get back underway at 1:35 with the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. We've also got racing this afternoon for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. Not one but two 45-minute Tagiwa Road Sports Championship races for classes A and C and classes B and D respectively, and then we're back to the start. The Blind Screen Master 7s, the VSG Crypto Clios and the Carmel Porsche Trophy round out day one of this 750 Motor Club meeting here at Croft Circuit. But we can now head down to the pit lane. Tom Butterworth is going to speak to our successful drivers in the Clio Sport Championship.
So back down in the pit lane, we're going to have a quick chat with your podium sitters. I'm going to give him his victory cap, one of those for Mr. Hipkins.
Thank you very much.
So Matt, that looks pretty exciting. You were leaving absolutely nothing on the table coming into Clairvaux.
Absolutely not.
I honestly don't know how you kept it all four wheels in line coming through the first complex, because the back end just looked like it was coming round all the time.
Yeah, it was lively. So unfortunately, I didn't go for a full dry setup either. So it was gripping a bit too much on the front. So I was thinking I've got to really fight this to get the rear to rotate. So yeah, made it for hard work, and I was cooking my front tyres. Saw Josh all over the back of me, and I was thinking I've just got to try and keep this all together. So yeah, no, it was great fun though, brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely hounding you for like the last 6, 7 laps there.
God, yeah, he made it tough.
Is the back sore from all the pressure?
Oh yeah, completely, really is. Yeah. So I'll be tweaking a bit of the back end for this, ready for the next race, but then we should be good. So yeah.
Great stuff. All right, congratulations. One race, one victory, 100% record for 2026 so far. There we go. Josh, how was that?
Good. Muck the start up.
Yeah, drop down to 4th and then just pressure all the way. Fight your way back through. And
We worked our way back up. I don't know what happened to Darren. It's a shame, but we got on the back of Hipkins and I couldn't get past him. He just defended too well. Drove his race really well. And
I'm just saying, his car looked really, really lively, particularly going into Clairvaux. How were you was that putting you off a bit, or?
I could see that was his weak point. A couple of times he went a bit wide in those corners, but the nature of the track, you just don't have many opportunities to overtake round here. It has to be an advantage, and I just didn't get one. So
just not quite enough speed, right? Great stuff. All right, well, we'll look forward to race 2 as well, and we're going to have a chat with someone I've known for a very long time, Mr. O'Connor, Pete O'Connor. Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah.
How was it then?
Pleased with that, yeah. Yeah, decent result to start the season, so better than last season, yeah. Fair play to Matt and Josh, they had their legs on me, but yeah, it wasn't too far off, so make a few changes and see how we go, right?
Just fighting the conditions at the minute, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of that. I've got a little bit of a gearbox problem, but that's all minor details in it. But yeah, fair play, these boys beat me fair and square, but I'll take a podium, right? It's the first race of the season.
Absolutely, yeah. Bed yourself in nicely for 2026, and hopefully we'll see you a bit more
Just
during the week.
Just hello to Jake and Cleona, because they're watching on the live stream, and good to see you, Tom.
And you, mate. See you soon. And we'll try and find Stephen Richardson. I think he's here. I need to give you a cap, first of all.
Oh, I've finally got one. Hey, you all right?
Yeah, I'm very good. So how was that one for you?
Do you know what? Yeah, it was great.
I mean, it looked exciting from where we were.
It was. I mean, it's good fun. I mean, did I beat my son's time from last year?
Pass. Ask me one on other motorsport. I'm much better at that.
No, I need to know if I won my son. Whether I won or whether I beat his time. Beating his time is more important, because obviously he won a championship last year, so we just have to see how we get on. But I just want to say hello to my wife and that, and Fuse Matrix and everything with we done it. That's the last 3 years in a row. Lewis won the first one. I won the one before that and this one, but let's just see if we can continue that momentum all year throughout the year now.
Well, so far, as I was just saying before to Matt, 2026, 100% record so far. Can't get much better than that, can it?
It was a 100% record last year, and it was a 100% record the year before that, but I lost out. I came second in the championship, so at the end of the day, it's not about that. It's about having a bit of fun with your friends and, meeting up. And, I'm married, so I like to stay away from the house for as long as I can, so 4 days over a week is great.
Don't show the credit card receipts.
She doesn't know anything.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the way it should be.
I'm a paid driver, apparently, yeah?
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on race number 1 in VSG Crypto Clio Sports Championship. So we've got a bit of a lunch break now, so what I'm going to do is have a little wander up and down the pit lane. Let's see if we can find some interesting people to talk to. In fact, we're going to head down. Let's head down to the bottom of the paddock first, the bottom of the pit lane, and see if we can find the guys from Dark Side. I think I can see gentleman who I did speak to earlier and try and set up, which is Chris Bialan. He is running a Seat Cupra TCR. I'm going to have a chat with him here. I think this is him over here. Is that it? There we are. Here's Chris. Can we interrupt?
No, we're just talking about touring cars.
Talking about touring cars. Well, that's what we're all here for, isn't it?
I'm never going to get there, but yeah. That's why we're just reminiscing, saying, well, this is like the next best thing, isn't it, really?
Well,
for us, anyway. We like
exactly.
it.
And the sun's out now as well, and, looking forward to the race later on?
Oh, yeah. I think Will's starting my team, mate. But, yeah, sun's out. track's drying. Oh, it is dry now. So yeah, it should be good. First one of the season anyway.
Full dry setup, and we can get a suntan while we're here as well.
I thought about suntan. It was snowing before.
I know it was. It was trying to snow earlier on. You wouldn't believe it. No, looking at it now, would you?
No, you wouldn't actually. No, yeah. So no, temps up a little bit. It's still cold though. So yeah, I think they've just done some changes to the car, so it should be all right.
So tell the lovely people at home, what are we running?
An Audi TCR.
Okay.
Class A, so we've come up from Class B this year. So last year we won the Class B championship. We had some really good races against like Ginettas and all sorts, and my teammate wanted to go up a class. So yeah, we've got the Audi TCR, which obviously you can't see it, but the other team, the other car in our team is also an Audi TCR. So that was one of the main reasons why we got it.
Okay. And how's it been so far now that you're in this Class A and you're in the... So it's a new car as well, so you've got to bed that in, surely, and you've got to bed yourselves into it more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, the Civic and the TCR are two completely different cars. I mean, obviously, the Civic had a lot of work, but now I realise when you get into a proper race car, it feels like there was a lot of movement going around in the Civic, but obviously it was a 20-odd-year-old chassis, whereas these are a lot newer. So yeah, once you get used to the speed difference, they're a much nicer car to drive. Bit easier, I would say, actually.
Right, okay. And sort of driver aids?
None.
None at all?
No ABS, nothing.
Just send it and hope?
Sort of, yeah. I think the hope goes out the window, to be honest, but yeah. No, yeah. It's just a different technique. It's all about the technique, and obviously I've got some cracking teammates. We've got Wayne Lawson and James Pickford, ex-touring car driver, so we're learning off them, and it's fantastic, really. Great
stuff. All right, well, lovely to speak to you anyway, and hope the rest of the season goes well for you. He didn't mention his sponsors. I better tell him to get his sponsors in.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, Cantor Holland is the main sponsor. He was the one that got the car, so thank you.
Great stuff. All right, thank you. So we'll try and move on, because I did say I'd speak to the guys from Dark Side, and I think we can just try and grab them at the back of the garage if we can give him a wave. They're just over here now. I did tell people to get ready. We might be coming down, so I've got to come over here and just getting a point from my cameraman. We'll try and drag them out, have a word with the guys from Dark Side, because they've got some interesting developments on their 2 Audi TTs that we've got. So just explaining to the guys at home about the interesting developments. We'll try and bring you out here a little bit so we can get a bit of better signal. So tell everybody at home who you are.
I'm Ryan, Dark Side Developments.
And Ryan Parkin, of course. And I was just telling people at home we've got some interesting developments. So have we got the bit here?
Yes, it's kicking about.
Right. So we've got. He's going to go in and grab this bit, which is it's a 3D printed exhaust manifold, which is something that I've not seen before. So they've 3D printed it in plastic. Here it is. So it's 3D printed in plastic, and then they've sent it over to a producer, shall we just say, yeah. a manifold producer who's going to 3D print that in stainless steel.
Yeah, we've already got the stainless steel one. It should have been here today, but it's not quite ready yet. But yeah, that is what it looks like, and it's this clamp that it deletes has been 3 failures last year. So we're running 1,000 degrees exhaust gas temperatures, something like that, when we're on track, and that's all the time. So this manifold's glowing red, the clamp fails, and then we lose the turbo. The engine's got about 40 horsepower when it not got a turbo. So yeah, that's the plan anyway. So that was the only thing really that we're going to have changed this year, but we didn't quite make it to the first round. So
all about reliability improvements all the time, just pushing all the way. And what I'm going to show them on camera as well is you've stamped it.
Yeah, that's it. Where's it gone? Oh, it's not this.
On the other side.
It's gone.
Oh, is it not that's not that one. It's not the one that's stamped. That's typical for you. That's live TV, ladies and gentlemen. Right, it's the wrong one now. But it's got
on it. It's got a stamp on it.
But the real one will have the stamp on it.
Yeah. I don't know where that one's gone.
And it's the stamp of Dark Side Developments, isn't it? It's the logo is on the manifold.
Yeah.
So if anyone else is running one, we'll know where it comes from.
Yeah, hopefully. So yeah, we've made a right mess of this, haven't we?
Well, that's live telly for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I've been no good on live telly. I swear too much.
Well, thankfully not so far, and that's probably a good place to end it, I think. But thank you very much.
I'll go swear at the person that gave me it wrong.
Exactly. That's great stuff. Right, thanks very much indeed. So we'll talk to those guys as well, and we'll move our way down the pit lane now, because we're going to go and have a chat, hopefully, with Phil and Matthew Adcock, who have got a brand new car for this year. It's have a chat with them. And we will also try and have a chat with Matt Creed as well, who won the championship last year, and see how he's doing. So we've got the Clios still about to be parked up, and Pete O'Connor will have a longer chat with me, I think, tomorrow when during the during the lunch break tomorrow when we do this again. We'll try not to get run over. As I said just during the last interviews as well, I've known Pete for a long time, raced in karts with him, and he's done a lot of like Club 100 and things like that. So he's got huge amounts of racing experience in various different classes. Right, let's see if we can find Mr. Creed and the Adcocks. I think they're in here somewhere. We can grab them. Looks like they're about there, just heading out. We're going to have to do it out here, Matthew, because it's the signal's not the best on, and here's Dad as well coming along as well. Right, so I was just explaining to the people at home that we've got a new car for this year and what we're doing with it.
Yeah, we do. So we did Class D last year as well. Same type of car, but this one it's a new car and it's kind of an evolution on that. So
it's a 328 compact. Is that right?
318 compact.
318
compact. Yeah. So you know the origins of really were a compact cup, but then obviously with road sports you get a bit more freedom with regulations. So it's just kind of newer generation, effectively compact cup car.
Okay. And how have you found it so far?
Yeah, really good. Obviously, it was a bit damp in qualifying this morning, but no big dramas, and yeah, good session.
Well, as an evolution from last year, what are the differences between the old car and the new car?
So there's ABS on it. There's a welded-in roll cage as opposed to a bolt-in one. It's lighter, so it's slightly lower power than the last one. But that means we can run it lighter and it just be a bit more nimble in power to weight racing, and then a couple of little bits around the suspension. So yeah, just little things here and there adding up to hopefully some big differences.
Yeah, well that's it, isn't it? Just small little steps all the time and you'll get there. Well, yeah, brilliant stuff. All right, well, we'll have a chat with Dad as well.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Yeah, we're here to prove that rivals can be friends. Yeah.
We're just further down the pit lane. We were just really enjoying the sunshine as well, more than anything, because it was snowing early.
Well, for me, this is what I want, because he's the rainmeister, and actually I'm a bit of a fair weather racer, so for me this will be absolutely fantastic. Yeah, if it's dry. I don't know about you, Chris, but
I prefer the dry. Yeah, I've never driven here in the wet, so this morning was really fun. Loads more grip than I thought there would be. But there's also the Porsches on track, which they're very aggressive, weren't they?
A little bit German. Yeah. Did I say that?
Yeah. It was good though. We had a good time, had fun. And then if it stays like this, I think we'll have a great race start.
Great race start. Okay. And the rest of it, we'll figure out as we go.
We've got pit stops, we've got traffic coming through. We're racing with the Class Bs, so they'll come around, I think about 10 laps, they usually start to come around, don't they? And then it's traffic management.
The only thing that can go wrong is if your other son's the clerk of the course, yeah, who's actually walking past you behind you there now, so there he goes. You're on camera, Ben.
Definitely no favourable treatment, we should add that in.
He's the insect that tried to eat the parent. He's been trying to...
So he makes it worse?
Oh, absolutely. This is a disadvantage. It's to his advantage.
I've already got my appeal form in advance.
Last week you filed it, didn't
you? Yeah, I did, yeah.
You filled everything in, just left the comments section blank.
Give him the cash, and off we go.
It's like a ticket.
Yeah. No cash, no bribes, no bribes. Fines maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Right, well, great stuff, guys. Good luck for the season, and thank you for talking to us, taking the time to talk to us. Really good, thank you. And we'll see if we can find Matt Creed now, who I think is down this way. And I did try and have a word with him earlier. There he is. So 2025 champion Matt Creed in the Clio. How's the year been so far? I mean, it's only been practice and testing and stuff.
So far, it's been pretty wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, really wet, quite cold, quite windy, very slippery. That's how it's been so far, but now the sunshine is coming out, and I do like the sun.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all do, don't we? We get a nice tan.
Yeah, definitely. Might have to get my sunglasses in a minute. The car also likes the sun as well. It's all set up for the dry, so hopefully, I'm in P2, hopefully I'll have a good race. See how we get on with Sam and his other driver as well. I think it'll be a good little battle. So yeah, really looking forward to it. First race of the year.
Great stuff. All right. Well, it's. I mean, the car is looking good already.
Yeah.
All stickered up and ready to rock.
Yeah, all stickered up. Got a few new sponsors this year as well. Got Primec. We've got Sign & Co as well. So safety signs have all come on board this year. So that's really helped us. Yeah.
And the kids on the bonnet.
Yeah, Tom and Ted, they're on the bonnet. The little names there, repping. Yeah. So yeah, really good. Family aren't here this year. It's 7 hours from home. So, but in Brands in a couple of weeks' time they'll be there. Only half an hour from home. So we're really looking forward to that.
Well, they can see you on camera, can't they? They can watch you on the telly.
Yeah, I don't know if they're watching, but yeah.
Great stuff. All right. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. And we'll have a little look down here and just see if we can find anything. I mean, look at this. Vauxhall Corsa, look. Vauxhall Corsa, ladies and gentlemen. Class B for the Newington class group. Right. I think that's probably going to wrap us up, I think, to be honest with you. We're going to... have a little wander down anyway. I'll walk backwards and see if I don't fall over. But yeah, the weather has got a huge amount better here at Croft than it was this morning. It genuinely was snowing first thing. So the track's going to be dry now. Everybody's going to have to do setup changes. So they're all going to be really, really busy this lunchtime, which is why we've only spoke to a few people. We'll try and bring you a lot more tomorrow. Hopefully the weather's a bit more stable. And we will throw to the rest of our lunch break now. And I hope you have a good one and join us back for session 2.
Activating. VSG crypto ready for deployment.
The Driver Media Program, powered by Blind Screen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blind Screen backs Driver Media Program turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blind Screen Driver Media Program.
Well, welcome back to Croft after the lunch break in the first day of 2 at the 750 Motor Club race meeting. We had 3 great races before the lunch break, and now with the sun out, the temperature warming up a little bit, and the breeze increasing as well by the sounds of it as well, we should be in for a good afternoon's racing. Certainly good drying weather, and the track has now dried out fully. My name is Ian Saban, up here in the commentary box. Alongside me is Josh Barrett, and after sort of damp conditions for qualifying, it was certainly fully dry by the end of the 3 races before lunch.
Yeah, that's right, and perhaps a lot drier day than many may have anticipated, particularly in the leading days to the event. Today looked pretty wet, didn't it? But that's not been the case. That's good. Good way to start the season. But yeah, the wind is perhaps the sort of the challenging factor. They might be out on the track for the drivers, if not for those who are trackside. I'm sure that's not particularly overly pleasant, even if it is bright sunshine now finally this afternoon. But yeah, lots to look forward to, and we had some interesting races this morning, didn't we? But a very busy afternoon, actually. 7 races to come, including a couple of mini enduros.
Yeah, that's right. So all of the categories that we saw this morning, we're going to see again at the end of the afternoon. So that's the blind screen Mazda 7 Championship, the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, and the Calm All Porsche Trophy. They all have their second 15-minute races towards the end of the afternoon. Before that, the first race in a few minutes with the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Should be a few more moments before racing gets back underway. Marshall's not yet back on post. Then we've got the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, first of 2 races this weekend for those competitors. And then, as Josh mentions, 2 45-minute races for the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship. And the reason there's 2 races is because the entry is so big, it could not all be accommodated on one grid here at Croft, and so the 4 classes have been split into 2 groups. Classes A and C will race first, and classes B and D will race next up after them. So that's going to be interesting. Josh, first time we've had that, I think, in road sport since that's been a championship.
That's right. Through the series that we had for the best part of a decade, the grids were always pretty strong, weren't they? But became a championship last year, and always it was sort of round the capacity grid for each of those rounds last year. So I think the decision was made a few weeks ago, wasn't it, that to make sure everyone who entered got a race this weekend meant this splitting off of the having 2 classes in each, which means predominantly most of the cars on each grid are all very similarly paced, where we very intriguing race, a lot less lap traffic than there would be ordinarily. So it's sort of a different complex to those 2 road sports races to begin the season, but really a great championship from the 750 Motor Club to look forward to this afternoon.
That's right. Reminder for those of you that are here at the circuit that the live stream is available as well. You can find that by going to 750mc.co.uk/live, 750mc.co.uk/live, and you can also download the digital race programme by going to the same website, the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. That's got the timetable and all of the entry lists for the day's racing on there as well. We'll be back in a few moments to look ahead to the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, but we'll take a short break.
The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blindscreen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blindscreen backs Driver Media Programme turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blindscreen Driver Media Programme.
So we're a few minutes away from the first race of the afternoon here at Croft, which is going to be for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. But of course this is the second of 3 successive weekends of racing by the 750 Motor Club at the start of the 2026 season. Just a few days ago on Easter Monday we were at Donington Park with 6 categories having their openings there. And next weekend, Josh, we're back in action at Brands Hatch, where we've got a range of different categories, and that on that occasion the endurance racing content is going to come from the 116 Trophy, the BMW One Make contest with their 90-minute race, amongst other categories.
Yeah, that's right. That's quite a different type of endurance race as well, isn't it, with a single make category rather than the multi-class discipline that we've got this weekend. But yeah, I think a big grid over 30 116 is expected next weekend, so looking forward to that. But plenty of other content, as you say, including the Radical Club Challenge with a strong grid in the mid-20s, I think, expected, and a few former bike sports champions returning, Joe Stables and Giles Hall returning to racing, both in Radical PR6s, and will be up against Leon Morel, another multiple champion in the top class, but then the many SR3s as well, including one international driver who's moving over from racing Ligiers in Europe to racing Radicals with us, so that should be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So next weekend at Brands Hatch, racing both days. The Alpha live stream available on the Sunday only. You can join Josh and myself with Yusuf bin Sahel on that occasion for that event, and that's one of many live streamed events during the course of the season. We'll also be with you at Silverstone, at Pembrey, at Anglesey, at Alton Park, and at Snetterton during the course of the season, and the championship finals again at Donington Park, and not forgetting the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at the end of the season as well. So still lots more to come. All of the information, all of the calendars on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk.
There's a very strong BMW Car Club grid being assembled for next week, around 30 cars, including several M3s, which we haven't necessarily seen in recent years. Yeah, I think we should be into double figures of M3s next week, so that's a very strong, encouraging start to the season from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And looking forward to, I'm sure, in the summer, Ian, to BMW Live at Alton Park.
Yeah, later on in the summer in July on this occasion, rather than sort of the spring date that it's had in recent seasons. That again is one of the events that we'll be bringing to you on Alpha Live as well, who produce all of the live streams for us. There we can see the cars there in the assembly area, Josh, for the first race of the day, and that indeed is the car of the reigning champion as well, Trafford King, in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Yeah, that's right, although he didn't take the quickest time in qualifying, but the driver who did, Miles Nathaniel James, is another who has been excluded for being underweight during that session, so he'll be starting at the back with a 10-second delay, returning to the championship. But yeah, Trafford King there was quickest in that damp qualifying session this morning in the sort of newly named team, at least for this season, Nimbus Motorsport, but I think that's still run by Danny Hobson, who was his former team boss. Danny is driving as well, isn't he, this season, although he's qualified much further down the grid than you might have expected. But an intriguing season in store, I think, for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, not least because several of the drivers who were at the sharp end last year have moved on to other things, although Trafford King has stayed. Sort of the only other championship contender who is still going this season is the other driver on the front row of the grid, his teammate John Labella.
Yeah, that's right, and he certainly showed some good form during the course of last season, didn't he? With one win and 3 other podium finishes before the end of the season, finishing 4th in the championship.
And that win was the last Type R Trophy race that happened, which was in August last year.
Well, and it wasn't at the time expected to be the last race, because there was supposed to be another one that day. That was red flags. We ran out of time at Snetterton, and then at Donington Park, which was already 2 months after that, we woke up that morning, drew back the curtains, and it was very, very foggy indeed at Donington Park, and it stayed foggy all day, and no racing was had at all. So it was a truncated season for the Type R Trophy.
And
last
that was
year.
the first weekend in August, I think. So it's been over 8 months since many of these drivers will have actually raced a car. So that's quite remarkable, really, isn't it?
I think some of them did do some hot hatch races, I think, and some of them did the Burkitt as well. But yes, for some of these it will have been quite a gap since their last race in the Takiwa Type R Trophy, which has been running as a championship since the 2021 season. Adam Shepherd was the inaugural champion. It's been a different winner each year. Jake Hewlett in 2022, then Joe Jessup, Matt Wilkins and Trafford King have followed in successive seasons.
So that's interesting, actually, isn't it, to see if Trafford King can break that duck.
Yeah.
I think Joe Jessup tried to defend his title but was unsuccessful, where others may have moved on to other things. But Trafford King, with the number one on the car, see if he can be the first person to be a double champion. Just looking to Danny Hobson, wondering why he's so far down on the grid. 4 of his lap times were taken away for track limits. There wasn't too many of those in qualifying. Actually, the only other person who had a lap taken away was Trafford King on pole position. But for Danny Hobson, 4 laps were taken away from him, and his best lap was the second lap of the session when it was still much wetter than it was later in the session. So I suspect we will see him moving through the order. Danny Hobson's only actually raced in the Type R Trophy once before, and he was a race winner on that occasion. He's done most of his racing with the Civic Cup when that was part of the 750 Motor Club package. So he hasn't actually done that much racing, I don't think, recently, but he should be a strong contender, I would imagine. So he's one to watch from almost the back of the grid.
Absolutely right. 14 rounds season for the Takiwa Type R Trophy, and we'll come back to look at the first round of the championship in just a few moments' time after this short break.
The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blindscreen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blindscreen Backs Driver Media Programme turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blindscreen Driver Media Programme.
So, first race of the afternoon coming up shortly, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy here at Croft Circuit, the first day of 2 at this 750 Motor Club race meeting. I say it's a 14-round championship for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, a triple header this weekend, and again at Pembrey at the end of May, and then 4 double headers to conclude the season at Donington Park in June, Alton Park in July, Silverstone in August, and Castle Combe at the end of the season at October. It's 35 points for the win, 32 for second, 30 for third, all the way down to 2 points for everyone that finishes. And it's 12 rounds out of 14 that count at the end of the season. Grid based on the fastest time set in qualifying, unless your car's found to have been underweight, as was the case for Miles Nathaniel James. For triple header rounds, the race 2 grid is set by the finishing order of race 1, and the race 3 grid is the finishing order of race 2, with the top 10 reversed. And we're now, as we know, going for a 1x1 grid rather than a 2x2 grid. The cars, the Honda Civic EP3s, as you can see, the Type Rs from 2001 to 2005 with strict technical regulations. They have a pre-season power check with maximum permitted power in the 204 to 219 brake horsepower at the flywheel range. There's no chassis stiffening, no seat welding. It's standard bodywork with a laminated windscreen. It's the standard K20A2 engine that they run with standard ECU, no remapping allowed. Original suspension with mandatory yellow speed coilovers and mounts, standard gearbox, and 17-inch wheels, and they run on a control MRF tyre as well, with 16 tyres only allowed during the course of the season, and the cars weigh 1,225 kilos including the driver as a minimum, with success ballast applied for drivers that finish on the podium. 25 kilos for the winner, 15 for second, and 10 kilos for third, and that was introduced for the first time last season, I think it was.
Okay, so that's be interesting to see if that makes huge amounts of difference or not. It's sort of similar to what Stock Catch had, wasn't it, back in the day, what Classic Stock Catch still has now. So I think we're coming up now pretty much to an hour from where the previous race finished. So that means our hour for lunch is almost completed here at Croft, ready for this 7 races over the next will be 4 hours, isn't it? So there's plenty to come. There's a lot of racing time to come over the next several hours, and an interesting race to start off with. Max Martin qualified well, didn't he? Third quickest. The driver who only started a couple of years ago, did Clio's, originally moved to Type R's last year, and that is the highest we've seen Max qualify in the Hondas. His best result last season was a 5th, which he managed on a couple of occasions, so good effort there from the youngster Max Martin. Then 4th on the grid, making possibly his debut in the championship, is last year's Hot Hatch champion, Gordon McMillan. And sort of returning to single make racing, here is Gordon, but he will also be racing in Hot Hatch next week, defending his title but running in a different specification. He had a BMW Compact 2.8 last year. He's upgraded that to a 3-litre car for this year, which means he'll be running within Class A, mainly against Honda Civics, sort of bizarrely. But Gordon's been a long-standing 750 Motor Club competitor, probably actually before some of his competitors were born. He was racing with the 750 Motor Club in things like Stock Hatch, and he's won several races before, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on there on the second row of the grid.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. A very experienced racer, you say, but due to this particular championship, which looks to be pretty competitive again, I would think, this season. There's quite a few drivers who've returned for second or even third or fourth seasons on the grid. A few stalwarts out there on the grid. We need to look for the Lindsay family, of course. Kai Lindsay is the quicker of the two in qualifying. The 25-year-old electrician from Leeds who started racing 2 years ago. He's on the inside of row number 4 today then. The ex-Martin Piccolo car, which had Adam Shepherd's championship-winning engine in it as well. His father, Richard Lindsay, or Big Rich, as he prefers to be known. He's a bit further back on the grid. He's going to be on the inside of row 7 today. He works as a builder in Leeds. He's 50 years of age, and he started racing in 2022. So a couple of years before Kai. They raced mini stocks between the ages of 12 and 16, winning blue chip distinction in 1991. He's raced Formula 2 stock cars as well between 2016 and 2021 before switching to circuit racing. There's quite a few drivers, that race with the 750 Motor Club that have an oval racing background, including Rich Lindsay, Big Rich, as we say.
Another driver who's returning to the championship this weekend is Wayne Flint, starting 3rd row of the grid, ex-Compact Cup race. I think we saw him do an event or two a couple of years ago, but he's qualified well there on the 3rd row of the grid. But Richard Lindsay coming back to him probably further down than he would have liked, a podium finisher on at least one occasion last season, but he's really back towards the back, really, isn't he, with just a few cars behind him. So Richard Lindsay and someone else looking to move forwards, I suspect. But there's a few of them. Not everyone can move forwards with great rate or have a very jumbled result. Right, I can see the safety car is moving, so I think we've had our hour for lunch now, which means we are good to go for our first race of the afternoon, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Yeah, the cars are now being released from the assembly area, I can tell you. And then they will be led on the short loop round to the grid ahead of a green flag lap and then an anticipated 15-minute race.
Yeah, that's right. So they're making their way out of the assembly area, and they do this sort of half a sighting lap. They turn right just after Tower Corner to bring them directly onto the start and finish straight, cutting out the loop that takes them up to Sunny. But they'll then do a full green flag lap, these cars, as per the championship regulations. So not all of the championships do, but the Tagiwa Type R Trophy does do an extra green flag lap to make sure that all of the drivers have sufficient preparation, heating the tyres and brakes, and are ready to go. And then it's a 15-minute race after that. So we've got the cars coming out onto the circuit.
It's always a well-presented grid, this, isn't it?
It is.
The Type R Trophy, lots of different liveries. And that's one less excuse for us for getting anything wrong. But yeah, it's a great looking grid. These EP3 Hondas are 2 decades old now, but they create great racing. It's a very popular race car now, whether that to be in single make racing like this or in multi-mark racing. We'll see plenty of them in road sports later, and Club Enduro tomorrow as well. So a great production car from Honda that's been turned into a strong race car ever since.
That's right, there you can see the view from up towards Sunny as the cars peel right behind the trees, the copse of trees there, and head back onto the start and finish straight, where they will fall glinting in the sunshine on a staggered formation-ish.
I think we're okay so far, aren't we?
And we'll then move into the green flag lap, and at that point we'll give you the grid for this race. We've already given you some strong hints. I mean, one thing that is going to be interesting to watch in this race is Miles Nathaniel James, assuming that he is there back, and yes, he is just looking here out the window. He's pulling up into position. He was fastest in qualifying. He raced in this championship a couple of years ago, finished 5th in the championship that year, and really was keen, having sort of saved up enough money to come back and have a crack at the title, because you think that 5th didn't really do himself justice that year, and it's not been the ideal start from Josh.
That's right. So he'll be hoping to perhaps closer to 10 seconds than maybe the Clio drivers did a little bit earlier on. I think Danny Hobson's realised that there's 1 or 2 cars towards the back that haven't lined up one by one, so he's just pointing that out to the marshals. Now, is there one missing? Yeah, Rudy McMillan is missing, isn't he, from the back of the sort of the main grid? So Rudy, the son of Gordon McMillan, that'd be disappointing for him that he hasn't been able to get out for this first race. I was surprised to see him at the back of the grid. So we'll see mechanical issues for him. Hopefully we'll see him out tomorrow.
Yeah, he did get 7 laps in, did he? So it wasn't like he only got 1 or 2 laps in, as sometimes is the case. But
much slower than
he was. Yeah, a lot slower than anybody else. Right, green flag lap gets underway then. So a final chance to have a full look at this Croft 2.1 mile circuit before the race gets underway, and we will have a look at the grid. So on pole position, it is the number 1 car. That's the reigning champion, Trafford King, alongside his number 83, John Labella, a winner of the last Type R Trophy race that we had last season. On the second row, on the inside, good qualifying performance from number 62, Max Martin, and the Hot Hats champion Gordon McMillan is alongside him on row 2 of the grid. The third row, 96 is Jackson Carden on the inside, Wayne Flint, number 55 is on the outside of row 3. Onto the fourth row of the grid, and that's where we find the 374 car. That's Kai Lindsay. Tom McFarlane is next to him in number 13. Fifth row, Andy Stephens in 151 and Adam Huntley in 16. The sixth row is Luke Emmons in 77 and Lee Rickard is 26. The 7th row, 74 Richard Lindsay and 97 Jordan Banks. The 8th row, 25 Danny Hobson and 60 Jack Reynolds. I guess Hobson is another one we need to watch for coming through from the back. Then on the 9th row, no Rudy McMillan, so on his own and with a 10-second penalty to delay his start, it's 21, which is Miles Nathaniel James, who was the fastest driver in qualifying.
Jackson Carden qualified well, didn't he, as well? 5th quickest. I don't think he finished in the top 10 at any point last year. So a good effort there for, I think, second-year driver Jackson Carden. Is the grid a bit jumbled, or is it just a new look, perhaps, to the pace from various drivers in this 2026 season? We had that sort of drying session, didn't we? There was a drying session earlier where the pace was sort of getting quicker and quicker, so if you had a clear final lap of the session, I guess that might have helped you quite a bit. But we'll see over the course of 15 minutes now who perhaps has the pace and who may not.
Yeah, it's going to be intriguing to watch, especially because of the potentially slightly jumbled up order. We've got at least a couple of quick drivers right at the back of the grid. We'll watch for their progress as well. But it's Trafford King, who was again sim racing champion over the winter. He was a 2-time 750 Motor Club sim racing champion as well.
Is he unbeaten there?
No, he didn't win it the second one, did he?
Right, okay.
So he's won the first and the third championship, but he didn't win it in 2024-5. He did win it in 2025-6. But he's lining up on pole in that familiar livery of his with the sort of turquoise or pistachio, if you prefer, livery. You've got then John Labella next to him, of course, in the equivalent round. The opening meeting last season had a very big collision at Brands Hatch at the foot of Paddock Hill Bed, which is very nasty. I don't think he remembers too much about it, probably fortunately. But it was great to see him sort of really turn that around with a strong showing for much of last season, actually, after he was back on the grid. So there you can see the cars, they are staggered one by one, and the reason for that is just to try and avoid any start line incidents, hopefully, which did at times become an issue last year. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then. 15 minutes of racing for the Takiwa Type R Trophy about to get underway. Red lights go on. And out they go, and it's a pretty even start from the two on the front. Good start from row 3 of the grid. That's by Jackson Carden, I think, is it? Who's got away quite well, but it looks like it's Trafford King in the lead of the race. It's John Labella in second, although he's almost alongside the race leader as they headed through the first corner. In the background, we've just seen Martin Nathaniel James getting going, 1 or 2 getting a wheel hooked through the gravel trap, but it's side by side for the lead. John Labella up on the inside of Trafford King as they went through Hawthorne that time, but it's King that prevails for the moment at least as they head down towards Tower on lap 1.
I think Gordon McMillan lost the positions, had to go the wrong side of the tyre stack at the chicane. The first time I've actually seen that here this weekend. It's a pretty normal activity at Croft. Big dive up the inside in the background from Jackson Carden, who made that strong start. He's alongside another car, but might lose out to that one as they went out of Tower Bend and up towards the S's, where King and Labella are trying to break the pack. The two teammates up front, they'll go through Barcroft and down towards Sunny, but it is the reigning champion then, Trafford King, who leads the way. I think Max Martin has held on there in 3rd position from his starting spot as well.
Yeah, so good first few corners that between these two front row starters. John Labella was certainly trying to make an early move to get past Trafford King, thinking that he might need to do that at the beginning of this race. He might not have more opportunities as the race goes on. Through the complex for the first time and breaking now for the hairpin. It's Trafford King with the number 1 on his car this season that leads. It's number 83, John Labella in second. They are pulling away from the rest. It's the 62 car in third of Max Martin. Fourth is the 55 car of Wayne Flint. Jackson Carden it is in fifth position, and Kai Lindsay has made up a place as well. He's up to sixth. That's because, as you mentioned, Gordon McMillan lost a couple of positions.
And then best of the rest is Danny Hobson from 15th. He's up to 8th, so he's gained 7 positions on lap 1. If he gains 7 more over the rest of the race, he will win it. Let's see how he can get on over the course of around 10 laps that we should have off this Croft Circuit. But King has got Labella absolutely going with him. So John Labella, the 38-year-old from Northumberland, chasing after Trafford King, the man from York. But as you say, they've broken the rest pretty early on here. There's Wayne Flint, who got past Jackson Carden through the complex at the end of lap 1. Returning to racing this weekend, a good start there then from Wayne Flint from 6th on the grid. He's gained 2 places on that opening lap, but a really intriguing battle up front. These two teammates who will absolutely be racing for themselves over the course of this season. And sort of a new contender John Labella was over the course of last year. We only really started right at the end of 2024 at racing, where Trafford King started the previous season. But these two look very evenly matched in the early stages of the season as King sort of hops over the curves into the complex.
Yeah, certainly does. So he's still got the advantage over Labella, and there is still that gap back to third. And the move being made up on the inside for 4th place, just behind what you can see on the screen. That's Jackson Carden going up on the inside of Wayne Flint. I think that he is to take 4th position away, and he's just about made that work. There they are, flying through the picture with Kai Lindsay right behind them as well. So those two alongside one another, but I think it's Flint that's going to hold the position as they go back down into Clervaux Corner to start lap number 3 of this 50-minute race. So it's Trafford King leading by 0.8 of a second from John Labella, then another 1.7 seconds behind is Max Martin in 3rd place.
Miles Nathaniel James is a second faster than the leaders, 1 minute 36.5. He's basically caught the back of the pack. He's 14 seconds behind, but he's a whole second faster than the top 2.
Okay, so he's certainly going to make some ground through the field. I don't think he's going to get all the way through the field unless they really slow each other up, but he's certainly going to be contending for top 6, you would think. As we're watching Wayne Flint there, he briefly lost out to Jackson Carden a few moments ago, but quickly retrieved the position on the start and finish straight on the way down towards Clervaux Corner. They are disputing 4th and 5th positions, and here are the two disputing the lead, Trafford King and John Labella.
Yeah, Labella lost out through the complex last time, didn't he? But he's caught King back again. They had an 0.8 of a second gap between them at the start of the lap. Big dive up the inside from Jackson Carden, flicking through shot there. Hopefully he and Wayne Flint came out on sunny the other side, because that was pretty tight. But it is King and Labella up front. And this is where King on the previous lap was a bit stronger through the complex. Just looking in the background, Carden has got 4th, hasn't he, away from Wayne Flint. And then Kai Lindsay has got Danny Hobson chasing after him, and Hobson was a second behind at the start of the lap. So he will challenge now into the hairpin, I can see. And Danny Hobson is up a place, is into the top 6.
So we've had exactly 5 minutes of this race, 10 more minutes left to go with the opening round of the Takiwa Type R Trophy. Danny Hobson up to 6th place now at the end of lap number 3. And where is Miles Nathaniel James going to be? He's up to 14, so he made 3 places on that lap. He's certainly en route. He wasn't as quick on that lap because he's now started to have to overtake other cars, but that will slow him down a little bit. Meanwhile, out in front, slightly bigger lead, I think, here for Trafford King.
Yeah, again, through the complex. He's much quicker, isn't he, than John Labella, but through the fast stuff, that's where Labella seems to be able to catch again. So they're the same type of car. They're probably set up fairly similarly, but the drivers are quicker on different parts of the lap. Again, here at Tower, the gap starts to come down, and then through the S's, traditionally, Labella has been the faster of the two, but by the end of the lap, through the slow last 3 bends, that's where King is really able to stretch his legs out over John Labella. So they turn their way down into Sunny. That's where Jackson Carden made that move on Wayne Flint 1 lap ago. We'll see if he is able to go after Max Martin. 1.2 seconds separate the pair of them. And how much more progress can Danny Hobson make? He's catching Carden and Flint. I suspect King's got it a bit wrong this time into the complex, hasn't he? This is where he's traditionally had his advantage over Labella, but had a big slide as he turned into that corner. So he's obviously right on the ragged edge through there. He managed to save it. He still leads by a similar margin to a lap ago. But that could have gone much more wrong, couldn't he? Could have run out onto the grass. He didn't, so he still leads, and the gap remains at 8 tenths between the two of them. Interestingly, though, sort of the cars behind are the quicker drivers. Wayne Flint in 5th, he's quicker than the 4 in front, and then Danny Hobson's even faster than him. So 6th and 5th really are the fastest within the top 6 at this stage.
Yeah, that's right, as we're working lap number 5 of the race now. On that lap, Nathaniel James don't think made any more ground, did he? Still in 14th position as the leaders heading down towards Tower Corner. Here they are, Labella fairly close, almost looks to the outside of Trafford King there, almost overlapping as they go through Tower Corner. Can he mount an attack as they sort of go behind the trees through the Jim Clark S's? This is a really fast, flat out part of the circuit. He's tried to go side by side through there, and he's got his nose in front, I think, running out wide there onto the runoff area. Went Trafford King. Labella is still there on the inside line, but King it is that's still in front as they turn into Sunny.
Can he stay there out of the corner? I think he can. Labella knows he's stronger at that part of the lap, so gave it a good go. Good respect between the two to sort of survive all of that. Great racing as well, but Trafford King for now still leads. How much has that held each other up? Is Max Martin catching at all in 3rd? There's a whole group of them, isn't there? There's 4 cars all behind these two, but through the complex again, Trafford King much stronger through this part of the track, interestingly. At the back of the group, Danny Hobson's going to try and gain a position. He's on the inside of Wayne Flint, and they are absolutely side by side, but I don't think Hobson's quite done it, has he? So he'll have to try again in a moment. He's the fastest driver within this group. There are warnings going out for track limits, and Danny Hobson's actually set the fastest lap of anybody. That's even quicker than Nathaniel James went earlier, 1 minute 36.5. There he is, hopping over the curbs at the back of the group. Danny Hobson, the multiple Civic Cup race winner, as ahead. Labella run a bit wide, didn't he? But here's Hobson, he dives down the inside into the chicane, and 55 Flint has to go the wrong side of the tyre stack. How many times have we seen that here at Croft over the years? He may have gained a little bit, though he certainly stayed in 5th place.
As we've got one car into the pits, that's the number 16 car of Adam Huntley. Whether that's for a quick pit visit or if he's out of the race remains to be seen. So Adam Huntley, the 42-year-old from Bexhill-on-Sea, the managing director of Upside Projects, he is in the pit lane. Race continues though. Out in front, it's Trafford King with just under 6 minutes to go, 9 tenths of a second clear of John Labella, but Labella fast in this stretch of the circuit, it seems. And he's pretty fearless as well by the looks of it. He's catching the race leader, and I think that Max Martin might be closing in as well, and there'll be pressure being applied from behind now because Carden and Hobson, he's coming through as well. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He'll be applying pressure, I think, to the back of that group as well.
Yeah, he had that go at Wayne Flint that didn't quite come off, but he's back there again. Yeah, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, absolutely together, as are the leaders again. Danny Hobson a lap ago went down the inside of Wayne Flint here into the hairpin. Don't think he's quite close enough. Oh no, he is close enough. He dives down the inside, and it sort of forces Flint a bit, more towards the curb than he did a lap ago, but still on the outside line. Wayne Flint sort of able to hang in there. So Danny Hobson, you can see on your screens now, is going to give this a good go down to turn 1. He's on the wrong line really to be able to make this move work. So yeah, he can't quite get there. Wayne Flint stays in 5th for now.
Yeah, so it's Hobson finding it a bit harder to make up places the further he gets through the field. Meanwhile, Nathaniel James has made up one more place, I think. He's now in 11th position, just behind Luke Emmons, and then Gordon McMillan will be his next target once he's inside the top 10.
Yeah, McMillan hasn't really got the pace in these fully dry conditions, has he, from qualifying? He's had that slower start, but he's also been dropping positions since then. For him, as he perhaps gets used to this Civic that he hasn't driven very much at all.
Yeah, and may not have the right setup on for the car for these conditions. Maybe sort of found the right setup for the damp conditions earlier on today. Through Barcrofton towards Sunny, then go Trafford King, our race leader, and John Labella in 2nd place. These are our 2 leaders. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock. We're on lap 7 of the race here. Max Martin on the previous lap closed the gap by about a few tenths of a second, I think, no more than that, but he's soaking up pressure from Jackson Codden. In the background you could just see Wayne Flint still managing to fend off Danny Hobson. The gap from 6th to 7th is quite significant. In 7th place is the 154 of Andy Stevens, but there's been contact, I think.
Yeah, Max Martin's been collected by Jackson Carden, who dived down the inside, so Carden's up to 3rd. Martin's hanging on to 4th. He did well to save that because the car was pointing a very poor angle really through the hairpin. So he's still in 4th. He only lost 1 spot, but he was looking for his first overall podium in car racing, Max Martin, and well, he might still get that, but for now he's been dropped down to 4th. After somewhat of a forceful move perhaps. Big moment over the curves from Danny Hobson, very spectacular is Danny in that 6th place car, but can't find a way through. So because they've started to battle for 3rd, that means the top 2 have pulled away again, and John Labella is pretty close here to Trafford King, heading down towards Tower. We know how strong he is at this part of the lap. He brakes so late, goes right round the outside of the leading car, runs out a little bit wide out over the curb, but the top 2 are absolutely side by side, heading down towards the Jim Clark S's. This time the other way round, they were earlier in the race, so the left hand side of the circuit might be better here for Labella, but then he has to hang it out round the outside. King is massively sideways, Labella's off the track, Trafford King's back ahead, but sideways.
Yes, sideways again as that little twitch cost him momentum into Sonny. He looks like he's managing to hold on to the place there. In fact, Labella is now slowing all of a sudden. There's something broken on his car with that excursion off the road possibly. That's definitely something that might be the case. So it's Jackson Carden now that's up another position. He's up to 2nd place with 2 minutes of this race left to go. Is John Labella going to be able to get back on pace? I think it looks like he might be able to.
Perhaps his tyres were just a bit dirty because he was out all over the on the runoff, wasn't he? And he's under pressure here from Max Martin. Martin saw what Carden did to him a lap ago, so he thought he'd get his elbows out as well. And he's moved then ahead of John Labella. Wayne Flint and Danny Hobson are going to get involved in this as well. I know Labella has got a problem, hasn't he? Because the car is slowing again. Real shame for John Labella as he drops down the order. But Jackson Carden, who's not been in the top 10 before, is up into 2nd place.
Yeah, not sure what he's been up to, Jim, in the off-season. Whatever it is, it's worked. Well, he's had since last August, I suppose, to do whatever it was. But look at this, because now we've got Danny Hobson trying to make up ground on Wayne Flint. Was there a touch there? Flint again has had to straight line the chicane. That's at least the 2nd time he's had to do that. Hobson's, I think, stuck back in behind him. But as we go in towards the closing stage of this race, it's now Trafford King leading, Jackson Carden 2nd, and Max Martin in 3rd place.
Yes, so there's plenty of contenders here, isn't there, in the Type R Trophy this year? I mean, you mustn't forget about Miles Nathaniel James, who's worked his way into the top 10. He's certainly going to be added to these top 6 drivers as a contender this year. We can see Labella, if he's got a gearbox issue perhaps, because he didn't seem to be able to go up a gear past us, so he's dropping away from the pack. He wants to pick up some points and mean he's not too far down the grid later. Here's Nathaniel James, isn't it, in this group? He looks up the inside of Gordon McMillan, who in turn was looking up the inside of Kai Lindsay, but Kai Lindsay just about hangs on, the 25-year-old from Leeds, so this is about of an 8th position, and that's just as strong really as the leading battles.
And the leading battle is going to get the last lap board this time to make it a 10-lap race. Trafford King leading from Jackson Carden in 2nd. Lock up there from Miles Nathaniel James. Is going to try and get up on the inside of Gordon McMillan. That's going to put him on the outside line though for the next corner, which is the left-handed hairpin. But nevertheless, he's gone around the outside. Has he gone too far wide? Yes, he's on the grass. And McMillan goes back through, and it might even allow Luke Emmons to squeeze back inside the top 10.
Yes, it's a very energetic start to the season, isn't it, for the Type R Trophy? Maybe a few less cars than we would have liked, but the racing is certainly not poorer for it. Great start to the season, this, from the Tiguera Type R Trophy. So Nathaniel James didn't quite, though, lose out to Luke Evans, because he very nearly did. The lead gap, 1.5 seconds between Trafford King and Jackson Carden. Here they come down towards Tower. So Carden and Martin both on for their first podiums here, if Max Martin can hang on to 3rd. Well, I don't think Wayne Flint's had a podium before either, has he? They're in 4th position, so there's lots of drivers having a great start to their season, but although it was very close at times, it looks like no one's going to be able to top Trafford King.
No, and I think that they've done enough sort of falling over with each other, haven't they, to allow Trafford King...
He was involved in some of that.
Well, some of it, yes. But it's allowed him to get away. It was 1.5 seconds to the good at the start of the lap, so it's his race to lose. Clock has counted down to 0 now as the cars arrive at the complex for the final time. King leading, Carden, he's looking like he's fairly comfortable, dare I say, in second place, and I think Max Martin's got about 2 car lengths back to Wayne Flint, who's back in 4th. Oh, a change that we're going to get for 4th up the inside. There goes the car of Danny Hobson. So he's going to get 4th place at the end, but Trafford King takes the win in the opening round of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy for 2026. First podiums for Jackson Carden in 2nd and Max Martin in 3rd place. Hobson on the last lap moves up to 4th ahead of Wayne Flint. They had battled for the second half of the race, and John Labella, who was 2nd for a long while, completed the top 6.
How many times did Danny Hobson try that move at the hairpin? There's great battles further back. 3 cars across the track here. The penalty for just to avoid getting hit. Who came out on top in that little like it was Richard Lindsay, wasn't it? Just ahead of Tom McFarlane and Jordan Banks. But yeah, back to Danny Hobson. How many times did he try that move at the hairpin on Wayne Flint? But he finally did it on the last lap. But yeah, what a cracking start to the season for the Type R Trophy. The whole field was separated by 25 seconds at the checkered flag.
Yeah.
So it's a massively competitive championship this year from front to back. And at the front, it's very strong indeed. Twice, side by side, through the Jim Clark S's between King and Labella. That's probably going to end up being one of the highlights of the weekend.
Definitely. And that race could probably have been about 4 times as long, and we still wouldn't have had any lappery. So close was it. Trafford King the winner. 10 laps completed by the number 1 car. 2nd place to number 96 Jackson Carden. 1.014 seconds adrift. 3rd was number 62 Max Martin. In 4th was 25 Danny Hobson. Wayne Flint, number 55, was 5th. In 6th place, number 83, John Labella. 151, Andy Stephens was 7th. Kai Lindsay, 374, was 8th. Miles Nathaniel James was 9th, and Luke Emmons was 10th, 21 and 77 respectively. Then Gordon McMillan, Tom McFarlane, Big Rich Lindsay, and Jordan Banks, with Lee Rickard and Jack Reynolds the 2 remaining finishers, and Adam Huntley, a pit lane visitor. Tagiwa Type R Trophy races back out tomorrow. There are first race tomorrow at 12:30, and the last of the sprint races tomorrow at 5 to 3. So if you're a Type R Trophy fan, join us again tomorrow for that. But don't go anywhere, because there's lots more racing to come this afternoon as well, starting with the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. And we've then got the 2 road sports races, and then we're back to sprint racing for the rest of the day here at Croft Circuit.
The driver who finished 14th, Jordan Banks, his best lap was only 8 tenths off the very fastest lap of the race. So showing how competitive that is, really front to back. The next race, the car's already in the assembly area for Sports 1000, and those cars will not have a green flag lap, so I'm sure we'll be pretty sharpish into our next race. So we will do our best to catch up with the top drivers from the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. They will be down right now with Tom Butterworth.
Welcome back to the pit lane. Got Trafford King just pulled in. Going to get his helmet off, and we'll give him a little hat to wear. And he seems very happy with himself, of course. It's a tricky race, to say the least. Under a lot of pressure. Just await him getting out of the car. Big celebrations down here. We'll have to ask him about what's going on as well. Right, first of all, let's give you one of those, sir. Still got the label on it. Proper fresh. Right, so that looked exciting.
Oh, that was a good laugh.
Side by side through the Jim Clark. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a look down here whether there's not an extra little cutout in the seat.
There's a hair in between. That was as soon as John got alongside, I was like, oh, we're doing this then, are we? And then we did it again, other way around.
Yeah, it flips around.
I don't know what happened to him, but that was mega. That was unbelievable.
We'll try and find out actually what happened to him, because it looked like he dropped to gear and then it sort of just slowed down. He ended up about 6th, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, that was, I mean, his pace was ridiculous. So I just knew I had to park it in places and just keep him behind me, really. But yeah, it was good. That was a mint race.
Right, you look chuffed a bit.
Yeah, well happy with that.
Great stuff. All right, well, hopefully more of that for this weekend. I'm going to have a quick word with Jackson Carden, and first podium as well.
That's emotional, that.
Well, you came through as well, so you very much earned it.
Yeah, it was a hard race, that. Just had to keep the pace all race and just try to defend people. Obviously, sorry to Max for hitting him in the hairpin, but yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, like properly happy, are you, mate? Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. All right, well, you know, there's plenty more of them to come, I'm sure, with this kind of pace.
I'm going to try.
Good stuff. Great stuff, Jackson. Thank you very much. Right, we'll have a very, very quick word with Max Martin because they're already heading out onto the grid for us. Well,
that was a hectic race.
I got at the start pretty comfortable in P3 and then get that slot.
Jackson so much faster and just inside, but I went back to 4th, I think, and I was determined to get that P3 back. So
another podium, so well done for you. Oh, first podium, in fact.
Yeah.
First podium for Max Martin.
My granddad, everybody.
Yes, Max. Great stuff. Thanks, Max. Well, I'm sure we'll speak to him again later in the weekend as well. And we will move on very quickly to the Nankang Sports 1000 Championship, which is coming up right now. Championship for their first of 2 races this weekend, the 20-minute race for them. They go straight into racing because they don't have a green flag lap, these cars. Pole position has gone the way of the number 24 car of Noah Osbaldeston there. He is on the front row of the grid. Next to him is number 1 Dan Clues. Second row is 44 Carl Austin and 72 Jonathan McGill. Third row 63 Colin Chapman and 33 Daniel Ashby. On row 4 69 Ian Hutchinson and 88 Chris Brayshaw. Row 5 is 15 Naeem Hack and the 199 car of Alex Jones with 22 Tony Williamson going to be starting at the back of the grid. So there is the grid formed up colourfully, ready for 20 minutes of racing for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. And these are for 1000cc superbike engined cars. They run on treaded Nankang tyres, limited aero, no wings or diffusers or anything like that. They're unmodified 1000cc bike engines from Honda or Kawasaki or Suzuki or Yamaha. And they are really, really quick. Great bang for your buck in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. Shortly, I think, going to go into the 30-second to go board. Yeah, that's what we're getting now. Then it will be 5-second board. Then we'll be going racing. So it's the 2 Mattel's chassis on the front of the grid. Now Osbaldeston and Dan Clues. Be interesting to see which of those 2 comes out on top this season. Dan was the champion last year. Revs rising. Red lights on. Red lights out. Away we go. Not a good start from the Noah Osbaldeston car. One of the other cars further back didn't get away either. So it's Clues and it's Carl Austin as well who's come on strongly in the Spy up the inside. He takes the lead of the race as Dan Clues goes off at the first corner. He's in the gravel and Carl Austin spins from the lead. So 2 leaders already severely hampering their chances, and I think in Dan Clues' case he's out of the race.
And it's Johnny McGill that leads. I'm not sure we've seen John lead a race before. He qualified really well this morning. I'm not sure how long it'll last in there because he's got Noah Osbaldeston ahead, but there's yellow flags, so McGill's going to hang on, isn't he, to lead a lap in Sports 1000s. How many years has John been racing in this championship? Now leading a race. 1, he made a good qualifying. 2, he made a good start, and more importantly, he didn't go off at turn 1 as Dan Clues did. Perhaps surprisingly, looked like he did that all himself. He looked up, he went straight on and straight off the circuit. Osbaldeston hasn't sorted these starts out though, has he? Just like last year, he struggles off the line. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing after what happened after that, but something he still needs to work on, the teenager. But great to see John McGill then leading the way in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship after that dramatic start for those around him.
Yeah, absolutely. So safety car is waiting on the track at the exit of the hairpin. There is the Volkswagen Golf, and that'll be ready to pick up Johnny McGill, who's just coming into the complex now, and that will be to allow the marshals and the recovery crew to hoik Dan Clues Mattel out of the gravel trap. Hopefully it won't take too long. It's certainly not too far away from a place where they can get the car to safety quite quickly. and will then be able to get back underway. So at the end of lap 1 it is Johnny McGill, number 72, that leads the way in the Spire. Second, number 24, Noah Osbaldeston. Third is number 63, Colin Chapman. Fourth is the 33 car of Daniel Ashby. In fifth place, despite his spin on the opening lap, 44, Coloston. I'm not sure quite how he managed to get back to fifth, really. Sixth, Ian Hutchinson, number 69. Seventh is 15, Naeem Hack. Then it's Tony Williamson's 22, Alex Jones 199, and 88, Chris Brayshaw. And there you can see Dan Clue's car stricken at Clervaux.
Yeah, was it a pretty good 360 that Cole Austin did, perhaps, and quickly got first gear and away he went again. See, Charlie Sladden is watching on the live stream. I'm sure wish he was out there. There could have been a race win on the cards here, couldn't there? But I'm sure we'll see Charlie out later this season. But yeah, very dramatic start. And Dan Clues is so experienced, isn't he? It's the one person you wouldn't really expect to make a mistake like that.
No. And as it says on the race log that I have access to here, it said, car in gravel, driver did this on his own. And no doubt about it, it was his own incident there. So Dan Clues, not the start to the defence of his championship that he would have wanted.
This means he has to go from the back later as well.
Grid for race 2 is set by the fastest lap for race 1, so yes, he won't have a lap time. So yeah, he'll be at the back. And then it is just a 2-race weekend, of course. With 3 races at Silverstone at the end of Bay, and Anglesey, Brands Hatch, Snetterton and Thruxton will conclude the season for the 13-round calendar for the Sports 1000 Championship. And I say, it's if you want to go racing fast, this is just about the most cost-effective way of doing it. Lots of cars available, I'm sure, at the moment. Mittels and Spires, generally speaking, have been the cars to have in recent seasons in the Sports 1000 Championship. I know that Scott Mittell of Mittell Cars, he's been doing quite a bit of promotion, trying to encourage more and more drivers to join the championship on social media. I've seen some of the videos that he's put out, and so hopefully more people will see those and will join as the season goes on and come and race against sort of relative newcomers like Noah Osbaldeston and people who've been doing it almost since it started, like Colin Chapman, just behind him on the grid. It's good to have Colin back on the grid. I think we missed him for the last couple of rounds last season, and he's been had a number of good results over the years, number of podium finishes and so on and so forth as well.
Yeah, I presume Colin was racing in the championship before Noah was born.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we might get going at the end of this lap, so it looks like the gravel trap is clear at Clervaux.
I suppose he was racing before Noah was a lad, to coin a phrase. Anyway, we've got the
safety car lights.
Right, let's get back to racing. So Johnny McGill leading the race. He's thinking, right, how can I keep Noah Osbaldeston et al. Behind me for the next 15 minutes? That's what's going through his mind now. Safety car peels into the pit lane. And yeah, still 15 minutes to go, so lots of time to go.
What about if you go really slowly for the next 15 minutes?
Yeah, maybe we won't get to the green flag, but they will. He accelerates now, and it's Johnny McGill then that leads the way. Noah Osbaldeston is second, Colin Chapman in third, but he's got Daniel Ashby in the red Spire right behind him. Into Clervaux Corner they go for the second time of racing speed, and it's up on the inside of McGill, Noah Osbaldeston, but he is not able to get through yet. He's going to have another go through Hawthorne. He's alongside, he's on the inside, and the Mittell does go through. So a short-lived lead for McGill. Osbaldeston takes the reins at the front of the field, and it's Colin Chapman third, Daniel Ashby fourth, and he's got Carl Austin trying to get past him.
Yeah, and I think he successfully did that really before the braking zone, and immediately he's onto the tail of Colin Chapman, I can see there for third. I sort of felt that Osbaldeston didn't need to rush that, but he seemed to think otherwise. It was a pretty ambitious move into Clervaux, and eventually came a couple of moments later. So he is streaking away from the pack. In second then is McGill. He's got a nice gap over Colin Chapman, and then in fourth position is Cole Austin. He made that move on Dan Ashby. Ashby got on the podium here at Croft last year, didn't he? So obviously goes well at this venue. And Ian Hutchinson is in sixth. McGill's not falling too far away from the leader. It does feel like John McGill's really come on over the winter period, doesn't it? Because he is keeping Osbaldeston in sight here and pulling away from the new third place man, which is Cole Austin. So Cole Austin's up to third. He's got himself ahead of Colin Chapman. who's under pressure from Dan Ashby in the slightly older spec Spire. For cars that are more than 10 years old, there is going to be an end-of-season award for those who do best out of the older cars. I wonder if Ashby's car is one of those, because it's one of the earlier Spires, isn't it? I think we're expecting to see one of the older Mattels out later on in the season as well. Charlie Thomas, I think, is due to be out later in the season. I suspect the BDN will be up for that award as well. That's back on track for the first time in several years. Alex Jones, a debutant in the championship this weekend. He's running in 10th position, but it is Noah Osbaldeston, the teenager, who leads the way, the driver from Suffolk, who is coached by Neil Riddiford, and he is pulling clear from the pack at this stage.
Yeah, it certainly is. 1.4 seconds to good at the start of the lap, a bit more than that by now. McGill, though, is pretty well clear in second place at the moment, but Carl Austin might have something to say about that, I think, before the end of the race, because, of course, remember, he was leading very briefly into the first corner of the motor race, and he's in pursuit of McGill. Colin Chapman, it is, in 4th. Ashby is 5th, and Ian Hutchinson in 6th position. Oh, a moment there for Naeem, for the 15 car of Naeem Hack, and he has spun, not on camera, but out of our commentary box window, harmlessly onto the grass, and he's going to get going again. But in the meantime, the leaders have gone through to complete lap number 4. It's now 2 seconds the lead for Johnny McGill, and it's about 2 seconds back to Carl Austin in 3rd as well.
Yeah, but Austin's not catching McGill here, and McGill's within a second of Osbaldeston's pace, so I'd suggest this is the best we've seen John go in that Spire. Has he had a podium before, I was wondering? Certainly not last year. I'm not sure if he has had one or not. That might be a question for the end of the race, if things continue to go successfully.
I have a feeling he may have done, but I couldn't tell you where or when, but I've just got a hunch that he has at some point.
But he's driving really well, though, isn't he, regardless? Because Cole Austin had a good season last year. He had a few podiums, but he can't live with McGill's pace here. And he's, I say, well within a second of Osbaldeston's pace up front. So McGill's leading the Spire class at this point, isn't he, really, with the Mattel up front of Osbaldeston. So
that's right.
Lap number 5 of this 20-minute race, slightly longer race for Sports 1000s. There was a good battle going on towards the rear of the field as well, because Tony Williamson, who's only in his second meeting, he was nose to tail with Alex Jones, who's in his first meeting in the championship. Here they are, heading through the S's, the Mattel just ahead of the BDN.
Yeah, Tony Williamson, the 59-year-old from Leeds, started racing in the last meeting of last season at Donington. It's his first ever event. It's the ex-Phil Hutchins car that he is racing, and battle very much on his hands though, because it's the 199 car, which is the BDN of Alex Jones, overlapping with him there through Sunny and trying to take the place away.
Yeah, good battle just ahead of them as well between a couple of the Spires. Naeem Hack and Chris Brayshaw. Brayshaw, somebody else who's making his racing debut today. He's 38 from London in the Tim Gray Motorsport Honda-powered car, and he is chasing after Dr. Naeem Hack from Wiltshire, who started racing back in 2023, and he drives a Suzuki-powered Spire, the car that John Cutmore had quite a bit of success in several seasons ago now, I guess. But good battle here between sort of the two works-coloured cars.
Brayshaw there, in the number 88 car, the 38-year-old accountant. And, yeah, says his favourite circuit is Donington Park, but I guess he's getting a lot of new circuits in his first season of racing.
Cole Austin caught half a second on McGill that time. McGill had a slightly slower lap, slightly quicker lap from Austin in the battle for second. We continue to watch this Spire battle through the S's. Hack a little bit wide out of the two of them there in this battle for 7th position.
Yeah, no, it's a good ding-dong. Meanwhile, it's getting closer for 2nd and 3rd overall, because Carl Austin out of our commentary box window is now with Johnny McGill. The gap between them is down to less than 0.3 of a second as they head down to Clervaux Corner. Are we going to get the change there? No, we're not. As Austin did have a look up the inside of McGill briefly there, but was unable to try and to find a way through. So it's McGill in 72, it's Austin in 44 there, nearly 6 seconds behind the race leader, disputing second position.
Austin's just done a lap in the 26s, so that's impressive. And he's going for second now, out of the chicane and down towards Tower. They're side by side. On the inside is McGill, outside for Cole Austin. Cole Austin's got the momentum here around the outside, and he's the leading slow in front of them.
I think he was. It looked like that to me, that he'd got some kind of issue. Yeah, he's pulling off. I think something's broken on the car, and Noah Osbaldeston is making it not a good day for the two fancied Mattels here, because he's now out of the race as well, and it's therefore between Carl Austin and Johnny McGill for the race win here, and Johnny McGill's not given up.
I said earlier, when is Aspire going to win this season? Well, it's going to be in round one, isn't it, by the looks of things, unless something really remarkable happens. But these two definitely haven't won a race before, have they? No. Cole Austin and John McGill. But that really good previous lap from Austin has given him a very good chance all of a sudden to win the race. Maybe he was facing backwards at the start of the race when he made that really good start. Spun Clairvaux. He's a little bit wide now, isn't he, at the hairpin? But yeah, that had held him back, and Johnny McGill might be able to fight back here as they go down towards Clairvaux corner. Cole Austin, the driver from Devon, that's a long trip to Croft, he leads the way with John McGill in his tow up towards turn one.
Yeah, so we've got 7 minutes of this race left to go, and it's looking like it could be quite an interesting conclusion here. Looks like it's some real stalwarts of the championship, all been racing for a few years. Austin debuted probably 5 or 6 years ago now, I'd think. He's leading.
19 he started.
So yeah, 7 years ago in fact. Johnny McGill in second. He's been racing for a long time, and Colin Chapman longer than all of them. They're all in the podium positions at the moment. Chapman not quite able to stay with the top two here. He's about 4 seconds behind them, and only half a second clear of Daniel Ashby, so it's certainly not certain that he's going to finish on the podium in this race.
The script's certainly been tore up for this one, well and truly, hasn't it? From the form book that we had, and more so because really the Mattel team have not had the day that they envisioned whatsoever for two different reasons. So they will have to have some work overnight to figure out what went wrong. But for Cole Austin then, for the first time, leads a Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship race. Had a really good run, I remember, at Silverstone a couple of years ago when he got his first podium in the category. I remember him saying when they would sort of talk about the Sporting Cup and wondering what to do with that, the series where the track driver who does best, who doesn't get a podium all year. He said he quite enjoys going for that.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden a race win, a championship lead after round one
exactly.
is on the cards. There's only a third of a second between them because McGill really is fighting back here. They're both a bit slower on that lap in the 27s. McGill getting in the mirrors of Cole Austin, the race leader here, but no way through at least for now. And the battle for third position continuing too. Colin Chapman versus Daniel Ashby. Really, this type of race is going to rule a lot of people out of that Sporting Cup opportunity in round one.
It could be that there's not many going for it. When all is said and done.
Ian Hutchinson's going well here too, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's chasing after Chapman and Ashby. Ian Hutchinson, who started in 21, so a bit more recent than some of the others around him. He raced in motorcycle enduros previously before joining Sports 1000, but he's having one of his best races here, just 7 seconds off the race lead. There he is.
Yeah, just looking at Chapman, Ashby and Hutchinson all lapping within about a couple of tenths of one another in terms of their best lap times so far in this race. There's not a lot to choose between any of those three. Chapman just in his personal best lap actually on the previous lap. But nevertheless, he's still got Daniel Ashby breathing down his neck. Two leaders are still right together. Here they are into the complex once again. This is lap number 9 of the race, and McGill's throwing it up the inside into the hairpin. Brakes very sharply, very hard and very late, and manages to avoid contact with Carlson. That's the twist we don't need in this race, isn't it? These two colliding.
Colin Chapman wouldn't mind, I'm sure.
I'm sure he wouldn't. But yeah, we've had enough drama, I think, already in this race. We've had the safety car, we've had clues off, we've had Osbaldeston's car braking just after we took the best lap of the race. And yeah, now we've got a fantastic battle for the lead going into probably the last 3 laps, or maybe 4 possibly.
Yeah, how McGill's driving, you can sort of feel that something's a bit different, can't you? With that big dive up the inside, he's having another go here into Tower. He's a little bit further back, I'd say. And yeah, backs out of there. There's the battle for the podium. Chapman, Ashby and Hutchinson's catching them, I'd suggest. They're all pretty similar. They're all lapping actually quicker than the leaders. The top 3 were quicker than the top 2 on the previous lap. Maybe a little bit too far back at this point. But maybe there's a better lap perhaps for Cole Austin, only fractionally though, because McGill's very strong on the brakes, isn't he? Very late on the brakes on several occasions, Johnny McGill has been.
Well, I mean, it's not been the biggest of grids, let's be honest, but it's been a very entertaining race, this opening round of the 2026 Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. There's the back marker that will be a lap. That's the 22 car of Tony Williamson, and there are the two leaders. And again, McGill not quite as late on the brakes as he was a lap ago, but he's thinking about something. He's thinking about, well, what can I do here to try and find a way past Carl in probably the last. It was probably going to be 3 laps of the race, actually, looking at how long we've got left to go on the clock. Still this good battle going on as well for 6th position. Naeem Hack against the accountant Chris Brayshaw. Naeem had that moment at the complex earlier on that dropped him back into Brayshaw's contention. But what's going on?
Yeah, I just wonder if Austin got caught a bit behind Williamson at the chicane, so the two leaders might trade positions here as you watch about a bit further back up towards Tower Bend. Johnny McGill dives up the inside of the race leader. They are wheel to wheel. They are very, very close indeed as they make the apex at Tower. Well, we've seen 2 cars go side by side through Jim Clark S's already today. Don't think that's quite going to happen this time. Cole Austin hangs on for now. That was sort of the big question mark, wasn't it? As they caught the traffic, they're in an awkward place. Could McGill capitalise? Well, he gave it a good shot, but Cole Austin still leads. But again, McGill's very late on the brakes here into Sunny, and that got very, very tight indeed. I think both drivers were very slow through the corner in the end, trying to avoid one another. Cole Austin still leads, but that could have gone very wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's Johnny McGill is really going for it here. We sort of tried to make that move. Tower capitalising a bit on the back marker traffic, and he's overlapping again. He's trying to go around the outside. He's going to be alongside Izzy, a bit too far onto the runoff. He's switching to the outside line. Oh, he's outbraked himself completely there at the hairpin now, and he's lost quite a bit of ground as they're about to go on to the penultimate lap of the race. I think it's all of a sudden a bigger lead for Carl Austin over Johnny McGill. It's more than a second, nearly 1.2 seconds in fact, after Johnny McGill just locked up a little bit, got his braking point wrong for the hairpin. He's got probably a lap though to try and gather himself again. Meanwhile, Colin Chapman is getting a little bit closer to the leaders. He was about 2 seconds faster than him on that last lap.
Yeah, it looks like McGill is perhaps catching Austin pretty quickly again. I wonder if there was a small touch between them, a brush between them through the second element of the complex. There was a bit of debris that went flying. Hey, Colin Chapman's not safe in third still, is he? Because Dan Ashby is still right with him. But yeah, certainly with what we expected perhaps to be 2 Mattels that run away, ended up a very different race, and from an entertainment point of view probably better for it, because we've had this great battle, 2 drivers going for it, trying to win for the first time in the championship, and 2 drivers that have been around for some time now as well. But McGill from a second back is almost with Austin again, so this is perhaps the lap of his life from Johnny McGill to catch back up to Cole Austin. Down towards the complex they come. This is where McGill had a go 1 lap ago. He's going to rethink this, how to make it work. Up towards the hairpin they go, around the outside tries McGill. They go millimetres apart, these 2 Spire sports cars. Out wide perhaps is Austin, but he's got that one covered. There's 1 lap to go, 1 more lap for John McGill to try and overcome the pace of Cole Austin. 1 more lap for Cole Austin to hang on. Both drivers looking for their debut victory, and that's something that's pretty certain at this stage, isn't it? We're going to get a debut victory, but who's it going to come from?
Yeah, well, it's all going to be decided in the next few moments. The cars on their final lap of the race. Carl Austin actually with quite a decent lead as he heads down the back straight. It's probably 7 or 8 car lengths over Johnny McGill. It was only half a second over the line. Down towards Tower Corner they go. I just think McGill's not close enough at this part of the circuit, so he needs to really close in and mount an attack into the complex now, I think, if he's going to win this race. But Austin, the man from Devon, as you say, he's not won before in 7 seasons of trying. Colin Chapman looks like he's going to get to one of his occasional podiums as well there in 3rd place, but Ashby still only a few tenths behind him. McGill was closer by the time they got to Sunny than he was going into Tower, and is continuing to close the gap as they head through Sunny out and into the complex for the final time. But he's gone too deep and he's spun his car, half spun his car through the first element of the complex, and that means that it is not going to be Johnny McGill that wins this race. He's going to be second at best here, I think.
Oh, Austin nearly lost it himself. He was massively sideways out of the final corner.
But he is going to come through to take the checkered flag and win the opening round of the 2026 Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. What a dramatic race. He spun at the first corner out of the lead. Yeah, I mean, that takes something. Spin at the first corner, spin at the last corner, still win the race. Great stuff. Johnny McGill second, Colin Chapman third, Daniel Ashby fourth, Ian Hutchinson in fifth position, and sixth place will eventually, I think, go the way of Naeem Hack. Yes, he's still just coming over my right shoulder through the complex in his battle with Chris Brayshaw that's been going on for much of this race. So it's going to be Naeem Hack to take sixth and Chris Brayshaw seventh. But that was a dramatic start to the season. Not necessarily in the way we were expecting, Josh.
Certainly not. And the gap actually at the end probably doesn't really tell the story, does it? 2.8 seconds. But the top five were separated by 5 seconds. I don't think we've had that recently in Sports 1000. And has there been more of a dramatic race that 9 cars have finished? Perhaps not.
No, absolutely not.
But you could tell both Austin and McGill were so keen for that, weren't they? They knew this was their opportunity to win a race, and they both gave it their best shot. Johnny McGill's team boss Tim Gray can't say he wasn't trying there, because he gave it absolutely everything, was on the lock stop through the complex, just about saved it. If there were celebrations in the last race down in Park Ferme, I'm not sure what's going to happen now. There's going to be plenty of people down there, because there have been so many people, known so many people for so long in this paddock who are on this podium. We've had a lot of years of experience from our top three.
Let's have a look at the results there. Number 44, Carl Austin, the winner for the first time in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. 13 laps completed by him in the GT3S. Johnny McGill, number 72, was second, 2.8 seconds behind after the various last lap dramas. Colin Chapman, number 63, was third. 33, Daniel Ashby was fourth. 69, Ian Hutchinson was fifth. And it was Naeem Hack clinging on to sixth position in number 15 from the battle with number 88, Chris Brayshaw, who was seventh. Alex Jones was the first non-spire home in the BDN in 8th place in car 199, and the leading Mattel was Tony Williamson in number 22 in 9th position. We lost Noah's Bolston, and we lost Dan Clues as well from that one. Okay, that was breathless, wasn't it? We're going to switch to endurance racing in a minute for 2 45-minute races for the Takiwa Road Sports Series, but we're ready to go down to hear from our top three in the pit lane with Tom.
Welcome back to the pit lane. Going to have a chat very soon with Carl Austin. First of all, we're going to give him a hat so he can put that on, and then once he jumps out, have a chat with him. Looks very chuffed with it, and in fact, you know what?
Well, we're having one or two issues with Tom's and the equipment down there in the pit lane, unfortunately, so we can't hear from Tom just at the moment. We'll see if we're able to get back down to them a little bit later on in the day. So I don't think we're sadly going to be able to hear from our top three in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship race. They have another race tomorrow, so we'll hopefully hear from the drivers after that. We've got a few moments before we have the next race, which is the Takiwa Road Sports Series. It's a Road Sports Championship race. First of 2 races for these cars, because it's classes A and C going first, and then classes B and D next up. And we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the Road Sports very shortly for the first of their races. In fact, I can already see cars heading out of the pit lane. So we will look forward now to the Takiwa Road Sports Championship race. And the car's heading out onto the circuit, and they are about to get underway for their 45-minute race. This is classes A and C first of all, so we've got the fastest of the cars out for this one. And I'm just getting the grid up in front of me for this race, and it's going to be, I can tell you, if I get the start drivers as well, even better. get that information in front of me. We're going to have 25 cars on the grid for this race, which is classes A and C, and the similar number for the next one. So first race is going to be on pole position, the number 17 car, which, if I find the right page in my programme, is going to be the car driven by Luke Woodhouse, the Volkswagen Golf, and alongside Luke is going to be the 13 car of Scott Parkin. The second row is going to be the 117 BMW Compact, that's started by Ian Jones, and the 55 car, that's going to be Paul Simerson in the Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. On the third row of the grid, on the inside, it's going to be number 45. That is Daniel Irving in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, and the 44 car, which is that of Ben Williams. Row 4 on the inside is number 83 Chris Nyland, and the 236 car of Morgan Bailey. On the fifth row, it's going to be 23. That's Chris Byallen in the Seat Cupra TCR, and the number 2 car, which is Alan Henderson, local driver in the Lotus Elise. Row 6 of the grid is number 6, that's Ryan Parkin. He's in the Audi TT TDI. And number 19, which I think is going to be Wayne Lawson, not actually got the start driver for that car. 53 is on the inside of the 7th row. That is going to be the car of Jonathan Weston Taylor, and next to him is number 11, which is Oliver Harris. On the 8th row, it's 188, which is Joe Williams, and 36 Sam McKee. On the 9th row, 1 is Matt Creed, and 47 the car share between Robert Greenwood and Robert Rand. On the 10th row, 133 is the car of Terry Emberson, and next to him is the 41 car, which is that of Andrew Cooper and Ethan Simmons. On the 11th row, 10 is Rob Fennick, 172 Chris Heathcote. The next row, 9 is the car of Luke Beardmore, and 3 Ben McCauley, and the final row of the grid is going to be number 30, and that is Terry Loxton. Josh.
An interesting racing prospect, this, and a very different type of race to usual, where I guess most of the focus is going to be on Class A, because there's so many Class A cars on this grid, and you'd imagine a bit less lap traffic than they would usually have to deal with. It's a very fast-paced race. In the wet qualifying session this morning, it was the Volkswagen Golf of Luke Woodhouse making his debut in the championship on pole position, the 24-year-old from Staffordshire. The time attack champion from a couple of years ago. He had some outings last year in the Pro Sport Sprint Series, where he was a race winner. Now coming to the ultra competitive Road Sports Championship, but still at the front of the grid. He's in the 2021 Volkswagen Golf GTI Club Sport, the 2-litre turbocharged car, a car that he's owned ever since it was new. Area Motorsport have turned it into a race car, and he set that pole position time 1.7 seconds faster than Scott Parkin, the multiple Club Enduro champion, the 3-time Class A champion in Club Enduro, Scott Parkin in the diesel Audi TT. But then from the second row of the grid, someone always worth watching is Ian Jones. He and Martin Gadsby were third in class in the championship last year, and Ian Jones will be rapid, I'm sure, in that BMW Compact. The second row of the grid's quite remarkable, actually, isn't it? Because you've got a 1990s BMW Compact that's got a great big M3 engine in the front, alongside a factory-built Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. You couldn't really script that, could you? But great development by Martin Gadsby that allowed that compact to be so rapid. But Paul Simerson, the ex-Ferrari Challenge racer, he drives the Porsche alongside. And then you've got another 1990s production-based car on row 3, because you've got Daniel Irvin in the supercharged Mark 1 Mazda MX-5, who goes from row 3. I don't think we've seen that car out in road sports before. It's been a front runner, particularly in qualifying in Club Enduro before. And then remarkably, the first of the TCR cars is only 6th on the grid. There's plenty of TCR cars out there, but it was Ben Williams who set the quickest time in qualifying this morning of those touring spec machines. Then you've got the very good-looking car, the Audi RS3 of the last year's Class B Club Enduro champions Will Puttigal and Chris Nylon, alongside last year's Road Sports winner here at Croft, Morgan Bailey, and his Honda Civic. So there's so much talent at the front end of this field. And we mustn't forget about Class C, because that's where the champion came from last year, Matt Creed, but he's not on pole in the class today. The from Kent, the champion in road sports last year, Matt Creed, was out-qualified this morning by Sam McKee. He's got a new co-driver for this year, former Club Enduro champion Imran Khan joins him, and that Class C battle between the BMW and the Renault Clio should be very intriguing, and we will do our best, I'm sure, to try and keep an eye on that battle as well as the highly spec cars at the front.
One change to the start drivers that we gave you, by the way, is that Will Pottergill is now sharing the car that he's starting the car. He's sharing with Chris Nyland even, and just trying to find that's the car that's starting row 4, isn't it? The number 83 car on the 4th row of the grid. So safety car is just waiting at the front of the field, no doubt just waiting to make sure that the track is completely clear and we are ready to go racing, because they will go on to a rolling lap under green flag conditions, and then they will start 2x2 at the end of the green flag rolling lap for this Tagiwa Road Sports Championship race.
I'm not sure if we've had Osbaldson's car brought back yet or not. I saw the vehicles go out for that, but I can't say if I saw it come back or not, or whether it come back via the back roads anyway. It might well do, mightn't it?
No.
So, as you say, a few moments to that point. But yeah, I think that big gap in qualifying won't be translated to a dry circuit here, will it, for Luke Woodhouse? And it's going to be a very different experience for him, this, because he's not done any sort of competitive circuit racing before. So to have all these quick drivers around him, obviously very fast driver, quickest in time attack, but there you're not racing against anybody wheel to wheel, are you? You've got some mega experienced drivers around him, being Scott Parkin and Ian Jones. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this first lap or so goes for Luke.
Absolutely right. Don't forget, it's a 45-minute race and there's a pit stop window between 15 and 30 minutes into the race as well. That's when you have to serve a minimum of 60-second pit stop to change drivers if you're a 2-driver team, or just to remain stationary in the pit lane if you're going solo, as many drivers will do. There's penalties if you don't stop for the appropriate amount of time. And of course, this is the race for classes A and C, or Super GT and Super Sport as the classes are otherwise known. So this is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne in Class A, and between 145 and 180 brake horsepower per tonne for Class C. Difference being that forced induction cars are limited to 295 in Class A and 175 in Class C.
In dry conditions, there should be about 7 seconds between the two classes based on lap record pace. So to get to the front of Class C will take 12, 15 laps, something like that. But of course, the slower cars might get lapped before that occurred. So it'll be around the pit stop window, won't it, where the two classes will merge. Around here. In qualifying in the wet, we were about 6 seconds off of the lap record pace. It'd be interesting to see if that goes. That was with Ryan Parkin from last year. Where did Ryan qualify? He's down in 12th, isn't it? Or 11th on the grid. 12th actually in that combined session with Ryan Parkin.
Yeah.
So he's going to be one to come through the order, surely. The driver who's won these races before. Yeah, it's hard to predict this, isn't it? It's great to see such a strong entry of some really magnificent cars. Some cars that have been built up from road cars by individuals, and others for these factory racing cars.
There's just such a great variety on the grid, isn't it? It's really, really good to see.
You've got 6 makes of car in the top 6, haven't you?
Wow.
Volkswagen, Audi, BMW, Porsche, Mazda and Seat.
And that you don't get that very often in any motor racing, do you? That variety of manufacturers. So the Road Sports Championship really is looking good this year. Some interesting venues coming up later in the calendar as well. Lots of oversubscription of entries. It's proving really, really popular formula run by the 750 Motor Club. As I say, so popular that we've had to split them into 2 grids this weekend. Safety car lights are off. Safety car will peel in then at the end of this rolling lap, and when the cars come across the line, the 45 minutes will start. It's Luke Woodhouse then, number 17, that is on pole position. Number 13, Scott Parkin, with more racing experience alongside him in the Audi. Ian Jones, always very rapid in that BMW compact on the inside of the second row, and that Porsche should be quick as well in the hands of Paul Simerson. Out of the hairpin they come. Red lights are out out, and the race gets underway for 45 minutes in the Takiwa Road Sports Championship. Great sight and sound as these cars all head off the line, but it is Luke Woodhouse that has the lead. It's Ian Jones that's moved up into second place in the BMW Compact. In fact, I think he might have the lead by the time they arrive through Hawthorne. Yes, he has, so it's Ian Jones who's got into the lead of the race. Scott Parkin's dropped back down to fourth position from the front row of the grid, so he's not made the best of the starts. It's Woodhouse in second, Simerson is third, and Scott Parkin is fourth, and there's one off.
The Audi.
It's the Audi. Was that into the barriers as well?
So no, it's particularly started in the end, wasn't it? He's got that going. Interesting, it's the rear-wheel drive cars that have got going quicker, isn't it? It's the two rear-wheel drive cars that gained positions there. We just saw a shot of Will Puttigill getting away in his new purchase for this year. But there's Jones up over the curve, sliding around, being chased by Woodhouse. Simerson's dropping away in third in the Porsche. Scott Parkin, who made a poor start really, now dives back up the inside into Sonny. Simerson doesn't really see him. They way up the curve and sideways is Parkin. A full touring car style send that was up into third position.
That's right, and then you've got the 45 car, the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 of Daniel Irving, the driver from Stanley in County Durham, so not too far away. He's not too far behind either, but as they come through towards the end of lap 1, it's Ian Jones that is leading in the number 117 BMW Compact, the driver from Romsey. In second place, it's Luke Woodhouse in number 17, the man from Walsall in that Volkswagen Golf. Third is Scott Parkin, fourth is Paul Simerson, and it's side by side for fifth and sixth over the line, and it was just at the timing line the 236 of Morgan Bailey that was ahead in the Type R.
And it was absolutely side by side in Class C, I can see across the line as well, between Sam McKee and Matt Creed. But remember, Morgan Bailey won, and he's won outing last year, which was here at Croft in Road Sports. He's gone from 8th to 5th in that opening lap. Puttigill for the pit lane after that spin. Just see what happened in Class C. It is still Sam McKee, held on ahead of the reigning champion, but they're almost side by side. So there's a great battle to the front in A and in Class C. There's only two classes to keep an eye on. They're just as competitive as each other. But it's nose to tail for the lead then between Ian Jones and Luke Woodhouse. Woodhouse has got that Golf really going strongly, absolutely together through the S's. They're pulling clear of Scott Parkin there in third position. So absolutely nose to tail stuff up front. Great opening lap to the season.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So spectacular, really edge of your seat stuff. So it's Jones leading, it's Woodhouse in second place. Woodhouse, of course, with not so much experience of racing in a pack of cars like this, but very good on individual lap times. And Scott Parkin's still there in third. He's on his own a little bit. He's driving solo, as is Woodhouse. And it's Paul Simerson in fourth, and Morgan Bailey in fifth. Sixth now, that's a change. That's the number 2, Alan Henderson, Lotus Elise. He's moved now ahead of the MX-5 of Daniel Irving as well. As we move on to lap 3, it's Scott Parkin on the first flying lap that does the best lap of the race.
Yeah, we expect Henderson were probably pretty strong in that Elise, won't we? So getting past Irving up to 6th. Class C is absolutely bumper to bumper across the line, I can tell you. Sam McKee versus Matt Creed. They're side by side heading up towards Clairvaux. They're side by side coming out of the chicane for 4. Paul Simerson with the extra straight line speed in the Porsche hangs on ahead of the lights flashing Morgan Bailey. I can tell you Sam McKee's held on again over Matt Creed at turn 1, so that's still in the same order. But Paul Simerson under increasing pressure here from Morgan Bailey, last year's winner at this circuit. But as you say, Scott Parkin is catching those top 2 cars at this stage, isn't he? The Audi catching the Volkswagen and BMW up front.
Because different dynamics here, because Jones and Gadsby, that is the only shared car amongst the first 5 actually, as things stand at the moment, and Jones is the quicker driver we usually think of those two, although I think that gap has come down over recent times between the two drivers. But yeah, interesting how Scott Parkin does seem to be closing the gap here, and we've had a change because Paul Simerson has dropped back behind 2 cars now. Morgan Bailey and Alan Henderson both ahead of the Porsche now.
And those are 2 drivers I wouldn't be surprised if they can lap perhaps quicker than the top 3 around here. So up across the line we go again. In the 28s are the leaders at this stage, still in the same order: Jones, Woodhouse, Parkin, then Morgan Bailey up into 4th position. There he is, but he's being chased all the way by Alan Henderson. Here are the leaders, though, through the chicane, hopping over the curbs. Quicker through the corner there is Luke Woodhouse. Now, has he got the straight line speed in the Gulf? It feels like it's pretty strong at the end of the straights. He's on the outside line up towards Tower Bend, but Ian Jones is going to defend this all the way. It's a long way around the outside for Luke Woodhouse, and Ian Jones hangs on, but all the time Scott Parkin is catching behind.
Well, that's right. It's fantastic racing in this opening exchanges here. I'm watching again out of our window the Class C battle. It's still Sam McKee clinging on from Matt Creed. There's only a couple of tenths between them. Matt Creed, the reigning champion from Class C. Two leaders equally as close though overall as they are in Class C. Ian Jones and Luke Woodhouse here heading into the complex again, but Parkin continuing to narrow the gap. It was 1.8 seconds at the start of the lap, but they're pretty much together now as they come through the complex this time. 3 for the lead then as they turn into the hairpin. And is this going to discombobulate Luke Woodhouse, because he's not used to having not only a car in front of him but now one behind him as well?
That's right, so they all charge across the line. Is it that the leaders are going slower? It is. They're into the 29s, and 2 seconds quicker is Morgan Bailey in 4th position. So in 4th place, Morgan Bailey and Alan Henderson are catching the leaders at quite a rate. So Ian Jones is the slowest driver on the circuit on that lap, all the way down to about 10th.
Off goes the car from that's Simerson, isn't it? That's gone off briefly at Clervaux through the gravel, but he's continued. Just saw that kicking up the dust there, and the yellow light panels flashing. I'm not sure if he's actually lost a place out of all of that though, because he was already behind Daniel Irving, wasn't he?
Irving's losing out to those in front, isn't he? So it's sort of 5 for the win at this point of the race at the very least. There's Morgan Bailey then catching the top 3. Ian Jones defending up front. It's sort of holding he and Luke Woodhouse back. For some reason Scott Parkin's dropped back from those two on this lap. Down towards the sunny corner they turn, being led by that BMW E36 Compact, a 1990s car. It's got a BMW M3 engine power in it, so a 3.2 litre power plant in the leading car. Then you've got the 2 litre turbocharged Volkswagen Golf behind into the complex here. Parkin's catching back up, but there's 2 behind. They're the ones on the charge, Morgan Bailey and Alan Henderson.
Yeah, it could be a 5-way fight, as you say, Josh, before too much longer. Getting away from Irving, who is in 6th place in the Mazda MX-5, and Paul Simerson, who's 7th in the Porsche. Is it actually 7 different manufacturers in the top 7 we've got at the moment?
It is now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
We've got the Lotus in there, which wasn't there in the qualifying session that high up.
And I think it might actually be 8 in the top 8, isn't it? No, yes, I think it is. Yeah, 8 different manufacturers in the top 8 in this road sports race at the moment, but it is still the BMW of Ian Jones leading the way, Luke Woodhouse 2nd, and Scott Parkin 3rd. What was the differential between 3rd and 4th that time through? Well, Morgan Bailey took another 6 tenths out of the 3rd place car.
But Ian Jones is slowing after such a good opening lap. Ian Jones is slowing out of Tower Bend. The car is limping back home, so it is now Luke Woodhouse who leads the motor race. In 2nd place is Scott Parkin, 3rd is Morgan Bailey, 4th is Alan Henderson. Is Ian Jones picking up the speed again? It looks like he might be in that BMW Compact. So a weird moment there for the Earth Roll leader. Ian Jones drops to 5th.
I thought we were going to get a new Class C leader through Clervaux there, because it looked like Matt Creed was going to get it away from Sam McKee, but Sam McKee said, oh no you don't, and has kept the Renault Clio at bay. So still no change in the Class C, but we do have a new overall and Class A race leader. That is Luke Woodhouse, number 17. Scott Parkin is up to 2nd place in number 13, and in 3rd position now it's Morgan Bailey, and he's been really quite a quick man to watch in the Honda Civic Type R, and he's taking Alan Henderson with him.
Yeah, Henderson's not being shaken at all. Now Woodhouse hasn't got Ian Jones ahead of him. He's just set his personal best lap of the race. So Luke Woodhouse is very rapid indeed in that Volkswagen Golf. So he continues to lead the race. Here's Class C. This is what it's been like for the first 10 minutes. Absolutely nose to tail between Sam McKee and Matt Creed. McKee with a new rear wing on the back of this BMW 328i that's done over 200,000 miles. He drives it to the circuits. You wouldn't know it how he races it, would you? He's absolutely nose to tail, just ahead, leading the class from Matt Creed, who won the championship last year in that remarkable drive at Donington Park to get to the front. But getting to the front's a little bit more difficult today with this upgraded BMW driven by Sam McKee.
Well, we saw the ominous skies a moment ago. I've just checked the radar. I reckon in the next 20 minutes we could have some rain here at Croft. There's 35 minutes of this race left to go. So that's another thing to add to the dynamics of this race that we probably didn't need because it was already exciting enough as it was.
And now lap traffic begins for our overall race leader. So we haven't had that yet, but on lap number 8 we're going to start the traffic part of this, which is an element we haven't had as we thought we might not have as much as usual, and Scott Parkin much more experienced in this than Luke Woodhouse, so they accelerate up across the line with Morgan Bailey and Alan Henderson continuing to get closer. So the top 4 separated by 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Terry Loxton's Mazda RX-8 has now been lapped. We have had just over 10 minutes of this race. It's being led by Luke Woodhouse in number 17, 13 Scott Parkin is second, 236 Morgan Bailey is third, number 2 Alan Henderson is in fourth place, and 117 Ian Jones at the moment is fifth as they make their way around the lap. Here's our Class C lead battle again. You can see the breeze rustling the trees, the storm is brewing maybe, but Creed unable to find a way past McKee at Sunny, but he's been so close all the way through this first 11 minutes of the race, but not yet really been able to find a way through past McKee, who's getting more and more experience all the time. He drives this BMW to the circuit. It's a road car as well, sharing it with Imran Khan this season. Both of them I think will be pretty quick drivers as well, so it'll be interesting to see how it pans out once we get to the pit stops as well.
Yeah, it's a really intriguing battle here at the front of Class C. Of course, soon they will be interrupted by a load of Class A cars looking to put a lap on them, but for now they can battle amongst themselves. And at the end of the straight, always Matt Creed has a look down the inside of Sam McKee, but McKee doesn't feel the need to defend. He's confident where he can brake for that corner, and Matt Creed can't go through, so they stay in that same order as they will go through the chicane for what on them is lap number 8 of this race. Creed is a little bit quicker perhaps out of the chicane. He's getting closer and closer underneath that new rear wing of the BMW 328i, which perhaps slows it up a little bit at the end of the straights, but it's quicker through the corners because of it. And Sam McKee again is able to get the car turned in down there at Tower in front of the chasing car, the champion from last year, Matt Creed.
Watching Paul Simerson, number 55, in 7th position in the Porsche, turning his way through Clairvaux and Hawthorne. He's got Chris Byallen, number 23, just behind him. Then number 6, Ryan Parkin, who's a bit further down than we might have expected to see him, in 9th place. And then completing the top 10 at the moment is the number 53 car, which is Jonathan Weston Taylor in the Lotus Elise for the drive from Chesterfield, that's sharing with the multiple sports specials champion Andy Hiley.
Ryan Parkin's only 16 seconds behind the leader though, although he's in 9th, and his best lap's only 3 tenths off his brothers, who got the very fastest lap of the race. So even though you're back there, your pace is still pretty good, I think. It's just how competitive the championship is this year. Matt Creed round the outside of Sam McKee, I can tell you, at the final corner. But McKee hangs on. They've got the recovering William Puttergill about to lap, or not to lap them, but to pass them on the road. And can Matt Creed make the most of that, I wonder, down towards the first corner? Meanwhile, the leaders aren't that far behind them at this stage, are they? About the length of the straight. And yeah, McKee's hung on again, as he has so often. But the top 4 up across the line, still the same order. Woodhouse, Parkin, Bailey and Henderson. 3.3 seconds separate them all. As Ryan Parkin there has a look up the inside of Chris Byallen at the hairpin. Can't go through though.
It's a better lap though from the race leader Woodhouse. He pulled out by a few tenths of a second over the race leader, but the Class C battle is side by side heading down towards Tower Corner. It's still the BMW of Sam McKee ahead of Matt Creed in the Clio though, as we're watching the battles a little bit further back, and the lead is indeed coming through. And that's Scott Parkin there flashing his lights. The blue flag's now waving. The marshal's working overtime to signal to the slower drivers that the leaders, including overall leader Luke Woodhouse in the Golf, are coming through.
Here's Class C going down towards Barcroft Corner. It's been this close all race. It's going to be pit stop time soon. Pit stops could be so important this year with how competitive it is. If you can be that second or 2 quicker in the pits, that could make all the difference. Of course, there's that extra challenge for Sam McKee. They've got to do the driver change. with his new co-driver Imran Khan. So you've got to make sure you do that in the 60 seconds. You don't want to be wasting a moment in the pit lane. Equally, you don't want to be going under that 1 minute pit stop time, because otherwise there will be a penalty that ruins your race. But into the final corner they come. McKee ahead of Creed. And on the next lap, they are going to get lapped by the overall leaders, who are as close as ever.
Yeah, in fact, they are nose to tail again. It was a bit more of a lead at the start of the lap for Luke Woodhouse, but now Scott Parkin is right with him. Morgan Bailey and Alan Henderson are together as well, but about a second and a half or so behind the first two. They have all gone on to their 11th lap now. They're about to catch the Class C leaders on their 10th lap. So yeah, it's about roughly when you thought this would be, Josh, that this is happening. Matt Creed's having another look for the lead of the race, or lead of Class C. They've just gone through shot there down towards Tower Corner, and again it's Creed on the outside and McKee on the inside, but McKee's going to hold on. But well, yeah, by the end of the lap I would think the leaders will be with them, won't they? And they are absolutely nose to tail now. Scott Parkin with the sort of lights on to try and intimidate Luke Woodhouse out of the way, and also let the back markers know that they're coming through. Yeah, we just saw them in the back of shot. Creed's now flashing his lights at Sam McKee, saying, I think the leaders are coming up towards us, Sam.
Is that the time to pit, I wonder, as a Class C driver?
Maybe.
We'll see what happens, but it's going to get very busy down the complex, and after that, if none of these cars do pit, there's been less than a car length, I think, between these two all race long, but Sam McKee's been doing this really strong defensive drive. And behind them now is Luke Woodhouse, our overall and Class A race leader, with Scott Parkin, Morgan Bailey and Alan Henderson right behind him. So the hairpin about to get very busy indeed.
Yeah, and the pit lane window open as well. Everyone safely through, Parking trying to overlap. Luke Woodhouse is diving straight into the pits at the first opportunity. So then the race leader is into the pit lane, slowing down diligently. He'll have to pull in and park at a 45-degree angle into the pit lane for safety reasons. So that means that Scott Parkin has gone into the lead of the race. He's also got past the two Class C leaders, Josh.
Yeah, which worked out well for him, because Morgan Bailey and Alan Henderson have not. They are almost all overlapping here. It's very tight into the chicane. Bailey's done it. Can't really waste a moment because it's so competitive though this season. Perhaps last year you could thought, yeah, I'll just sit behind. Alan Henderson go through on the left-hand side of the circuit from the two Class C cars are overlapping. Creed for the first time is nosing ahead down towards Tower Bend. McKee on the inside. We know that car's strong on the brakes, and he brakes really late. He stays in front. Matt Creed's starting to wonder what he's got to do to get past Sam McKee.
Also into the pit lane is the number 117 car, which is Ian Jones, who was leading the race, of course. So 117 Ian Jones, and the leaders in Class C are side by side. Has Creed done it finally? Yes, he has. Through the Jim Clark S's, Matt Creed in the Clio finally gets the lead away from Sam McKee. It's been 17 and a half minutes of hard work to get to that point, but he's finally got through and breached the defence of Sam McKee. So what does he do now in terms of, does he go for the pits now, or does he stay out there and try and build a gap?
And in a bold move too, wasn't it, through the S's. Not the first person to do that today. But McKee's coming back at him, so it's not because McKee's been holding him back, perhaps. They are so evenly paced. Into the hairpin they turn. Matt Creed ahead. The new race leader Scott Parkin carries on for another lap, doesn't he? He's a couple of seconds ahead of Morgan Bailey. The Class C leaders are continuing on for another lap. There's a track limit penalty for Luke Woodhouse, the erstwhile race leader. He's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so he should be back out into the race. But he's not, is he not? Is Luke Woodhouse not returned to the race? And he should have done by now, I would have thought.
I think he's still down there, right at the far end of the pit lane from where we are.
Well, he came into the pits 2 minutes ago, so this is a much longer pit stop than it should be for Luke Woodhouse. So
maybe some underlying issues with the car. The Cupra of number 44 has just come in. That is the Ben Williams Alok Yengar car. It's coming in for its mandatory stop just right beneath our commentary position here.
Daniel Irving's Mazda has lasted 20 minutes. Which hasn't happened terribly often, so hopefully this is a sign of things to come for the very highly developed Mark 1 MX-5. He's up in 4th position as well, so it's going really well here. Very, very late entry to the meeting was Daniel Irving, but great to see that MX-5 in its IMSA style, bodywork and livery out there and going really well indeed.
Yeah, so
Woodhouse is out, isn't he? But the pit stop's over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's lost the best part of a minute, I would suggest there.
Yeah, so you'd think that's going to put him out of contention for the victory here. Meanwhile, here are the Class C leaders just behind now, Irving in the Mazda MX-5, and still not a lot to choose between Creed and Sam McKee. He's certainly not been allowed to get away in the Class C lead, hasn't Matt Creed in the Clio. As over the line they go again. Paul Simmerson's been into the pits and I think has just headed back out again because he was in 7th place, I think, before the stops.
Yeah, so that's a more standard pit stop time, and from pit in to pit out, that was 1 minute and 28 seconds. So that's our reference time, pit in to pit out. So there, Woodhouse has lost about 3/4 of a minute.
Yeah, okay, and that's not what it was. Oh, is that the Wayne Lawson car going slowly?
It's just exiting the pits, but not particularly rapidly.
No, yeah, it's not quite up to the speed it would have expected to have been by that point. So maybe all not well with that car. Do we know? I don't think we knew who started that, did we, for certain?
Don't think James Pickford's here, is he?
No, that's right,
So
but it's still saying Wayne. Yeah, still got both names on the grid.
We think that Lawson's driving slowly.
Yes.
Although it does say on this screen that James Pickford may have taken over.
Okay,
so that might be a question for Tom down there in pit lane to see if that was a solo-driven car or not. But 2.1 seconds is Scott Parkin's lead over Morgan Bailey, with Alan Henderson's right on his tail still. Bailey's got a penalty, it would seem, or 5 seconds. I assume that's the track limits.
Yeah.
So that's another front runner with a penalty, and he's in the pit lane now is Morgan Bailey, and keen to get past the car ahead of him.
Yeah, it's trailing in the Portugal and Nyland Audi. They're sort of almost pushing one another down the pit lane. But yeah, it is a track limits penalty for Morgan Bailey. The Daniel Irving MX-5 is now in beneath our commentary position as well. So Scott Parkin still staying out there, so he's leading. Alan Henderson second. I think Chris Byallen is going to be up to 3rd place of those staying out. It's another 8 minutes or so for which the pit lane window is open, so there's plenty of time left before the stops need to be completed.
Race leader, well, the erstwhile race leader crosses the line now. Woodhouse, he's down in 20th position, so that's how much time he's lost with that long pit stop. Okay, others have still got to pit, but he's not really going to be a contender for a significant position in this race now, I don't think. So it'll be interesting to see what Morgan Bailey's pit in to out time is. We had that reference, didn't we, from Simerson of 1:28 pit in to pit out.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's coming up to about that time now, but Morgan Bailey's not moving yet, is he, down in pit lane?
Doesn't look like it, no. The Irving car is, which I think came in afterwards.
Bailey's at the end of the pits, isn't he?
Yeah, they've both gone now. Both of them have gone.
So his pit stop time, hopefully we can tell you. Yeah, do I need to refresh? Let's try that again. 1 minute 28, so exactly the same as the Porsche pit stop earlier. For Bailey, the Mazda pit stop of Daniel Irving, 2 seconds quicker, 1 minute 26.
Okay, so not a huge amount of it, but every second could be important. There's still fewer than half of the drivers that have made their stops so far, looking at the timing screen. Scott Parkin leading at the end of lap 15 in car 13 from number 2, Alan Henderson in second, 2.8 seconds between them. 23 seconds back in 3rd place is number 23, Chris Byallen, and Ryan Parkin is now up to 4th. Sam McKee is in the pits from 2nd in Class C, so he's the first of the 2 Class C front runners to have made it into pit lane. Matt Creed is still out there. He's just done actually a personal best lap of the race as well, and that's Chris Heathcote in one of the other Clios just coming in now beneath us, and also the car that's 3rd in Class C, the number 9 car, which is that of Luke Bidmore. The Mazda RX-8 is also in now.
For several laps, unsuccessfully, Ryan Parkin's been challenging and not going past Chris Byallen. I wonder if it's just holding him back a little bit. It's the battle for 3rd on the road at the moment, going through Barcroft. Byallen's pretty quick through there, but gathers the car back together. The driver from Surrey, who the former European V2V champion back in 2008, Byallen, but he's doing a great job here to keep what seemingly is a faster car behind him. Yeah, Ryan Parkin's on a 1.4 second faster lap on best laps, but can't find a way through.
Yeah, that's right. Simerson here, of course, has been into the pits, whereas the other 2 haven't, and
he done it?
He's done it finally, or has he? Side by side again as they come out of the corner. By Allen, he's going to have the inside line for Clairvaux, and it's just... Oh, and there's contact between the two of them! Down the start and finish straight! And they have both gone off stage left. Quite heavy contact between those two cars as they pass the pit lane exit. They've stopped just short of Clairvaux corner. There you can see the 23 car of By Allen broadside and the number 6 car of Parkin. So there's two cars that were battling over what position was that. It was 3rd and 4th position. Both come to a stop on the start finish straight, and Ryan Parkin is not happy.
I liked how he waited to slam the door like it was all a bit theatrical. By Allen's going to get away. This is going to help his twin brother out somewhat because the safety car is going to come out, and that may help Scott Parkin out. But not quite, I'm sure, think how Ryan would have liked that to go, I'm sure. It depends really if the red light is held at the end of pit lane, doesn't it? Whether that's going to help Scott out or not. He's turning up to the final corner now. Morgan Bailey would have been a lap behind, but Scott Parkin will pit. But yeah, this is where everything gets a bit confusing really in one of these races, isn't it? If the safety car comes out during the pit window.
Yeah.
Of course, Bailey has got this exceeding track limits penalty as well. When the race does restart, that will put him at a disadvantage.
That's right. Well, you can see the tyre marks there, can't you? So the contact was just right by the pit lane exit, wasn't it? I think between the two of them. I think the medical car is on his way. Ryan Parkin's looking reasonably healthy.
He's cleaning up for everyone,
the car,
isn't he?
yeah, doing the work of the marshals down there in his frustration, I think. But the medical car will take him to the medical centre after that incident, I think.
Alan Henderson's playing a different strategy. He's gone round for another lap where Scott Parkin came in. So where is... So his main competition really is Morgan Bailey. He's the leading pit stopper, isn't he? I think.
Yeah.
But he's Matt Creed in now as well. Of course, that confuses the Class C battle too. McKee and Khan are still in the pits. That shouldn't be the case, should it?
No, that shouldn't be.
They've been in for 3 minutes.
Okay, well that's dropping them out of contention for certain. That's not gone well. There's perhaps something wrong with the car then.
It's a real shame
as well.
It was quite the battle, wasn't it, between he and Creed in that first element.
So we've got 18.5 minutes to go.
Scott Parkin's going. Now, is there a red light at the end of pit
Well, another
lane?
car just went out a moment ago, so I think they are good to go back into the race.
And a safety car has caught Morgan Bailey, so there's going to be some rearranging potentially, but I think that's very good news how that's all worked out for one of the Parkin brothers.
But not the other.
That's right.
Okay, I won't give you a rundown on the order because it's very much in a state of flux because of the pit stops, but now nearly everyone has been in, apart from Alan Henderson, and Ryan Parkin obviously won't be going in now. So I think Alan Henderson, is he still circulating? Is he still out there?
He's not far behind the safety car. There's a few
fine.
cars between him and the safety car, frustratingly really for Morgan Bailey because he wanted to get onto the back of the queue. He might well do so yet, but Alan Henderson's really got a pit this time, hasn't he? Strategy or not.
Yeah.
But how it sits, he'd basically be second, will he not, behind Parkin? So that wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, he will have to hand over to car owner Dan Jude, so we'll see what sort of pace Dan will have in comparison. Wonder if there'll be anybody else that comes into contention out of all of this. But a real shame what occurred there. It was a sort of a hard-fought battle between those two drivers, wasn't it? And probably could have been a lot worse, actually, where the contact occurred.
That's right. Yeah, it could have been. And to see one car drive away from the scene, the other hopefully not too badly damaged, should be good to go tomorrow. It's out in Clependure, I think.
Yeah, By Allen's currently in the pits, isn't he, serving his pit stop. We'll see if he returns. So safety car is going to bring them across the line this time. The car immediately behind it then is the number 3 Lotus Lease of Ben McCauley, the Class C driver, running in 6th place in Class C. In has come Alan Henderson now in number 2 to hand over to Dan Jude for the final 16 minutes of this race. Obviously still behind the safety car at the moment, but that's certainly been one of the quickest cars that we've seen during the race so far. Best lap of the race has gone to Scott Parkin at 1:27.514. I tell you who could end up second here, Ian, and that is the 47 car of Robert Greenwood and Robert Rand, who were first both newcomers to the championship. they might well have timed it pretty well. We'll see when they all come back round again. But that car should catch the back of the safety car queue, which to me suggests they are potentially in second place behind Scott Parkin, despite not really featuring in that opening stand of the race. They're about 3 seconds a lap slower, but I guess that's why so many were waiting, weren't they, in case there was a safety car waiting out that period and didn't want to pit too early.
Yeah, that's right.
So then I think Dan Jude should be third when that car rejoins, assuming the pit stop goes to plan. And there's rain, isn't there, behind us?
Told you.
You said 20 minutes ago, didn't you, that it would take 20 minutes?
That was pretty good forecast, wasn't it? Yeah, no, it's coming in from the west, and it's blowing more or less horizontally across Croft at the moment, because it's blowing, okay, it would be too strong a word, but a stiff breeze here at Croft at the moment. The marshals not leaving much assistance to wave their flags.
Looks like Jude might have come out just ahead of that Cupra.
Okay, yeah, and you can see them just turning their way down towards towards Hawthorne now.
So I think they're second and third, and Morgan Bailey should be fourth, Daniel Irvin fifth, and Paul Simerson sixth. Chris Byallen didn't return from the pit lane after that contact.
Pit window closed now, with 15 minutes of the race left to go, and everyone has made their stop that he's going to, so that's good news.
No, Imran Khan didn't get out, did he? So Sam McKee was up to speed, wasn't he, in the last laps of that session? So I don't know what has gone wrong in the pit stop phase, but that was certainly a contender this season.
Puts Matt Creed very comfortably in the lead of Class C, doesn't it now?
Yeah, it looks like Luke Beardmore is second in the Mazda, and Chris Heathcote is third in the other Renault. Their pace is pretty good, actually. They're within a second of what Creed and McKee were doing, so they're not far away.
The question is now what difference is this rain making? The tarmac's not looking that wet as yet. It's putting more dramatic on windows than it is on the ground because the way it's blowing horizontally. But we'll see if that does make a big difference to track conditions. Obviously that might play into the hands of some more so than others.
Byallen has gone back out, so that car might be in a reasonable place considering the antics it's been involved in. It's also a big question, isn't it, for the second half of the road sports race, is what setup you're putting on the car. But it does look like it's starting to dampen the circuit a little bit now. You can see the wheel tracks on the safety car is visible there as they come past the complex section. Of course, the other question mark is whether the safety car will wave cars through to allow Scott Parkin to close.
Yes.
Or whether we will just restart as it is.
Yeah, 13 minutes of the race left to go. The recovery truck is still on the scene trying to get Ryan Parkin's car recovered away from the scene. So it's going to be probably at least a couple more laps behind the safety car, I would think. But I suppose they could start to think about that now. 13 car of Scott Parkin just going past us now.
Yeah, so it's the Matt Creed car that's between he and Dan Jude, isn't it, for this restart? Not much is going to separate those.
Yeah, so order probably can give you now 13 Scott Parkin the leader, number 2 Dan Jude in second place, number 47, which is now, which one is it now, do we know? I don't think we knew the starting driver on that one.
No, this screen is suggesting that Greenwood started and Rand took over, but that doesn't.
Okay,
that's not definite.
We'll go with Rand in third place, number 47. Fourth, Morgan Bailey 236. Fifth, 45, Daniel Irving. Sixth, 55, Paul Simerson. Seventh, number 11, Oliver Harris. Eighth, number 53, Andy Hiley. Ninth, number 17, Luke Woodhouse. After his long pit stop, and 10th, number 10, Rob Fennick. Class C. First, number 1, Matt Creed. Second, number 9, Luke Beardmore. Third, number 172, Chris Heathcote. Looks to be the way of it.
Jonathan Weston Taylor had good pace in his opening stint in there and lead, perhaps one of the best runs we've seen from that car, within a second of the fastest lap.
So we have got 11.5 minutes of this race left to go. See how many racing laps that will be, just depends on how quickly we can get this car recovered. Of Ryan Parkin, the Audi TT, that came to blows with the TCR car of Chris Byallen on the start and finish straight a few laps ago. It's going to be, I think, at least this and one more safety car lap, and we've not yet waved anybody through, have we? How many cars is there between the safety car and
the predominant of the field? I think.
Yeah, I think it is about half, if not more, more than half the field.
So if we restart as we are, there's going to be a lot of traffic for Parkin and Jude and Rand to battle their way through, but they're almost guaranteed a podium, aren't they, if that happens? And of course, if we do wave cars through, then that's going to take a little while, and then there won't be many racing laps left, so we will see how that goes. The other question is whether Rob Fenwick handed over to Ricky Collard or not, because there's that question mark over that car. It's just showing Fenwick on the screen, so we'll go with that. But if Ricky Collard did take it over, it might come through the order a little bit in this final part of the race.
Yes, and still not quite sure, because that's, as I say, not shown on the timing screens. I did see a note that he might have been expected to qualify out of session at lunchtime, but I don't think we saw that happen if he did. So at least one more lap behind the safety car, which is out on track, the Volkswagen Golf, leading them around. It's the first of 7 road sports rounds this season. After they go to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in, 3 weeks' time?
That's right, yeah.
Then Silverstone Grand Prix circuit at the end of May, so 2 Grand Prix circuits within a month. Anglesey at the end of June, Snetterton at the end of August, Thruxton at the end of September, and Donington Park in October to round out. That's a really good calendar, actually, that the road sports have got this season, because it's not every year that you get the chance to race at Brands Grand Prix, Silverstone Grand Prix,
or
Thruxton. So, yeah, that's a really good calendar that 750 Motor Club have put together.
Confirmation
for this season.
Rob Fenwick is solo for today.
Okay.
So that answers that question. So yeah, the recovery continues, doesn't it, down there? Wonder if some damage to Ryan Parkin's car's just made that a bit more complicated than what we might have expected. And I guess they don't want to wave anyone through until there's not a recovery vehicle on the track side.
That's right.
With only 9 minutes to go, if there's going to be any meaningful race time, you kind of wonder if they won't wave cars through, but we shall see.
It looks like the recovery vehicle is on the move now, but the Audi's not looking particularly stable in being taken away at the moment, so it may take a little bit longer to get that moving. I can see, I'm not going to mention the numbers, but I think there are a couple of cars that have been reported for overtaking behind the safety car, so there'll be some investigations going on post-race, no doubt, to sort that out.
What we did have in that first 25 minutes was very exciting stuff, wasn't it? With different strengths and weaknesses of cars, very, very competitive grid. Indeed, and it's going to be quite the sort of support race for sort of the bigger brothers of these cars at Brands Hatch in 3 weeks' time, when they support the European GT3 Championship, the GT World Challenge, on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch. Something the road sports have done before a few years ago, but the first time as a championship, and a capacity grid expected in 3 weeks' time. A first experience for some, I'm sure, of that circuit, which everyone will be looking forward to.
And the crowd that will go with that event as well. And that'll be quite something for the road sports competitors to race in front of.
I suspect it'll be around 20,000, something like that, I think is what is the expected crowd number for that. Potentially because there's a multiple world champion motorbike racer there, possibly because of road sports.
I think the latter. The recovery truck is nearly out of the way. I suspect that means we might get going again after one more safety car lap, but that's probably going to give us maybe 3 laps of racing.
That's if we don't wave people through and wait for that all to happen.
Yes, that could take a bit longer, couldn't it?
They really need to get on with that very shortly if they're going to.
Yes, agreed. Wait and see what happens here.
So where Scott Parkin had a very good season in Club Enduro again, as he has done for the last 3 years last season. Road sports didn't quite go to plan, did it? And mechanical issue in the final round meant he didn't win the class championship. So I'm sure he would like to put that right here today. Of course, the unfortunate thing for the 2 driver teams is a lot of the second drivers aren't getting many racing laps out of this, are they?
No, They're not, bluntly. As I say, it's probably going to be 3 laps, maybe, if they don't do a wave through.
I'm not sure this rain did anything either, did it? I think it's blown through now.
Well,
the track looks very dry. So.
Yeah, it might not be the end of it from the radar picture I saw, but it might be the end of it for now, and I don't think it's caused much impact on the track surface because it's been so windy.
I think if the race carried on, it might have done,
yeah.
if we didn't have this safety car period, because it looked a bit slippery for a lap or so.
That's right. Well, we've not started waving anybody by yet, and that kind of makes me think that they're not going to, because I don't know why they wouldn't have done it by now. Because I don't think there's anyone left trackside where the incident happened on the start and finish straight.
You'd imagine Scott Parkin should have the better of Dan Jude and Robert Rand, wouldn't you? But with all the traffic, you just got to be a little bit careful. Of course, most of them are Class A cars, which may not be that much slower than him. And as we saw, actually, for his brother, it's not very easy to overtake round here. So you're just going to have to be a bit cautious, assuming we restart how we are, with what, 15 at least cars ahead of him.
Yeah, and effectively there's only going to be at most, I think, 4 cars in contention here, isn't there? Because the 3
cars on the...
Yes, you're right, yes, by Alan's a fair lap behind, isn't he? Yeah, you're quite right. So at most 3 cars in contention. Given the... Oh no, we are doing a wave through. Well, there you go.
But are they going to let them catch, or are we just...
Oh, we're just going to get...
But that's good news for Scott Parkin, really, isn't it? Because he hasn't got to worry about traffic. If this is done by the line, if it's not, one racing lap at the end of the next lap.
Come on, because there's still quite a lot of cars they need to get through. Only got... And what these cars need to do now is actually move fairly quickly.
Problem is, it's a Class C car at the front of the queue, so that car's going to get hassled.
There's a few more cars have been let through, I think.
It looks like we're there now, doesn't it?
Safety car has got behind it the car of Scott Parkin. Right, we're good to go. I suspect we probably will get the green flag lap this time. I think there's probably a big enough gap between Scott Parkin and the last car that's been released.
So the safety car lights haven't gone out.
No, they've not. So it's going to be a 1-lap dash, I think, pretty much. Yeah, safety car is staying out there, so...
It's going very slowly in the hope the rest, obviously it's not legal. If they all took the shortcut, we'd be good to go, wouldn't we?
Exactly right. Okay, so probably going to be 1-lap dash. Unfortunately, that's all we're going to get here. I sort of just wondered why that wave through didn't happen a little bit earlier, but maybe there's I'm sure there will have been a good reason for that we can't be aware of. But because if it had happened a bit earlier around the lap, I think we probably could have gone racing that time.
You feel a bit sorry for Ben McCauley in all this, don't you? Because you know everyone behind him is he's urging him to go faster, but there's only a certain speed he can go as a Class C runner.
That's right.
And the track is under full course yellow still, so there's only a certain speed you should be going.
Yeah, exactly right. The leading cars, the safety car is now at the chicane.
Got to be careful not to go too slow, that there's no racing laps.
Yeah, that'd be unfortunate to say the least. But yeah, it is going really slow now. I think it probably could speed up now because the next group is nearly back with us at the complex.
So someone that didn't want this to happen, really, I suspect, is Robert Rand, isn't it? Because his 3rd position could be under question now, because we know how quick Morgan Bailey has been in this race.
Luke Beardmore has retired. He's out of the race according to my screen here. It's not shown on the timing screen yet, but he's pulled into the assembly area.
But he was 2nd in Class C, so that's a pretty big news story. And that means there's a potential that mates Matt Creed and Chris Heathcote in their Clios could get a 1-2 out of this in Class C. See on your screens now how many people have made up positions during the course of this race. 15 places for the Greenwood and Rand car at the moment, but several cars have done much better in the dry conditions than the wet qualifying this morning.
2 minutes to go, and we've nearly got now the Ben McCauley Lotus having caught the back of the field. He's only probably 300 yards behind the last car in the first group now. Chris Heathcote probably could do with catching it up with the car in front of him, to be honest.
Of course, if you're one of the front runners, you're thinking your tyres are going cold at this stage. Everyone else is racing around.
They've got warm tyres, yeah. We've got 1 minute and 40 left. The safety car is just about going to make it back in time, I think, at the rate it's going. I think it could probably speed up now, to be honest.
I think now it needs to, really, doesn't it?
Okay.
Lights out, I think.
Okay, well, now it does sort of accelerate a little. Not necessarily in Scott Parkin's interest to do that, because if he could slow it down, he could get the checkered flag this time. Minute 15 to go.
So he has got the Matt Creed lapped car between him and... he's gone too early, hasn't he, here, Scott Parkin? He's going to catch the safety car before it comes in.
He is, because the safety car pulls in fairly late here, because it's after the hairpin. You almost want to pull off there for the safety car before the hairpin, don't you? That would be ideal. Anyway, safety car does now pull in, and do we get a green flag? Yes, we do, with 50 seconds left on the clock. So the final lap of the race gets underway. It's Scott Parkin, number 13, that's leading. He's got 3.7 seconds in hand over Daniel Jude in second place. The Matt Creed Clio is still in between the two of them, and then it is the 236 car. The 47 car that's third of Greenwood and Rand.
Yeah, they've got 3 seconds on Morgan Bailey, so they might get this podium yet, because that was about the difference between those two cars on best lap speed. I think third is really the position that could be contested on this final lap of the race.
23, Chris Byallen, who was involved in that collision with Ryan Parkin, has retired to the pits.
Just looking to see if any other positions might change. Luke Woodhouse has caught to the back of what is Andy Hiley. Now he dives down the inside into Tower Bend, so Woodhouse has made the most of this restart and gained a place. There he is.
Yeah, absolutely. He's right in the thick of the action there, isn't he? Going past one of the Mazdas as well. But it's actually been a good restart this for Scott Parkin. He's not really had anyone to challenge him. It worked well with the Class C car being behind him, albeit the Class C leader. He's got his wipers on, I notice, so there's probably a bit of moisture in the air, a bit of, well, not spray, he doesn't want to spray anything in front of his, into his windscreen, but he's certainly got the wipers on.
Bailey down the inside for third into the complex.
Yeah, and also getting involved there is the 83 car, which has been in the pits, but out of the final corner, up to the line to take the checkered flag. Yes, does go Scott Parkin. So Scott Parkin wins the opening round of the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship for classes B and C. Second place is going to go the way of Daniel Jude. Third place in the end is going to go Morgan Bailey, but then he gets a 5-second penalty, so that drops him back down to 6th in the end. Third, Greenwood and Rand in the 47 car. Fourth, Daniel Irving in the Mazda MX-5 45. Fifth, Paul Simonson in the 55 Porsche. Then sixth, Morgan Bailey in the 236 Civic Type R. So he was, really undone with that penalty there, which of course was exaggerated given how closely the cars finished together, Josh.
Yes, that's right. So Bailey disappointed in all of that. In Class C, Matt Creed has taken the victory. Chris Heathcote second. A very slow last lap from Andrew Cooper, who had problems with his Ginetta in testing yesterday. He switched out for a Honda Civic, which was ailing a little bit there towards the end. But at least a good first half of that race. Second half was a little bit less action, but it was a race victory for Scott Parkin.
It was in car number 13 in the Audi TT TTI, 24 laps completed by him. It was 8.4 seconds clear of number 2, Alan Henderson and Daniel Jude in second in the Lotus Elise. Third, number 47, Sayat Cooper TCR of number 47. I'm being Roberts, Greenwood and Rand. Fourth, number 45, Daniel Irving. Fifth, number 55, Paul Simonson. Sixth, 236, Morgan Bailey. Seventh, number 11, Oliver Harris in the BMW M2. Eighth was number 53, Jonathan Washington Taylor and Andy Hiley. Ninth, number 10, Rob Fennick. 10th, number 44, the Ben Williams Alok Yengar Cupra. Then Luke Woodhouse, first world leader, was 11th at number 17, 12th, 188 Joe Williams, 13th, a winning Class C, number 1 Matt Creed, ahead of 14th, number 19 Wayne Lawson, 15th was the 133 car of Terry Emberson, 16th 172, and then second in Class B, C in the end was Chris Heathcote, third in Class C was number 41 Andrew Cooper, and Chris Ballon 18th, but he did pit right at the end. Then Nylan and Puttigill were 19th, and the 3 car of Ben McCauley rounded out the top 20 of a rather hectic Tagiwa Road Sports Championship race. Cars heading down the part 1. We've got part 2 still to come. So we've seen classes A and C there. We'll have classes B and D out for their 45-minute race in just a few moments, and that should be equally exciting and competitive, Josh.
Yeah, I think there might be even more Class B cars than there were Class A cars, and they will get sort of the prime position, won't they, at the front of the field, which they don't usually have, of course, and that should be just as intriguing. They're just the 3 different marks, I think, at the front of that grid, rather than what would we have 6 or 7 that time round. But yeah, an exciting second part to round 1 of the championship to come. But yeah, certainly while the first part of that race was going, that was very good indeed. That unfortunate accident sort of curtailed the rest of the race, unfortunately, but a good start to the season. Scott Parkin at least will be pleased with that. How many marks did we get at the front in the end? Did we have 9 in the top 9?
I was trying to count it as I was going through the results, but yeah.
You've got Audi, Lotus, Seat, Mazda, Porsche, Honda, BMW, and we had 2 Lotuses, didn't we, in the top 9? We had the Volkswagen in 9th. But for now, let's have a chat with our race winner, Scott Parkin. He's down in pit lane.
Back down in the pit lane again, and we're stood here with Scott Parkin, race winner. Seems we brought you some good karma, Scott.
Yeah, definitely. Conditions were obviously very tricky in qualifying, but we did all right. P2 would have been nice to get P1. Bit of a shame. Ryan had a bad setup on his car, so he was way back in P12 in the danger zone, and that transpired to be. So I'm not quite sure what's happened at turn 1. Sounds like he's had a coming together with a TCR, and he's got quite a lot of damage to his front left, so the guys have got a lot of work to do overnight to try and get that out for the 2.5-hour race tomorrow, so that's a bit of a shame. Which just seems to be our luck last year. If Ryan had a good result, I had a bad one, and vice versa. So eventually, touch wood, hopefully that's tomorrow, we both have a good result.
Yeah, excellent stuff. All right, well, congratulations anyway on your win. He jumped out of the car and he seemed absolutely fine, so...
Yeah, he gave me the thumbs up, but I'd used his twin sort of psychosis or whatever you call it to... I knew we were all right, so we're all good. And yeah, just thank you very much for the team. They've had a hard few weeks getting the cars ready, and it looks like they're going to have a hard night tonight, but I'm sure they'll get it sorted.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Scott. Right, so we'll see if we can find... Good evening.
Good evening.
Afternoon even. Yeah. I don't know where the evening bit came from. So Alan or Daniel?
I'm Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So P2 in that one, obviously tricky conditions, rain coming down, which is still coming down a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, under the safety car there was quite a lot of rain, and I was getting quite worried, but as we came to the end of the safety car period, the rain kind of eased off, well, disappeared really, and I don't think it was enough to wet the track properly with the temperatures had been up, so, but it was a bit of a worry, yeah, but I mean, Alan did all the hard work. I just had to not crash on the last lap. So
okay, and you didn't.
and I didn't. Yeah, and the car did 2,000 revs more than the rev limit in qualifying, so we weren't actually sure it was going to hold together. We had a bit of a problem with the gearbox, and it did. It feels like a tractor, but it held together. So now we've got a big rebuild before Brands in 3 weeks' time.
Well, it's the fastest tractor on earth at the minute.
Yeah, it's going quite well, yeah.
We'll stick a plough behind it for race 2.
Yeah, why not?
Thanks very much, cheers. Right, Matt, another one who we managed to bring some good karma to when we spoke to you in the paddock show earlier on.
Yep.
And another class victory.
Yeah, another class victory, another great race as well. Had a great battle with Sam last year here, and we've had another brilliant battle as well. I don't know what happened, why he didn't finish the race, but epic race, another first for hopefully start this season like I did last season, and I have with the first place. Let's see what Brands has in a couple of weeks' time.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you for that, and thank you, and congratulations. I'm going to try and find, I think, Chris Heathcote. We were going to try and have a chat with him, but I think he's been sent through to Park Ferme. Oh, he's up there. Where's he gone? Yeah, he's gone down to Park Ferme, right. So what we'll do is we'll hand over and we will bring you the Road Sports Class B and D race, which is coming up next. So cars on their way out of the assembly area for the second part of the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship race. This race 2 for classes B and D. We saw classes A and C just a matter of moments ago. So these are the cars in the classes
known as GT, for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, or 235 of them in forced induction, or 145 brake horsepower per tonne in the sport class, Class E, where no forced induction is allowed. And there's rather more Class B cars than there are Class D, but those in Class B should prove a very competitive mix.
Yes, I should think so. Again, a nice mix of vehicles. Of course, they had that wet qualifying session this morning, so might be a slightly different order start to sort of prevail as the race goes on. Mainly front-wheel drive cars here, haven't we? But there are some rear-wheel drive Porsches and Lotus BMWs as well amongst this.
Who's that car going very slowly at Tower Corner?
It's an Audi, isn't it? TT. Is it Alistair Lindsay? Yeah, Alistair Lindsay should have qualified, or he did qualify sixth. Should have started on the third row of the grid.
It's absolutely stationary. There it is at Tower Corner. Oh, it's just got fired up again now, which is good news.
Well, if it's going to happen, if that's the only time it happens, that was the best time to happen.
Yeah, and that wasn't the green flag lap either, so he can take up his correct grid position as well, I think.
Yes.
Because that wasn't the green flag lap from the grid, as it were.
The Corsa there on the second row of the grid, which I think should have been a BMW, but switched to a Corsa for Jordan Newington. Looks pretty highly modified, doesn't it? But it's qualified very well indeed this morning.
Yeah, same format of race this, in that it's a 45-minute race with pit stops between 15 and 30 minutes into the race, and they have to be for a minimum of 60 seconds.
Has the Lindsay Audi stopped again?
If so, it stopped on the sort of loop, hasn't it, between Tower Corner and the start and finish straight. Yes. Ideally, it would fire up and either join the grid or get into the pit lane.
There's no marshals nearby to assist or anything at this point.
The marshals, of course, are on the inside of the circuit here. So, it's fired up. Hopefully, it's going to come to the pits. It is going to head into pit lane, so that's out of harm's way.
It's a shame for Alistair, because he was, I think, having his first outing, at least recently, in road sports, coming from another endurance-based series.
Yeah,
it should have been a contender, I'd have thought.
Yeah, very welcome to have him here, but hopefully we'll see him out again soon in his Class B Audi TT. So that does leave a gap on the grid, as you say. But yeah, interesting.
I think everyone's pulled up in his pace, haven't they?
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I was trying to see where the gap was that should have been there, but...
yeah, everyone's moved up a position.
Yeah, it's not ideal. So we'll see how that's dealt with by the officials before the rolling lap gets underway.
I imagine the officials are slightly one-eyed towards our timetable
yes.
as well at this point of the day.
Yeah, that's right. I think the deal is, providing we get our last race underway by 6, I think we're okay.
Oh, right.
I think is the general gist of it here.
What happens like tomorrow when the race is 2.5 hours?
I don't think that applies. 1 minute board is shown. So 1 minute to go before the start of this second Tagiwa Road Sports Championship race of the day. Again, it's going to be a rolling start from behind the safety car.
Andy Hiley's starting near the back here, isn't he? He's one driver, although he's not starting. I think Sam Thomas is starting, but that's one driver who's doing both parts of the race, which he may not have been able to do terribly successfully otherwise.
No, that's good that he's had that opportunity to do that. Let's have a look at the grid then, as the cars head off on their rolling lap. It is going to be on pole position, the number 5 car of Jonathan Packer in the Volkswagen Golf GTI, and alongside him on the front row of the grid is going to be the 421 car. That is Johnny Monday, and that is a Honda Civic Type R. The second row of the grid is that number 69 Corsa of Jordan Newington for the drive from Sevenoaks, and alongside him is number 4, that is Jamie Hadley in the Golf GTI. Third row of the grid is number 38, which is the car of Henry Wright, another Golf, and besides him is no longer the 46 car of Alistair Lindsay, because that's in the pit lane. On row 4, it's the Lotus of number 59, the former BMW racer Jim Benson, and number 72, which is the car of Mike Kirtler in his Boxster S. On the 5th row, it's number 32, his son, Will Kirtler. They did battle in the early race. Will came out on top ultimately in that one, in the Carmel Porsches. He's next to number 44, Rich Gravestock. On the 6th row of the grid, it's number 40. That's the car of Chris Morton, and next to him is number 12, which is Liam Crilly starting that car. Row 7 on the inside is number 56. That is the car of James Birch. And next to him is number 88, which is Philip Adcock. On the 8th row, it's the 297 car. That's being started by Jan Whittaker in the Porsche Cayman. He's moved up from Clio's. And the 114 car is next to him. That's Stuart Mead, who's starting that car, now showing with Tim Hartland as well. Rob Carvel, number 159, is on the inside of row 9. Next to him is Sergeant Sati Shuhari, number 82 in the BMW. Row 10 is number 140. That's the car started by Andrew Barley. Also there is number 68, John Dundee. On the 11th row, it's number 22, Chris Fantana in the Mazda, and 71, Alex Hall starting in the Nova. The 12th row, 39, is the car of Chris Scope, the Toyota MR2, and 76, the Porsche of Michael Downey. And the 13th and final row, 531, started by Thomas Hiley, and 700 is the car of Mark Oliver. So 26 cars we should have had, 25 I think we do now have after the demise of Alistair Lindsay, and we are good to go for 45 minutes of racing in the Takiwa Road Sports Championship Classes B and D. Cars streaming through the complex. Safety car pulls in from into the pit lane. And is it going to be the Golf, or is it going to be the Type R that gets the best of the starts down towards Clairvaux for the first time? The lights have gone out, the race is underway. Pretty even start from the two of them, but I think with wipers going, it's going to be Jonathan Packer that leads into Clairvaux corner for the first time in the Golf. Fantastic sight as this 26 or 25 car grid makes its way through, but through on the inside at Hawthorne there doesn't quite go the number 421 car of John Munday in the Honda, but he's having another go down the back straight past the old pit lane. He's got his nose in front as they head down to Talbot. Which car has the better brakes? It might be the Golf. The Golf is on the inside line as well, so Packer holds on as they go through Tower Corner for the first time, but it's Munday in second, and then I think it's that Newington Corsa that's there in third place as the leaders almost side by side again.
Yeah, Munday just clipped the grass trying to get alongside Jonathan Packer there, so it's the Golf ahead of the supercharged Honda of John Munday, with Jordan Newington's driving this highly developed Corsa superbly there in third position. He had a look up the inside of Munday there into Sunny, so really going strongly there was Newington, and then I think Jamie Hadley was in fourth position as they turned their way out of Sunny up towards the complex for the third time of asking. The leader's gone very deep, but has gathered it back together, but then he's deep again in the second part of the corner, isn't he, Jonathan Packer? But he's been able to hang on, the driver who was third in Club Enduro within his class a few seasons ago. And then you've got the Trojan liveried Civic of Munday right there. The top five are pretty close, aren't they? With Newington in third, fourth is Hadley, and then in fifth position is Henry Wright making his Road Sports debut today.
Yeah, that's right. And then you've got the first of the Porsches. That's Will Kirtler, number 32, that's there in sixth position. Rich Gravestock has got up to seventh place in the number 44 car. Mike Kirtler has lost a few places on that opening lap. He's back down to 12th position on lap one. But the leader is under a bit of pressure here, I think, again. Packer was only about a quarter of a second ahead over the line from Munday in second place. And really, the first five have gone as there's one into the pit lane.
Yeah, very smoky BMW, the car that didn't get out in qualifying, Mark Oliver. Now, is that blown up, or is it a different issue? Just concerned about any fluid might have come out of that car, because that was pretty smoky. Anyway, leaders into the S's here, still window wipers on. Top five all pretty much together. At the back of the group there was Henry Wright with co-driver Kev Glover. They were a champion in the Track Day Championship last year, so moving into the very competitive Road Sports Championship for this season. Running there in fifth position in their developed, self-developed Volkswagen Golf. GTI. Got a few goals here towards the front of things. There's contact for second. Newington and Monday, they've taken each other out there, really, haven't they? Initially, I think Newington might have got into the side of Monday, then he went spinning, he took the Corsa with him, but that's a real shame. Two of our top 5 contenders making contact there and dropping down the order.
Yeah, so that means that it's now the number 4 car of Jamie Hadley, that's up into second place. Then third place now is number 38, that's Henry Wright, in another golf. So it's golfs 1, 2 and 3 now. Newington has survived and is I think in 4th place, is he not? Yes, he is, as they head down towards Clervaux once more. And only now does Monday recover. He was on the grass for a bit longer, but he's pretty much at the back of the field.
Again, in the secondary class, there's a very close battle, because across the line in Class D, Rob Carvel, who I think makes his Road Sports debut today, has got Philip Hadcock right on his tail. 2 different specs, 2 different eras of BMW, but absolutely together in that Class D battle. Meanwhile, Jamie Hadley starting to come under pressure now from Henry Wright. So you got and that car's got a problem. Hadley's got a problem. There's smoke coming from the front right corner there as he turned into Tower. He's continued on, but that is a concern. Not really where you want to be going up to the Jim Clark S's next, is it? But he seems to have survived. Looked like Wright might have just backed off a little bit in concern of what was going on with the car ahead.
John Monday into the pits in the meantime in the Civic, perhaps not too surprisingly.
Up to 4th is Liam Crilly. You wouldn't sort of bet against him coming up the order. I think the Corsa might be for the pit soon as well.
Yeah.
But Liam Crilly started back in 12th. His son Max is making his debut today. He's 19. The leader's off. Jonathan Packer's off at the complex.
Wow.
Wonder if it's a bit slippery into the first part of the complex, because that's the second incident for a leading car. So that means it's Jamie Hadley who now takes the lead of the race. He was 4th a couple of laps ago, but everyone keeps going off in front of him.
And you were worried about Hadley just a few moments ago with the smoke that you saw at Tower Corner. It's looking okay as it goes past our commentary position and over the line to complete lap number 3. So it's Hadley number 4 is leading. 38. Henry Wright is second as the rain's starting to come down again. Jonathan Packer over the line in 3rd place. Liam Crilly is 4th. Bill Kirtley is 5th. Rich Gravestock is in 6th place. And as you say, in Class D, our 2 leaders are about to come through. Yes, then there's a bit more daylight between them, and they've got Sati Trihari in his higher class car in between them as well, getting sideways just to add to the mix.
Yeah, I think because of the rain coming down, it means those Class D cars are able to mix it with more powerful machines, unlike we saw in the other race. Class A cars firmly ahead of the C's. Interesting, those 2 BMWs are way quicker, aren't they, than Fantana and Hall, which you wouldn't really expect. So not sure if those cars, particularly the Adcock car, whether that's been developed over the winter or not. Hard to tell because of the conditions. We're not going to see representative lap times. Now there's a lead gap coming down here perhaps between Jamie Hadley and Henry Wright. Henry Wright there in second. He's 40 from Oxford. Started racing a couple of decades ago nearly now in the Volkswagen Golf Mark II Championship. Yeah, through the complex here, it's rained really coming down hard, so top 2 having to be cautious. Look at Jonathan Packer go though. He was 6 seconds behind them at the start of the lap. He's not that far behind at all now, so Packer in these more damp conditions, it seems, able to keep his pace up better than the 2 Golfs ahead of him. See, very different specs of Golfs though, aren't they? You've got the rear wing on the back of the Hadley car. That's not the case for Henry Wright. So Hadley did a 42, Wright did a 41, but a 39 for Jonathan Packer. So Jonathan Packer much quicker than the 2 cars ahead.
Yeah, absolutely right. That time through, he was 2 seconds a lap faster basically than the 2 cars ahead, so he'll pretty much be with them by the end of the lap. We've got a mechanical warning flag going out to car 531.
The Hileys.
Which is the Hiley Yamaha MX-5 Mark II, isn't it? So that black flag with the orange spot means that car needs to call into the pits to have some checks because there's something wrong. It could be some fluid, it could be some bodywork, not quite sure, I've not seen. I think he's just coming through into the hairpin now, isn't it? So try and have a look at it, see if we can figure out what's wrong.
Top 3 head off towards the S. It's pretty close between them. We just saw Rob Carvel on screen there, the Coupe Cup champion from a couple of years ago.
There's the rear diffuser on the 531 car that's sort of juddering.
Here the leaders absolutely together. Remember, Packer was 6 seconds behind 2 laps ago, and here he goes up the inside of Henry Wright. Can't quite make that work, and Jonathan Packer, the ex Caterham racer, Formula Jedi racer as well back in the day. But he's been racing in this style of racing now for several seasons, but in these conditions much more comfortable than the two ahead. Up the inside of Henry Wright he goes and slots into second position. But is Liam Crilly, I wonder, in fourth, catching them all?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the lap times. He was about the same as the leading pace on the previous lap. We'll have a look when they come through again this time. There's going to be some traffic to deal with this time with the 143 Series BMW of Andrew Barley to contend with. But it's Hadley from Packer now by only 0.3 of a second. It's Hadley on the right-hand side of shot, the outside line for Clairvaux Corner. Packer on the inside line. In the two very similar golfs, and he's not able to make it through as yet, is Packer. But what time did Liam Crilly do? He did a 1:42 compared to 1:44s for Hadley and for Wright, but it was a 1:41 for Packer.
Round the outside into the chicane went Packer. They had traffic as well. I think he's done it, hasn't he? So Jonathan Packer to the front, and his pace might mean he's able to get away, but he's slower out of the chicane, so Hadley and Wright will fight back down towards Tower Corner, and Henry Wright's going to at least go past Jamie Hadley here, I think, and up into second place.
Yeah, so Wright to second, and then in third place it now is Hadley. Now the gap back to Crilly was about 4 seconds or so in the BMW, but we'll keep an eye on that. They were delayed a bit, the first three, by traffic there, by getting past the Andrew Barley BMW, the 30. They're up at Sunny now. Meatball flag is still being shown to the 531 car, which now has visited the pit lane. There's Alex Hall, the accountant, in Pip Hammond's Nova, in what he's described as his only competitive outing of the season. And well, I mean, we could dispute that, as they he makes his way out onto the start and finish straight once again. He'll hand over to Pip Hammond in the second part of the race, but he's shortly going to be lapped by the leaders, who are at the hairpin now, and Liam Crilly is with the third place car of Jamie Hadley now, and about to make a move, I think, down the start and finish straight in the BMW Z4.
Yeah, Liam's won plenty of these races in this class previously. First time he shared the car though, because 19-year-old son Max is going to have his racing debut in the second half of this. But yeah, Crilly was 2 seconds faster than Packer on that lap, so that was mighty effort from Liam Crilly in the rear-wheel drive BMW Z4 Coupe. Liam Crilly from Hertfordshire. He's been racing for a couple of decades now, former production BMW champion. That was 20 years ago when he won that, but he is catching up to the back of Jamie Hadley pretty rapidly at the moment. And William Kirtler's going well, isn't he, in his road sports debut in the Boxer there in 5th position. He's sort of on that similar pace to the leading group. Then you've got the Corsa battle between James Birch and Chris Morton. And then Rich Gravestock, he's there in 8th position. He's up next. And then Mike Kirchler 9th. And then there's a bit of a gap behind him.
That's right, and certainly the windscreen wipers working quite a lick now on some of these cars, because the rain is continuing to come down. There's a bit more brightness on its way, I think. Before too much longer, it's there. Up the inside is Crilly. He's overlapping with Hadley now at Sunny Corner. Second part of that sequence, and he does go through now to third place. Does Liam Crilly in the number 12 car. Guess what we don't know is what kind of pace Max is going to set when he gets in there. We've not seen anything of him yet.
No, that's right.
Interested to see what happens here. He's just going past Liam, the Alex Hall Nova. Also up the inside there is the number 4 car of Jamie Hadley as well. But the 3rd and 4th place cars now a little bit further back behind the top 2 of Jonathan Packer and Henry Wright.
Yeah, I thought Crilly ran a little wide at the hairpin, but I think he was okay. The lap time's starting to come down again, so track conditions getting better seemingly, even if some rain is still falling around the venue. Hadley had a go at getting back past Crilly there into Clairvaux, but backed out of it in the end. They are now 5 seconds behind the leader. James Birch has got good pace at the moment in the Corsa. He's about the 3rd fastest driver on the circuit. So James Birch in his Vauxhall Corsa running in 6th position is catching this group of cars. They're the leaders. Jonathan Packer continuing to lead in car number 5, the driver from Surrey, former race winner in the European Lotus Cup, very experienced driver, Jonathan Packer, and he leads by 2.1 seconds over last year's MSVT champion Henry Wright. Down into Sunny they come for the 8th time.
It's not quite got the intensity of the first part of the Class A and C race at the moment. That's probably because we lost those two cars that made contact on, what was it, lap 2?
Yeah, and the weather's probably part of that as well, I think.
I think it probably is as well, yes. It's damper, wasn't it, than at the start of the earlier race.
Remember, Packer had that spin as well, didn't he?
He did.
He's had a good drive to get back to where he is.
And all within the first sort of 13 minutes or so of the race, because we've still not got the pit lane window open yet. That will open with 15 minutes of the race gone.
Jan Whittaker's just set a personal best lap. We haven't had that for about 7 or 8 minutes, so track conditions do seem to be coming back to some of the drivers at least.
He's sharing with another ex-Clear racer, Marquinhos, isn't he, in that Porsche?
Yeah, that's right. They debuted this car at the end of last season in Club Enduro. I think it's a Matt Cherrington developed car, Porsche Cayman. Where are they running? 11th, aren't they, at the moment in that car? But catching those ahead with that personal best last time. They're just ahead of the Class D leader, Rob Carvel, who is pulling clear now of Phil Adcock. So it's raining quite heavy over the other side of the track all of a sudden, isn't it? So Jonathan Packer, it's got to be a bit careful in this braking zone down towards Tower Bend. Here's Whittaker coming out the final corner. He's about to pass Jim Benson by the looks of things.
Yeah, and Hasden got up to 10th place as they go past our commentary position. We're watching here on the stream the number 4 car of Hadley, and then it's Will Kurtler just trying to get past the Chris Fantana Mazda MX-5. Will Kurtler there in 5th position. What lap times is he putting in? He's doing 1:41. He's lapping actually marginally quicker than Hadley on the previous lap. But I think in the dry there'd be a bit more differential between those two. Are buoyed a little bit by some of the drivers from the Carmel Porsche having extra racing in the road sports today.
Well, they've got a busy old day, really, haven't they? Several of them that have taken that opportunity. But Will Kurtler particularly driving very well here, the 23-year-old from Northwest London. He's only in his 4th season of racing. So the conditions potentially have got worse. How does that affect the lap time? Well, Jonathan Packer's still in 1:39, as he has been for a little while, and he continues to pull away from Henry Wright. He's 4 seconds ahead now.
Pit window's open as well now, so next time round these drivers could make it into pits. As Chris Fantana, actually, he's going to be the first driver to take advantage of that in the number 22 Mazda MX-5. He's going solo, of course, in the Class D car. The driver from Brackley, an electrical engineer who started racing 7 years ago, and in road sports for all of those years, I think, on and off. The 1992 MX-5.
See the second place car in Class D on your screen now. Last year's class champion Phil Adcock sharing with son Matthew.
And Alex Hall is also in to hand over to Pip Hammond as well. So the Class D cars of the Canaries in the coal mine here, and they are the ones to pit first.
Alex Hall lost the best part of a lap, really, didn't he, to Rob Carvel in that stint. So Pip Hammond's got an uphill task in the second part.
Yes, he certainly has. Pit stop's not going completely smoothly down there, we can see as well. People on the floor.
Adcock's are in as well, so 3 of the 4 Class D cars are the first cars to pit.
Meanwhile, out on
there
track,
is Carvel, the class leader.
Yeah, he is the only one that's still on track at the moment, isn't he? And he is in 12th place overall.
He's battling with Stuart Mead's factory-developed Volkswagen Sirocco. That car was developed for the Nürburgring 24 Hours a decade or so ago. So they are in different classes. Stuart Mead, the driver of that Sirocco. And there they come down towards Tower. Rob Carvel, a massively experienced driver, of course, won the Volkswagen Racing Cup a couple of decades ago. His dad, I think, raced in the British Touring Car Championship back in the day as well.
Yeah, no, Rob's a very experienced racer, isn't he? Been racing in this 120 Coupe for a couple of seasons, on and off.
Of course, he'll be at Brands next week for the first round of their Sprint Championship.
Yeah, well, they share the grid with the 116s.
5-second lead for Packer now. So the wetter it gets, Jonathan Packer has a bigger advantage over the others, I think.
Yeah, seems to be sort of favour the conditions a bit more than some of the others out there, doesn't he? Which helps. None of the front runners have yet made their pit stop. They could have done so by now.
Of course, we saw earlier that perhaps waiting and see how the race develops isn't the worst strategy to go with.
Not at all. So 27 minutes of the race to go. Watching cars flick through the Jim Clark S's here. Just out of sight from our commentary position, so good to see that. A couple of the coursers going through, the Morton car there, just following the James Birch car, and pick up cars again, including our race leader Jonathan Packer, with windscreen wipers very much in action here at the complex.
Chris Fantana had a slow stop. The Pip Hammond car was 25 seconds quicker in the pit, so that will bring those two much closer together than what they were. Yeah, the gap was 26 seconds, 25 seconds quicker in the pit stop, so suggesting about a third in Class D could be on. Let's see when they come round next time if that has proved to be the case. Sun's coming out behind us now, so the track conditions are going to change again, I suspect. 6 seconds the new lead gap for Jonathan Packer. The fastest car on that lap was Jamie Hadley, which hasn't been the case for a while. So Jamie Hadley closing back in on Liam Crilly.
In these conditions, and especially with some traffic at play as well, it can be difficult to get a consistent lap time.
Hammond's gone past already, so he's up to third in class. He's got ahead of Chris Fantana and has pulled away pretty significantly immediately. So it'll be interesting to see what pace Pip has in the Nova.
Okay, well, we'll see in a minute when he gets through for his first flying lap. He's just gone across the line now.
That was the outlap, I think.
It was the outlap, and he is how far behind? Well, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Because there's, the Adcock's been in as well.
Yeah, the Adcock pit stop was a normal time, but
yeah.
I think there's a big gap between those.
Here's the 76 car. That's Michael Downey. He's a long-time supporter of the road sports and Club Enduro movement with the 750 Motor Club in that bright orange Porsche Boxster, a driver from Haddington. And he's in the thick of a good battle there, actually. Just about to come into the complex now.
Yeah, but about to be lapped, aren't they, by the second place car? He's battling with John Dundee's Janetta for 14th, I think.
Yeah, just Dundee getting a wheel over the curb or over the grass there at the complex. But it's a good scrap between those two as the quicker cars are going through.
Liam Crilly to the pit lane now, so Max is going to get his fair share of a go.
Yeah, it'll be pretty evenly split, won't it? Because there's just 25 minutes to go as they go in, so they'll get about the same amount of racing time, I think.
Which I'm sure is part of the plan, really. Here, I guess the result is overly important at this point of Max's career.
Number 40 is in. That's the Chris Morton Vauxhall Corsa, so too is the Andrew Barley 140 BMW A30. Both of those into the pit lane as well, as so coming out quite nicely now here at Croft.
The lap time is not coming down yet, but imagine when they do, they'll probably come down quite rapidly, I'd think. Pip Hammond is a 49.8 on his first to go, which is the personal best for the car. And on that lap was 4 seconds quicker than Chris Fantana managed. What about against Matthew Adcock? Well, we haven't seen that time yet, have we? Well, but he is over a minute behind, so I doubt he'll be able to catch that up.
No. So, pretty much halfway through this race now. Another car heading into the pits. That is the Scirocco, isn't it? That's coming in now, the 114 car, which is being driven by Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland. Tim Hartland will be taking that over for the second part of the race. Old school racing, it says on the rear window of that particular car.
Jonathan Packer's gone through, he's done a 1:38, which is the quickest lap we've seen for a little bit. And he leads by 12 seconds now, still a couple of seconds quicker than Henry Wright. This is a very impressive drive from Jonathan Packer, the Surrey man. And Henry Wright in turn is pulling away from Jamie Hadley. Back of a fourth into the pits, nose to tail.
Yeah, that's Will Kirtler and James Birch. And they've been sort of elevated to fourth position with the Liam Crilly pit stop ahead of them. Stopped a lap earlier than those two. So those two in together. So we'll see if they come out in the same order in a few moments. You can see that Pip Hammond is now doing battle with the Porsche Cayman of Jan Whittaker and Mark Enoch.
Don't see that too often.
No. He'll try and stick with it as probably as long as he can, but down the straights, yeah, he does lose ground a little bit in that car that he's raced for many years in classic stock hatch now.
That was a very slow lap from Pip. He was 7 seconds slower than the previous lap. So that means Chris Vantana is catching him up again for third in class.
He had a spin, I can tell you.
Oh dear.
So that's the reason why Pip Hammond had a slow lap that time. He's had a spin somewhere out of our camera view.
The complex, only the first part, looks like there's a drying line now, doesn't it?
Class D leader in, Rob Carvell into the pit lane.
So interesting how far out ahead of Matt Adcock he comes, because Matt's driving pretty quickly in the family compact. He's done a 1:46 last time, but Carvell equally has been lapping well. What about the Kurtler-Birch battle in the pit stops? Kurtler did a 28.0 and Birch did a 30.4, so a couple of seconds pulled out by the Kurtler pit stop.
Not a lot to choose between them though.
But how hard is it to find 2 seconds on the track?
Well, yeah. Mike Kurtler's just getting past our commentary position. I don't think he's stopped yet, has he? No, he's not. And he's up to fourth now.
I can see Will Kurtler's going after Max Crilly, so this will be a good indication of what sort of pace Max has got in his first ever race.
Two of the younger drivers in the field together there. Will, 23 years of age. Max, as you say, 19. And in his first road sports race.
See the MR2 Turbo out there, that's Chris Scopes. We haven't seen many of those turbocharged MR2s lately, have we?
No.
There was a series for them a decade and a half ago.
Well, and road sport kind of grew out of that.
Right.
The MR2 Super GTs that we had, and it was, I think, really the numbers dropped off in that, and that was the opportunity to sort of create road sports, really.
Good idea in the end. Pip Hammond's just done a 43. 1 minute 43.6, which is the fastest lap in Class D in the race.
And the leader's in. Jonathan Packham is in, number 5, from the lead of the race. So we'll keep an eye on how long this takes. He was several seconds ahead. I didn't see exactly how many seconds ahead. Also coming in is number 4, Jamie Hadley, from 3rd place. And what's happened to Henry Wright?
He's in the pit. No, he's not in the pits, is he? No, he's carried on. But Max Crilly has just done the best lap of that car, and it's the fastest car on the track. 1 minute 36.5.
Where have you been, Max Crilly? 19 years of age. You could have been on track 3 years ago.
So I wonder if he can go after the Golfs then in this. So yeah, I think Henry Wright leads the race basically now, doesn't he, on the road? I think they swapped on the timing scheme
because it's a short entrance. Yeah,
that's it. So, but yeah, Max Crilly could break up the golf party in this second part. I would have, by the looks of things. Yeah, he was 4 seconds quicker than Henry Wright on that lap, was Max Crilly.
Okay.
So he's pulled well clear from William Kurtler, who has got Henry Wright between he and James Birch. So this battle. They're going to go 3 abreast, are they? That's not wide, I don't think.
Not through Barcroft, no.
But Birch might make this position here on the inside of Kurtler. Corsa and Porsche isn't quite what Vauxhall had in mind when they created that. Really, it was a car for teenagers, wasn't it? The Corsa.
Yeah, but it's sort of a very popular car, and it's a nice move there from James Birch. As you say, they've got Henry Wright that's just ahead of them. They're sort of keeping pace with him, really, as he turns his way through the complex towards the hairpin. Is he going to pit? He's probably got one more opportunity after this to do so. So he's continuing on for the moment.
Jamie Hadley's pit stop 4 seconds quicker than Jonathan Packard, so the lead gap will come down a little bit.
Now getting confirmation on our screen that Henry Wright is in the lead of the race. In car number 38, he's just turned into Clervaux once again.
Matt Adcock 6 seconds behind Rob Carvell for the Class D lead, and has just set the fastest lap within the class of the race, 1 minute 42.3.
Yeah, and only a few hundredths quicker than Pip Hammond, though, who also did a 1:42.3 on the last lap. Mike Kurtler's in, and so too is the 66 car, not the 66 car, the 68 car, I should say, of John Dundee and the Ginetta.
Max Crilly's done a 35 that time, which was 3 seconds quicker than Henry Wright, so he's pulled 7 seconds back on that car in 2 laps, so it's not out of the question here that Crilly could end up on the podium. Jonathan Packer's turning his way through the complex, so he's our leading car to have stopped. And looks pretty dominant, I think.
Yeah, I think barring some kind of disaster, he's going to win this race, isn't he?
Criddy's nearly caught Hadley, actually, hasn't he, as they come through the complex here. There's only 5 or 6 seconds between them. Wonder if they've got a dry setup on the Z4, and that could come into its own at this point of the race. I think the Hadley car, it's tyre smoke, isn't it, when it comes out of the slow corners, gets the power on very early. But for Jamie Hadley, as he goes across the line, he's just 4 seconds ahead of Max Criddy, who's in the 34s now. That's another 4 seconds on Henry Wright. This is very impressive from the 19-year-old.
Certainly is. And Henry Wright is now into the pit lane as well. It was his last chance, really, with only 16.5 minutes of the race left to go. So Henry Wright in from the lead of the race.
Kev Glover's going to take that over. He was the runner-up in Club Enduro a few seasons ago, so he shouldn't be any slower, I shouldn't think.
No, I don't think he'll be hanging around.
But where he comes out in relation to Hadley and Crilly for the podium will be intriguing. William Kurtler was passed by James Birch's course. He's got another one behind him now, which was Chris Morton's car. So he's wondering where all these courses are coming from and what engines they've got in them.
As we're watching John Dundee, he's back out of the pit lane. He's in 11th spot, according to the timing screen at least at the moment. So he's made his stop.
The Chris Morton course, by the way, has a 1.8 litre 16-valve Z18XE engine, for those who know your Vauxhall engines, a car that he's had for a long, long time. He takes it to the Nürburgring every year to do the track day style sessions on the Nordschleife. And he's now chasing after William Kurtler's car.
Another sort of big puff of tyre smoke from the Hadley car. Now is the Crilly car any closer at this time? 4.2 seconds was the gap on the previous lap. It is now 3.3 seconds, so he's made up nearly a second that time. Another PB is into the 133s now, 133.952. Is he only the second driver into the 133s as well as Jonathan Packer, I think, who earlier on did a 133.354, but at the moment he's lapping faster than Packer, albeit sort of 17 seconds behind him.
And Kevin Glover's come out behind him, so he's up onto the podium.
Safety cars coming out, I believe, and that is because there's a car into the barrier, but I can't tell you which one or where.
It's not around here, is it?
No, we'll keep an eye on the cameras. Oh, it's the car that we were talking about not so long ago, the 40 car of Chris Morton. That's on the exit of Sunny there, isn't it? That he's had an off, unfortunately.
Not having much luck in second half of this opening round, are we?
No, and this was at the end, after the pit lane window had closed, whereas in the first race it was while the pit lane window was still open, wasn't it?
So that helps some things. There's our leader, though, Jonathan Packer. Now, if the race resumes, what can Max Crilly do? Because he's proved to be the quickest driver in these conditions, and there's no cars between Packer and a Wild, so he's only got no car. There's a car, isn't there? 2 cars between him and Hadley, but then then Hadley's got the Nova between him and Crilly. So yeah, they're all going to be pretty tightly bunched on the restart, I should think.
Yeah, it's just a question of how long the restart will be after the early race. We only had 1 lap. We'll see if we get much more than that this time.
No, the safety car hasn't gone out, has it? So it's not caught the leader yet. So hopefully if they wait for the leader next time, that'll be helpful.
Yeah.
Really.
Seeing that the car needs a lift, I think. The Chris Morton car.
That does take longer, doesn't it?
Yes. So obviously a fairly heavy hit with the barriers on the exit of Sunny. I'll give you a rundown on the order. Now it's number 5, Jonathan Packer, that leads the way. Excuse me, number 4, Jamie Hadley, is in 2nd place. 3rd place is Max Crilly, number 12. 4th is number 38, Kevin Glover. 5th, number 56, James Birch. 6th, number 32, Will Kurtler. 7th is number 44, Rich Gravestock. 8th is number 72, Mike Kurtler. 9th is number 59, Jim Benson. And 10th is number 297, which is Mark Enott. In Class D, it's number 159, Rob Carvel, that leads. Matt Adcock, number 88, is in 2nd. Pip Hammond, number 71, is third, and Chris Fantana, number 22, is the fourth and final runner in that class. I can just see the medical car is heading out onto the circuit. That'll be routine to just check that Chris Morton is okay after his collision with the barriers up there at Sunny. Probably be taken to the medical centre as well for checks, but the medical car just heading out on to track at the moment.
As is the safety car, I can see it's picked up a few cars before the leader. About 4 or so, isn't it? 3 or 4 cars between the safety car and the leader, so not quite as desperate as the previous race.
No, and I imagine when it's safe they'll wave those 4 by and hopefully get everyone else into a reasonable order. What have we got left? 11.5 minutes. So just not quite clear how much more time we'll get in this race before the checkered flag in terms of racing laps.
It's interesting how the different complexion's been put on the races really by having these split grids. A lot less influence from lap traffic really, isn't there?
Yes, absolutely. That has made a big difference to how these races would normally have operated. There would have been a much many more cars with a wider range of lap times if we had A, B, C and D all together. Obviously the optimal would have been to have A and B and C and D, but the numbers didn't work for that because there's not so many cars unfortunately in classes C and D entered this weekend, and probably too many in classes A and B to make that work as well, to fit onto one grid. But that's a nice problem for the 750 Motor Club to have, for any race organiser to have to figure out how to accommodate all the competitors who want to race in their championships. It's only the second season that this is running as a championship rather than a series of races, and I guess there's perhaps mixed views about whether they should run as a series or a championship, but certainly it's not put anybody off competing as far as I've seen. Huge numbers of drivers interested in the races this year, Josh.
Yeah, and I think people are coming in from other similar championships, I think, with that view that road sports has proved to probably be the most competitive, and those 4 classes structure works well, doesn't it? Each class has proved to be competitive and have their own sort of place within the race as well, and so the regulations have been written correctly for that, haven't they? And it makes these great races that we've had. Unfortunate to have a couple of incidents to cause the safety car, but it's a great success, isn't it? There's no doubt about it, having over 50 entries here at Croft, which isn't usually the highest subscribed venue, being not as local for some. But that bodes well, and that means that these Grand Prix venues that come up in May of Brands Hatch and Silverstone are going to be very busy indeed. So as we mentioned earlier, they're supporting the European GT Championship, the GT World Challenge at Brands Hatch in a few weeks, and then they are part of the BRDC International Trophy meeting at Silverstone, which will be in support of the British Formula 4 Championship. So you could well be there on a package where you would see future Formula 1 drivers. So it's 2 really nice meetings to be a part of, and then they'll be back with the 750 Motor Club for the rest of the season. You say that addition of Thruxton for this season. Pit stops could be interesting there if there's a safety car period, because it's a bit tight, isn't it? But then Croft's not that much different.
No, it's not probably.
But it's going to be a new challenge, though, won't it? Really fast circuit. Tyre wear perhaps could be a factor there as well, and different cars could become strong at Thruxton which aren't at other venues, so that should be an interesting meeting to be at.
It will be, certainly will. That's in September, a few months away yet. Right, safety car wave through has happened. There's only 4 cars that needed to be waved through that time, so hopefully they'll catch up with the back of the pack.
Is that an indication that things have been sorted out at sea,
I'm not certain that they have. I don't know if we'll better have a look at what's going on up at Sunny in terms of that recovery on the live stream in a moment when the cars head up there to see if the car's been recovered.
Wonder if Rob Carvel might think about doing more rounds, because originally I think we sort of play one weekend at a time, but in some ways you might not be able to do that because of trying to get an entry for future events.
Oh, that's it. Well, if you've not got your entry in by now, then you certainly for the next meeting you're not going to get a race, are you? So
There's some interesting additions to come in Class D because Josh Hilton, the hot hatch champion from a couple of years ago, I think we're going to see in Class D later in the season, and he will be fast. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely right.
And it's a very affordable way to get into this championship. So if you've got a car out there that fits that power to weight ratio, and you should be in a good stand for the overall championship as well, because of course there's less cars in your class, there's less people to take points away from.
Yeah, that's right. Although of course if there's not enough cars, you also don't score as many points, and if you've only got 4 starters, you'll only get a maximum of 12 points for the win rather than 15.
That's
so
the problem for Class D this weekend, isn't
it? It is. But tyres, by the way, any Motorsport UK List 1A, 1B or 1C tyre can be used. There's width limits by class, up to 11 inches in Class A, 10 inches in Class B, 9 inches Class C and 8 inches Class D. As I say, otherwise it's just a question of any tyres on the Motorsport UK lists there as defined. But otherwise, providing the cars fit the power to weight ratio limit for the class, there's a fair amount of freedom in terms of what you can do with the cars. So you can modify the suspension mounting points in classes A and B, but not in classes C and D, for example, so a bit more freedom in those two top classes, and there's more aero freedom the further up the class structure you get as well.
Only 6 minutes on the clock, and the last look we got, they were working still down there at Sunny, so it'd be a bit bizarre if the two races have a one-lap dash to the end, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? I'm not seeing any notifications on my screen here as to whether we are going to be able to go racing again anytime soon.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of cars registered for the championship who are not here, so there's going to be different cars we see out throughout the season.
Yeah.
I think you can only drop one round, can't you, on your total score, so if you're going for the championship you really need to be at all of them.
Yeah, and it is 7 rounds this season, which I think is one more than last year, isn't it?
That's right. But I think the championship absolutely has proved its case for that.
Recovery is clear of the circuit now, so I would hope that safety car lights will turn off at some point on this lap, and we'll get racing at the end of the lap. So that will give us possibly a couple of laps, Josh, I would think.
Yeah, so Packer's got 2 cars between him and Hadley, and then Hadley's got a car between himself and the next 2, so they've got a little bit of breathing space. But track should be pretty dry now, shouldn't it? So we'll probably see lots of fastest laps come in, because I don't think we've seen the best of the cars yet, because it was damp right from the beginning. Yeah, the lap times are 3.5–4 seconds off a lap record pace.
Can't tell where the safety car lights are in their salon, aren't they? I was trying to look out the window.
And last year as well, we saw a huge amount of different winners, didn't we, in this championship?
I wouldn't be surprised if that was didn't happen again, given the sheer number of entries and how competitive they are.
There were about 15 different class winners over the course of last year, and podium finishes was a lot more than that.
I think safety car lights are now out, so I think we'll be able to get racing again this time, which means probably 2 laps to go.
I think 31 cars had podiums last year.
Wow. And that's in 6 races.
Yeah. And what's Hadley doing here?
A good question. Probably not what he ought to be to stay competitive. He's causing himself a problem, if anything, I would think. Anyway, into the pit lane comes the safety car, so 2 laps to go. Jonathan Packer gets the green flag and the race is back underway. But how far behind was Hadley when the race got back underway? It was 2.1 seconds behind, and that was a bit more than he probably needed to be.
However, he's put 2.6 seconds on Max Crilly, so perhaps Hadley's plan worked there, because he's packed Pip Hammond up, knowing that Pip Hammond wouldn't be able to accelerate and the others couldn't go past.
True.
So it didn't work as badly as it first might have seemed. So there's Crilly and Glover. That's a good battle developing for third. We haven't seen much of Kev Glover in this race yet, so we'll see what sort of speed he has in that Golf as they accelerate down towards Tower, what we think is probably the penultimate lap. What about Class D? The lead gap there was only a couple of seconds between Rob Carvell and Matt Adcock, so we'll see if the older BMW Compact can do anything about the later 1 Series. Through the S's come the top 2. and then the battle for third, Crilly and Glover.
Yep, so through the Jim Clark S's up towards Barcroft and Sunny, with I think one more lap to go at the end of this one. Sunshine now, we've had rain during the course of this race, but it's now a nice afternoon again to look at out of our commentary box window. Packer and Hadley, the two leading contenders. Hadley making his way past one of the slower cars there, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to catch Packer before the end of this race.
They're going to get 2 more laps. No,
they might do.
Should do.
Yes, they should do, shouldn't they? Yeah, 2 more laps. That's good news for some. 2.7 seconds down the gap between Packer and Hadley. Another 3 seconds back to Max Crilly in third, and then Kev Glover is about 7 tenths behind him.
Crilly was 8 tenths quicker than Hadley on that lap, but Hadley was stuck behind the traffic, which it took him a long time to make a move on. But that's because they're in similar paced cars. Rob Carvalho is getting away from Matt Adcock. He was a couple of seconds quicker. So I think Carvalho should be good for the Class D win. And he is just 500 from Pip Hammond's lap record, I think. So he hasn't quite done it, I don't think. And let's check that. 40.32. No, he is quicker. A tenth quicker than Pip Hammond's lap record for Rob Carvalho.
Max Crilly has just failed to get past Tim Hartland's Scirocco there, and he's going to lose a position through the Jim Clark S's as well, I think. No, he's not. The Kev Glover Golf was getting closer to him, but he was delayed there, was Max Crilly, by that Scirocco, the 114 car that you can see there. And that means he's a bit further away from Hadley than he might have been. I thought he was starting to catch him at the start of that lap, and now has lost a bit of ground again.
That's of course who Hadley was struggling to get past in the previous lap, so it all sort of works itself out, doesn't it?
It's not going to be a million miles away in terms of pace is the problem there, I think.
Here comes Glover up the inside into the hairpin for third. Big dive up the inside, big send, and he's made it work. Much more experienced driver, of course, is Kev Glover. He's up into third position and ahead of Max Crilly.
Last lap board is out then, and so Packer has gone on to it with a near 4-second lead now over Hadley. He's got a 2-second lead over the new third place driver, which is Kev Glover.
Jim Benson's getting a 60-second time penalty for pit stop infringement.
Okay. Not been made aware of. He wasn't pushed back. And I can tell you.
He's lapping very quickly now. It's dry. He's just done a 33, so it's about the second fastest car on the circuit. But that penalty's not going to help him.
The Michael Downey car's come to a stop on the back straight, just opposite our commentary position here. So that's a shame for him. But the race will continue to the end now.
Packer did the fastest lap by the way last time, 1:32.9, but they are a bit away from lap record pace. Whereas Carvel did that lap record in Class D last time around.
So Jonathan Packer turning his way through Sunny out for the 25th and final time. They'll have had one more lap out of this than the Class A cars did, because of a slightly shorter safety car period primarily, in spite of the wetter conditions while they were running the first part of the race. So Packer started on pole position. Looked at one point like he might have thrown it away, but is still going to come through with a good, convincing victory here in round 1 of the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship race for classes B and D. Over the line he goes now. It's going to be Jamie Hatton, number 4, that takes second place. Third place goes the way of number 38, Kev Glover. Fourth place to number 12, which is on his debut, Max Crilly, sharing with his father Liam. Then it's going to be James Birch across the line to take 5th position in the Corsa. 6th is going to go to Will Kirtler in the Porsche.
Carvel's been caught quite a lot by Matt Adcock in the final stages of this race, but Rob Carvel is going to win Class D in the end, but Matt Adcock brought that gap down to 1.7 seconds at the checkered flag.
Yeah, with a personal best on the last lap of 1:40.395, so it took 4/10 out of Adcock, out of Carvel, I should say, on the final lap.
Yeah, so they're very evenly matched, aren't they, those two BMWs?
Certainly are. So that's a good race there for Class D honours, as well as the overall battle as well.
If you remember back, of course, Jonathan Packer was going backwards at one point, wasn't he, when he had that spin at the complex? So he had a bit more of a dramatic race, and probably after that point when he got back to the front, it was a bit more calm, wasn't it, the front order? the lap times sort of all merged again towards the end, didn't they? When we got the dry conditions, there were several cars within a second on pace. But let's have a look at the results of Part B of Round 1 of the Championship.
Yeah, fantastic race then for Jonathan Packer. He took the win in the Golf GTI. 25 laps completed in the 45-minute race for car number 5. Second was number 4, Jamie Hadley, another Golf GTI, 3.2 seconds behind. Third, number 38, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, 5 seconds adrift of the leader. Fourth, number 12, that was Liam and son Max Crilly in the BMW Z4. Fifth, number 56, James Birch in the Vauxhall Corsa. Sixth was number 32, Will Kirtner in the Porsche Boxer S. Seventh was 44, Rich Gravestock in a Porsche Cayman S. Another Porsche Boxer S of Mike Kirtner, number 72, in 8th place. Jim Benson, number 59, was 9th. And a Porsche Cayman was 10th as well, 297. Jan Wiskett and Mark Enoch ahead of the Meaton Heartland Scirocco, the Scottish Rihari 330 Ci, and then the first of the Class D cars, Rob Carvel in the BMW 120i, and the Adcock father and son combo in number 88, only a few tenths behind in the end. And then John Dundee 15th, the 39 car of Chris Scopes was 16th in the MR2 Turbo. 17th was the Hall Hammond Nova combo. 18th the Barleys in the E30. 19th number 22 Chris Fantan, I think the last driver actually to make it as far as the end of that race in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. So Road Sports Championship, as we say, continues at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in 3 weeks' time, supporting Valentino Rossi et al. In the GTs. We still got 3 races to come this evening here at Croft. Mazda 7's in a moment, but first Tom Butterworth is going to speak to our race winner.
Welcome back to the pit lane. Jonathan Packer just getting his kit off, come in, and after a race victory in Class B to Giwa Road Sports, just to wait for him to get his lid off, and we'll have a quick chat, because quite an adventure, I think. So what happened down at the complex?
Run out of talent.
So it was a talent issue. Went off.
Grip. It was grip.
There wasn't much grip on the grass by the looks of it.
No, it was pretty slippery. Do you know what? I actually glanced in my mirror just to see where people were, and I hit the brake pedal probably 5 meters too late. Got on the slippery stuff. I was on the racing line, not really the wet line. So sadly, I just went across the grass, and that was that. Yeah.
Then fought your way back through.
I fought my way back through. I've had some good results here over the years. So I'm just trying to get this cap sorted out, sorry. I've had some good results here over the years, so I basically just got back in my groove, really. And yeah, it was brilliant. It was good. It was a great race. There was no one really to battle with after the first few laps. I don't know what happened to John Monday, because he had some serious pace.
They had a coming together just before Tower Bend, and no, didn't make the finish line.
Oh, sadly, because down this straight, I mean, he actually pulled like 2 car lengths on me, and then down the back straight again, and I thought, I don't know if I can hold him off, but obviously, sadly, he's had a little bit of an incident, which is not great, because he's my teammate as well. We're all in the same garage. So we did all right. And then P2 is my mate Jay. Well,
I'm going to go and have a chat with him.
Yeah, he got P2. We've got matching cars.
Yes.
Yeah, his and hers.
We won't ask which one's which. But thank you very much, and congratulations on the victory. And we will move on and speak to Jamie. Jamie, he's over here in the shade, trying to keep cool.
Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. I'm all good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good.
Yeah. So we've had 4 seasons during 45 minutes.
Got everything. And we threw everything at us, but that was good. I lost my diff early on, so it was just an open diff. So every hairpin I was coming out over, any shot turn, it was just lighting a tyre. But it was good fun. So just to manage the pace with no diff really.
Got through a whole set in 45 minutes.
I've finished that tyre, yeah, for sure. That's ready for the bin. Do you want to buy it?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm trying to give up.
That's fine. Yeah, he did well. John did really well. His driving was good and everything. But when I saw him come for the pass on the outside and his diff's just working, he's got all the grip in the world. I'm like, there's no point. I'm just going to send it off. I'll do the best I can. But it was good.
An enjoyable 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Great stuff. All right.
Pit stop with my mate. I wrote my mate into the pit stop and he's good. So, Ellie, Autumn, hello. That's my daughter.
Great stuff. Right, we'll move on. Congratulations, Jamie Hadley, P2. We're going to find Rob Carvel. he's here.
Hello, you
That's
all right?
right. Yes, I'm very good. How are you?
Very good, thanks. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
What a race! They just threw everything at us then, didn't they? The gods. But
Yeah,
we
well,
came
they certainly
through well.
did. Yeah. Weather, safety cars.
Yeah.
All
This is
double yellows.
a first road sports race for us, and we've really enjoyed the format, and all the other competitors have been fantastic. So
remembered, I need to give you a hat.
Oh, thank you.
Enjoy.
That's well received. Thank you. So a big thanks to all the marshals who've suffered some cold weather today, I'm sure. So all the best to the Orange Army.
Definitely. Seconded here as well. Well done, Rob, as well. And class victory in class D. And we've lost Phil and Matt Adcock, who I think have gone into Parc Ferme, so we'll try and catch up with them probably tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow morning we'll try and have a chat with them. But coming up next, we're back out with the Mazdas, who are heading down now. So that is going to be your... Where are we? Get the sponsors in. Blind Screen Mazda Championship, which is coming up next.
Yep, cars already on their way to the grid for this one, and it is going to be another 15-minute race for the Blind Screen Mazda 7 Championship. We had a race before the lunch break that was won by Craig Land from Eddie Moyer and Lucas Batt. The grid for this one is set by the second fastest times from qualifying, though, so we'll give you the grid for that just as soon as we can. I can tell you, spoiler, it's Eddie Moyer on pole position once again, as it was for the earlier race. Of course, he did finish second in the race we had before lunch, but he's on pole position once again, having dominated the qualifying session. Really, it's more than a second faster than anybody else. Right, here we go. Pole position then is number 77 Eddie Moyer, beside him number 25 Dave Bowen. Second row of the grid is 87 Craig Land, the race 1 winner, and 93 Ben Abbott. Row 3 is going to be Martin West in number 94 and Lucas Batt in car 66. On the fourth row of the grid, number 17 Ben Dade. Now, he didn't make the start of the first race, so we'll see if he's there for race 2. Next to him should be number 35 Nathan Winterwell. He also had an off in the course of the first race, so we'll see if he's there as well. Row 5 is 20 Todd Boucher and 54 Dave Hitchin. Row 6 is 8 Jack Chapman and 3 Callum Barnes. On the 7th row, 22 Chris Keir and 79 Ayrton Rogers. The 8th row, 5 Ian Wells and 15 Matt Grow. The 9th row, 26 Ross Lorham and 95 David Mason. On row 10, 69 Lee Rogers and 71 Conor Tuck, and 10 Ian Deeves and 73 Simon Walker on the 11th and final row of the grid.
We've got Ben Dade, but I don't think we've got Nathan Winter after that accident that caused the safety car this morning.
No, okay. I can just see the Michael Downey car that was off in the last race. That's just being craned away rather unceremoniously. So it'll be a few moments before we can get this Master 7 race underway. Once again, it's a 1-by-1 grid
Someone's got the
for
idea
this one.
time, haven't they?
Yes, that's good. Who did caught your eye in race 1? I mean, Craig Land obviously took the win. We've seen him take quite a few wins in the past. He's not had a low-cost... he has had a low-cost championship. He's had 2 of them before, but not yet had the Master 7 title. Well, he'll be keen for that. Eddie Moyer has had, again, shown lots of speed over the years in Master 7s, but yet to have a championship. Lucas Batt, I thought, did well in race 1. Another podium finish for him. The stonemason is chipping away, and Dave Bowen sort of went backwards a bit in that first race, didn't he? From the front row back to 4th. So who caught your eye, Josh? Anyone in particular?
It's only Craig Land was the star, wasn't it? Because it was almost dry in that race. So that time was actually very good, and he was able to catch without the use of the toe. But it's fully dry now, I think, despite the showers we've had in between. But yeah, you wouldn't really want to bet against anyone other than Craig Land, seemingly. It was good to see Ben Abbott having his first race in the championship, wasn't it? He got a top 6, which was a good effort. I think good to see David Hitchin back out after that crash he had at Brands Hatch a couple of years ago.
That's right.
I think Jack Chapman's made an improvement over last year, hasn't he? Getting that top 10 finish, the XMG driver. So I think that was probably one of his best runs in the championship. What was Todd Boucher doing back in 16? Do you remember?
It's a good question. And he did make a bit of ground up, didn't he? In
well, he's finished 16th.
Yeah, finished 16th. He was a bit higher than that, wasn't he, at one point?
Yeah, I can't recall what happened there.
Well, there's a lot going on, so we may have missed him having a moment.
It's good that the grid's healthy, isn't it? We mentioned earlier that last year didn't end in the way anyone would have wanted.
Yes.
The grid's come back strong for the opening meeting of the year.
That's right. Right, the Michael Dunny car is nearly out of harm's way. It'll drive into the assembly area, I think, on the crane there. There it is, for those of you watching on the live stream. And once it is sort of behind the barriers, then we can get the minute to go countdown and then straight into what is going to be a 14-minute race we're now seeing on our timing screen.
Right. Which may not make a difference.
No, it might not.
Few repairs to do for road sports competitors for Club Enduro tomorrow, isn't there, including the Downey car we just saw?
Absolutely right. Okay, right, circuit I think is now clear.
Moyer was very good on that opening lap earlier, wasn't he? So he'll be trying to do that, break the toe again.
Yeah.
And then try and do something to keep Craigland at bay. I think the countdown is beginning.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's the 5-second board now being shown to the drivers. So we're ready for the second race of the day for the blind screen Mazda 7 Championship. Revs rising, lights go out, away they go. And it looked like a pretty decent start from the car on the outside of the front row. That was Dave Bowen, and he's got the run on Eddie Moyer this time. Moyer down to second, it's Craigland in third, Ben Abbott's in fourth place in the white and pink car. But it was a good start that from Bowen, who has went backwards in race one. He's gone forwards at the start of race two here, but can he cling on to the lead? He's got Moyer right behind him, then it's Craigland still in third as they head down the back straight. Moyer's already picking up the toe. Jinx out to the left-hand side as they go to Tower. That's going to put him on the outside line for the right-hander. There's some other people making up ground on the inside line as well. Who's going to get through the corner first? Is it Moyer that's come out in front, I think, hasn't it, Josh?
Yeah, I think it was Martin West who had that big look up the inside of everybody. Getting used to this newly built car. It's all pretty tight at the front, but Moyer leads. Land second now, so Bowen's lost another spot. He's in third, and then possibly Ben Abbott there in fourth. Or is it Lucas Batt? No, it's Lucas Batt who's moved forwards. And it's very tightly bunched this time, isn't it, on the opening lap? Much more like it from the Mazda 7s. Say backed by blind screen for the first time this year, and it is then, like it was earlier on lap one, Eddie Moyer who leads them into the complex, but there's not really any gaps this time, is there, between any of them?
Not a huge amount, no. So down towards the hairpin they go for the first time. Moyer it is that is leading then. Craigland is second, Dave Bowen is third, up to fourth has gone Martin West, Lucas Batt is fifth, Ben Abbott sixth, David Hitchin seventh, and Ben Dade, who did take the start of this race this time, he's there in 8th position, but he's lost one place from his grid slot. Down towards Clervaux they go for the second time. Lucas Batt there in the sort of Golf style livery, the blue car with the orange centre stripe.
There's a Texaco livery on West cars. You've got a couple of retro racing liveries on cars that they probably weren't designed for. Up towards Tower, they're side by side for the lead. Craigland is on the inside line of Eddie Moyer, and he claims the lead for the first time in this one. So Craigland to the front. Moyer will try to fight back, I'm sure. The driver who was third in the championship 4 years ago now, which I think was his debut season. But going with them still, kind of, is Dave Bowen, then Martin West clinging on to fourth ahead of Lucas Batt.
Up to Sully they go, hustling their way around the double apex right-hander. Bit of screeching of the tyres, the Toyota tyres as they go through there. It's side by side again for the lead. It looks like Moyer's got it back on the way into the complex. Yes, he has. As I look out of my commentary box window, you can see that Moyer has got the lead away from Craigland once again.
This feels more like a Mazda 7 race, doesn't it, than the earlier one?
It does. The next three are really in quite close contention as well. Bowen is there, then West, and then Lucas Batt in the number 66. Got a bit of a gap now to Ben Abbott, who's in 6th spot, but the first 5 are pretty much together. Down to Clervaux once again.
Martin West is catching them all with the fastest lap, but he's dragging Lucas Batt with him. So you've got 5 for the lead, really, haven't you? Ben Abbott's just not quite living with the pace. of the leading group. Eddie Moore's had a good run since taking the lead, hasn't he? But it's not big enough. I guess because it's pretty windy today. The slipstream is enormous, heading down towards Tower. Craig Land elects not to go for it. There's been an accident behind at the chicane. There's a car off. Might get back going though.
Yeah, looks like it's going to. Just try and pick.
It's David Hitchin.
It's David Hitchin. That's a shame. So he's lost quite a bit of ground there. Leaders through the Jim Clark S's once again. Top two, and then the next three now, and then I think there's four in the next group.
Dade's got to the front of that group, hasn't he, ahead of Ben Abbott?
He has. So, but Lucas Batt there went a bit too deep into the corner, lost a bit of time as a result of that. So looks someone else overcooked it a bit going into Sunny as well, from the sound of the tyre noises that we could hear at that part of the circuit. Meanwhile, it's Moyer leading again as they come back towards us, and if anything, Bowen's catching Land in second, isn't he?
West has got a bit of damage to the front right corner, the mudguards. You don't see that so much in this type of racing, do you? Unlike other sevens, that sort of flapping in the breeze. So Martin West, new build. He's getting stuck in first day in the car. Up across the line they go. All lapping very similarly pacing the 1 minute 33, but West round the outside of Bowen here, brakes very late, he locks up, he's off, and that's not how to treat your new car. Martin West into the barriers.
Oh dear, so Martin West out of the race, I'm afraid. I wonder if the that wheel arch being out of kilter upset the balance of the car turning in, but I think he probably was just a bit late on the brakes as well. But didn't turn in as he would have hoped, that's for certain. I think we are going to get the safety car as a result of that, because there's a car off in a difficult position. Martin's out of the car, leaning on the barriers.
Building cars,
well,
smashing anyone into the barriers a bit extreme to build another, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's quite a write-off, but it'll need some more work on it, certainly, before the next meeting at Pembrey. He's got about 6 weeks before that event, so a little while to go.
Convinced everyone saw the yellow flags a bit further back. Hopefully that will be sorted in a moment. But it's a shame these two Mazda 7 races have had safety car for one car incidents, really, isn't it? So it's not been anything particularly major, but just one car's going off into barriers on both occasions. Hopefully we'll get a restart this time, because this time the snatch vehicle shouldn't be too far away from the scene, I wouldn't have thought, down there at Clairvaux. But this time it's a different car at the front, isn't it? So we could get a different result out of this.
We certainly could. So 7.5 minutes, that's about half the race left to go. It's Eddie Moyer that is in the lead, number 77. In second place is number 87. That's Craig Land. Third is number 25. That's Dave Bowen. Fourth is now Lucas Batt, number 66, after Martin West went off. Fifth is number 17, Ben Dade. In sixth place is number 93, Ben Abbott. Seventh is the number 22 car of Chris Keir from a Clio Racer. Eighth is number 20, Todd Boucher. Ninth is number 79, Ayrton Rogers. And rounding out the top 10 is number 5, that's Ian Wells, the garage equipment engineer from Ash Vale, who started circuit racing in 2023. Did some banger racing and some karting in the past as well, and he's also supporting his 10-year-old son Riley with his motorcycle trials exploits. It's Ian Wells in the number 5 car in 10th position. Just go on, sorry.
Looks like 20 cars started, so someone other than Nathan Winter didn't.
It was Simon Walker at the back. Number 73 didn't start.
Okay. The snatch vehicle at Clairvaux is obviously not as close to the scene as I thought it might be.
Well, it may still have been getting rid of the Porsche that was attached to it from the previous session, is the possible reason for the delay there, I guess. Still disentangling itself from Michael Downey's car. That might be the issue that we have there. Ayrton Rogers, he's in 9th place, the number 79 car. Up from 14th on the grid.
Is there any books coming this year?
Well, I didn't realise there's now 3 of them that are out, aren't there? So I'd read the first one Tyre Fire, but he's now written 3 on his following 2 seasons in Mazda 7s, Like Father, Like Son, and The Good, The Bad and The Ugly.
It probably will be another book then, won't it?
It may well be, yeah. was doing something I've never done before on the way to the circuit, Josh. With the wonderful thing that is AI, I managed to get all the driver profiles summarised so I could listen to them on the way up.
Nothing good on the radio, obviously.
And what I was surprised, listening to that, is how many drivers say that their favourite circuit is Lydden Hill, including Ayrton Rogers, who has... I know he certainly tested the car there.
Oh, right.
Yeah, in the early days, I think.
There's probably a lot of 750 competitors who've never raced at Lydden Hill, I suspect. So it's those who come from things like pickups, I guess, who have raced at Lydden.
Yeah, and there's one or two, I think, is it...
we've done Rallycross.
They've done Rallycross there. I think Finn Vore was one of those in the Porsches. There's the car being hauled out of the way of Martin West, and also I think the guy that's in Porsches who'd previously done RGB about 20 years ago,
Right, yeah.
when 750 Motor Club did regularly visit Lydden Hill still on a regular basis.
The Rallycross venue is slightly different, isn't it?
Yes.
Especially now they've got the jump, which they didn't used to have.
That's right. Okay, so we're probably going to have one more lap, I think, behind the safety car.
That probably takes us to about a lap to go, doesn't it?
Yeah.
At least we won't finish under safety car this time.
Yeah, probably it's just going to be one more lap to go.
Was it not a safety car restart where it went all wrong for Eddie Moyer 1 year ago?
May have been, actually, though you mention it.
So hopefully he doesn't remember it so well.
Right,
That behind him.
So providing the safety car takes less than 4 minutes to come back round, which it should do, we'll get at least one more racing lap here. So, as you say, we won't finish with an early checkered flag, as we did earlier on, hopefully. Of course, the Mazda 7s, they're only having 2 races this weekend, so this is their second final race of the weekend. They're not back tomorrow, as all of the other categories are, with the exception of road sports, although many of the competitors will be taking part in Club Enduro tomorrow. Blind Screen supporting the championship this year, one of the 750 Motor Club's principal partners, and Blind Screen offering a great opportunity for drivers in the 750 Motor Club to work with Blind Screen to effectively secure some promotional material, videos and clips for social media and things like that, which might help with some sponsorship campaigns. So if you're a 750 Motor Club competitor, member, interested in partnering with Blind Screen to build your social media content and profile, then do go and have a word with them.
Do you think it's going to rain again at some point?
I've not looked at the app recently. I wouldn't rule it out looking at the skies behind us.
That's where it came from earlier, wasn't it?
Yes, that's the general direction that it comes from. That's the west over there. So the safety car lights out yet? I didn't see.
Yeah.
Not yet, but they've not been turning them off until about sunny, I don't think, previously, which is where they're heading to now.
It's only going to be one lap, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, because a good lap is a 1:33. Yeah, they'll struggle, I think, to get more than that out of it.
But Eddie Moore's got to be, slows down now. Got to be cautious here, because a few times today we've seen the leader catch the safety car through the complex, haven't we?
Yeah.
So it's a good idea to back off behind the safety car. Its lights are out now.
That's right.
The race car can obviously go fairly quicker than that car can around the last few corners.
Yeah, as I say, it is just unfortunate there isn't an off for the safety car before or at the complex, maybe.
But I think Eddie's backed him up enough here.
He has. He's done a good job here. And now he goes. Gets his foot down and accelerates his way through the complex. Safety car by now is already in the pit lane.
Been quite tight though, only just going to have one lap to go, but it was near to be 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but it's going to be 1. Oh, and Craig Land's not made the best exit out of the hairpin there, I don't think. And that's going to cost him, because he could have been close to the race leader.
One of the Rogers has had an incident on the restart. Is that Ayrton, I think?
Yeah, I think it is. But it's Moyer that's leading. Oh, and it's Lucas Batt now that's into the gravel trap at Clairvaux. Well, that's just as well that they cleared that car out of the way, and it's just as well this is the final lap of the race, because otherwise we'd be needing another safety car. It's a big lead here for Eddie Moyer, in the lead of the race, from Craig Land in second and Dave Bowen in third, and we're getting a red flag. I'm not quite sure what the point of that is, because that was after the finish line, but race being stopped now with Lucas Batt, I'm afraid, in the pit, not in the pit lane, in the gravel trap at Clairvaux corner. And I guess, again, it means that we can get the cars off the circuit more quickly, which with time pressing is probably not the worst thing in the world.
It's all one-car incidents today, isn't it, in this?
It is, yeah.
He's looking at the car almost like something went wrong.
Rather accusingly, isn't he? And then he's just...
I don't know what happened to Martin Rogers either on the restart.
No, where did he end up? Did he end up in the pit lane?
I think so. They've reset the result, so he might get a result still.
Yeah, they've taken it back to 5 laps, haven't they? I think. So
they've taken bat out of the results, as you would expect.
Yeah. Not bat out of hell, but bat out of the results. Right, we can probably therefore give you the results from that race then, at the end of 5 laps, not all of which were run in green flag conditions. As they come back into the pits, it is Eddie Moyer that took the win in the number 77 car. Second place went the way of number 87 Craig Land. He was 1 second behind. Of course, it's pretty academic because these were times behind the safety car. Third, number 25, that was Dave Bowen. Fourth was number 17 Ben Dade. Fifth to number 93 Ben Abbott. Sixth was 22 Chris Keir. Seventh was 20 Todd Boucher. Eighth was number 79 Ayrton Rogers. Okay, yes, because he did continue. Ninth was number 5 Ian Wells. 10th was number 8 Jack Chapman. Then it was David Mason, Matt Crow, Lee Rogers, Ross Lorham, Ian Deeves, Connor Took, David Hitchin and Callum Barnes, the last of the drivers not to put it in the Clervaux gravel trap. So that's the Mazda 7s. As I say, they continue at Pembrey at the end of May. We have 2 more races to come for you before the end of the day here at Croft. Clios and Porsches. But first, let's head down to the pit lane and Tom Butterworth.
Back down in the pit lane with race winner Eddie Moyer. Yes, Lucas is absolutely fine. Jumped out of the car, absolutely fine. Yeah, just parked it in the gravel.
Yeah, that was my main concern more than anything when we came back round, that he was all right.
Well, it's nice to see that even after a race, when you're still concerned about more concerned about everybody else.
We've all got something to go back to tomorrow, or Monday, in fact. You know, everybody wants to walk away, so as long as he got out safe, that's the main thing.
Yes, no, he's fine. It looks fairly steady away. Obviously, there was a lot of safety car. You took the lead at Tower. And nice little move down the inside, and happy with it?
Yeah, no, it's been a long time coming. It's been a rough couple of years, and this just makes it all worthwhile. It's been a really long 2 years, especially what happened after here last year as well with the roll. I'm over the moon.
Yeah, excellent. Because I remember that. That was, I remember seeing the aftermath of it over at the far side as I was leaving the track.
Yeah, that was not a fun way to start the season, but no, it's been a great way to start the season. So we'll definitely be at the next round.
Great stuff, and you're just beating the weather as well by the looks of things. Says he just wanted it to. We're looking forward to it to. Right, so Craig, P1 in race 1, P2 in race 2. Good championship so far.
No, exactly, and I think about 10 days ago we weren't actually coming to this round, so it was actually my son's idea. He said, "Dad, do you want to go to the racetrack?" And I thought, you know what, I'll get it out of the garage, and I mean, to get a P1 and a P2 and for a bit of fun, I think that's what we're here for. And yeah, it's great. It's a shame about the race. We would like to get a few more laps in, and I noticed Davey was sort of catching up on us. It would have been like a 3-man battle, maybe 4, if the oil had not gone down. But no, it was great fun.
Well, it's the racing gods telling you got to mount a full championship now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I was thinking maybe 2 thoughts about Pembrey, but might have to do that one and try and follow the championship through, because I was going to do them all apart from these 2, so if I only got 1 to do, then I may as well try and follow the whole championship through.
Yeah. Well, congratulations anyway, that's good to see. And then we've got David Bowen, P3.
Yep. Yes, yeah, good race, yeah. What we had of it, like as Craig said, really shame we didn't get a bit more, a few more laps in there, but but no, good while it lasted. What we had was good, so.
Yeah. And thoughts for the championship this year? Is that what you're pushing for? I mean, obviously you're going to be pushing for it, but what do you think? Realistic?
No idea really, to be honest. I've kind of exceeded expectation this weekend, so we'll just keep on doing what we're doing and keep the corners on it and see what happens. Yeah.
Most important thing, just make it to the finish line and see where you are at the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I had a bit of pep talk with Craig's dad Paul just before that one. He said, "Forget your mirrors, go forwards." So. I took his advice a little bit there, so yeah, it was good fun.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. Right, we will hand back to the commentary team of Ian and Josh for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, which is coming up next.
Yep, so Clio's shortly to head out onto the track for their second race of the weekend, and then we will have the Porsches as the final race of the day. I think Lucas Batt's car has been cleared out of the way. There's probably just a little bit of clearing up to be done, and some gravel maybe needing to be swept. We'll be checking for fluid as well, but I think we're pretty much good to go. The Clios, they do have a green flag lap, and I can see that, as expected, it is going to be a 14-minute race. We are, at the moment, at least 17. We'll probably be about 25 minutes behind schedule by the time the race gets underway, I would have thought. And we'll just be trying to make sure we do get that final Porsche race in before the curfew here. Reminder that we've got more racing here tomorrow as well. We begin with qualifying at 12 o'clock, of course. No action before 12 o'clock tomorrow. That's the qualifying for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. And then we'll be straight into racing at 12:30. We've got the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, the Carmel Porsche Trophy, the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, the Lancang Tyre Sports 1000s, and then more Type R Trophy action before the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, the 150-minute race to round out the weekend's racing here at Croft. And remember also that 750 Motor Club back in action next weekend as well at Brands Hatch. And if you're not there, you can join us on the Alpha live stream on the Sunday only next weekend. Meanwhile, here at Croft, it's still early in the season, of course. Just looking at upcoming events here at Croft for you. We've got the Speedfest North. That is the next event, I think, that's coming up on the calendar. So that is going to be on the 2nd to the 3rd of May. It's the TCR UK Touring Car Championship, and Caterham's also returned to Croft for another 2 days of frantic action. So that is the 2nd and 3rd of May. Speedfest North featuring TCR and Caterham racing. And then on the we've got the Classic to Modern Motor Show. That is here on the 9th of May, where the circuit hosts the Classic to Modern Motor Show, which will see a celebration of everything automotive for the 2nd year in a row. Get ready for a high-octane day out as the Croft Motor Show returns with a jam-packed schedule of motorsport, entertainment and family fun as well. There'll be live action, food, entertainment, all in one unforgettable day. The Hangar 50 cafeteria becomes the live entertainment and refreshment hub for the day. So there'll be lots of classic car displays, celebrate the past and present of motorsport. So that's here on the 9th of May. So do look out for that. All the details on the Croft Circuit website, which is croftcircuit.co.uk. So, waiting for the Clios to appear. Reminder that in the earlier race, well, we had a very happy first-time winner, didn't we? Matt Hipkins it was that took the win. We thought we were going to have a first-time winner. We just didn't know which one it was going to be. Was it going to be Matt Hipkins or was it going to be Josh Renault? They battled very closely indeed in race 1, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Drivers are only just now getting into cars, I see, on the in the assembly area there, so I'm not sure what the delay was for, but shouldn't be too much further now. But yeah, Matt Hipkins, I think, was very pleased with that, and perhaps a little bit surprised too, but a great effort from him. He's had a couple of podiums before, and now is a first-time winner, and the very early championship leader as well in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. But yeah, sort of a new cast at the front, really, isn't it, with he and Josh North claiming first and second positions in that tightly contested race. And Steve Richardson always led and looked like he was going to win in Class A for the 182s, but it got sort of much closer than we thought towards the end, winning by just 0.7 of a second over Greg Hill. And Taylor Norton getting onto the podium, so a good result there for Taylor. And grid slightly different this time because it's based on the results, on the fastest laps from that earlier race. So Darren Ransom still there or thereabouts, isn't he? He was leading earlier but broke down with an unknown issue at this point, but he will be there on the second row of the grid, and you can't really rule him out from challenging those ahead. Then in Class A, Greg Hill starts from pole this time ahead of Steve Richardson. Be interested what Paul Clark can do because he had to start on that delay earlier, but he'll be up there with the top runners in class.
Yeah, he's going to go on row 5, isn't he?
Looked like it was the snatch vehicle just going getting that Master 7 out of the assembly area. That's been done now, so the Clios can be released. As you say, they will have a green flag lap after this sort of initial installation to the grid. But good to see a strong entry to start the year off here at Croft with 20 cars here, so I think we should be quite pleased with that sort of round, as good as it got last year too. And even split's quite interesting, isn't it? Of an equal amount of the either 197-200s or the older Clio 182s.
No, that's right. And so far this weekend, it seems that the Class B cars, the more modern 197s, are a little bit the quicker. We can have a look at the grid, I think, if we want to bring that up now. We're waiting for the cars to come on to the grid to assemble. I can tell you that it was the man that's at the fastest lap in race 1, of course, Matt Hipkins, that has qualified on pole position in number 12. Alongside him is number 35, Joshua North. They were also first and second in the earlier race. 72, Pete O'Connor on the inside of the second row. Alongside him is number 30, Darren Ransom. Third row of the grid, fifth row is 56, Chris Lawrence, and 75, Greg Hill. On the fourth row, 7 and 28, so Stephen Richardson and Taylor Norton. Row 5 is Paul Clark in 82, and 18, Mark Witherington. Row 6, Joe DePrato in 29, and Oscar Swainton in number 51. Row 7 is 33, Christina Lowe, and 298, Scott Carruthers. David Fredshaw in 11, and Matthew Poncia in 57 on the 8th row. The 9th row is 32, Graham Bishop, and 58, Ryan Earl. And the 10th and final row, 36, Steve Croxford, and 88, Brian Craven. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for this second of 3 races this weekend for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. The two classes, I say, Class B cars up to 1205 kilos, Class A up to 1070. They run a control ECU from K-Tech, 17-inch wheels for the more modern cars, 15-inch for the 182s, all on Toyo RAAR tyres, with a mandatory K-Tech and Spax suspension kit, and very limited modifications, as is the case with a lot of the 750 Motor Club Championships, to try to keep the cost down as far as possible and keep the action nice and competitive. 14 round championship, 3 here this weekend. Double headers at Silverstone on the National Circuit next month, at Anglesey, at Alton Park, and then at Snetterton 300. They have a triple header at the end of August, and concluding at Donington Park with a double header in October. So a nice spread out calendar, taking in a range of venues across the country. Good geographical split as well. And we are about to get the cars off on their green flag lap. The green flag in fact now waves. It's a final sighting lap for these drivers. Josh, how do you think this one's going to play out? Do we think Darren Ransom, if he can continue this time, is going to be a force for the victory?
You'd certainly expect him to be amongst it, wouldn't you? He's got the experience, especially in race conditions, to move up the order. He made a good start as well in race 1. That could be important. Josh North is the driver who seems to have the most pace here, but just wasn't able to move forward earlier. Really, it's out any of those top 4 it's possible, I think. There's a couple missing from the grid, I noticed. One was Brian Craven, who retired from race 1, and Matthew Poncia, I don't think, was there. He was a finisher earlier, so I'm not sure what happened to him.
No, both of them, you're absolutely right, confirmed on my screen as not taking the start of the race. That's a great shame.
Class A could be interesting, couldn't it, with Greg Hill ahead of Steve Richardson this time. Of course, Joey DePrato was going well earlier and retired. I think he's there this time, so see what he can do on one of the youngsters on the grid.
Good to see what Oscar Swanton did in race 1. He had that top 10 finish on his debut, the delivery driver from Salisbury, 21 years of age. And of course the Clio 182, the car built by Beanie Sport 5 years ago, prepared by himself and his father. And their favourite circuit is listed as Thruxton, so it's a shame that the Clios aren't going to Thruxton when the 750 Motor Club visits later on in the season.
Well, as he's new to racing as a driver, he might get a different opinion as the year goes on.
Absolutely, yes. Good to see a number of drivers out there though. Christina Lowe, mentioned her as well. She's lining up on the 7th row of the grid. 33-year-old stuntwoman from Hornchurch in Essex. Only started racing on the circuits last year, during the last couple of rounds of the season. The ex-Andy Bennett car, that one. Actually is another driver that lists Thruxton as her favourite track, in actual fact.
I guess if you do stunts, going quickly around somewhere like Thruxton doesn't put you off, does it?
Absolutely not. So, cars going back round through the complex and ready for the start of this race. 14-minute race it will be for the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship.
Yeah, I think Croft generally is where the 197 and 200s have their advantage, because they've got limited slip diffs, haven't they? And
that's
one
right.
On the hairpin, particularly, that gives them quite a big advantage. Chris Lawrence's car looked very slow in a straight line earlier, so not sure what was going on there, but he's a former champion. The two former champions have both come when they've been in different cars, though, because both Chris Lawrence and Peter O'Connor have won the championship before, but they were both when they were in a 182. They're now in 197 200, so yet to win the championship in that class. Of course, within Class A, the Stephen Richardson car has won the championship, but with his son Lewis last year, and he sounded very keen to know just if he was going quicker than Lewis was going last year, rather than actually winning the race. But the cars are all in place, so 14 minutes of racing, which will probably be 9 laps this time, about to get underway.
Yep, 5-second board is shown to the drivers then. So it's the blue car, number 12, on pole position. Bumper from someone's car earlier on there on the grass. That is the car of Matt Hipkins. He was the race 1 winner. He's got Joshua North next to him. It's a good stop by Darren Ransom with a checkered flag on his roof that's made the best of the starts from the second row. He's trying to squeeze between the two front row drivers as they head down to Clervaux Corner for the first time. It's North that's got his nose in front, but it's the Hipkins car that's on the inside line. It's Hipkins and Ransom first and second. North is third, and a good stop by Steve Richardson. He's got ahead of Greg Hill in Class A. He's up to 4th place overall as well. Pete O'Connor is going to separate the two Class A leaders, I think, as they come through Hawthorne and onto the back stretch. So it's Hipkins leading, Ransom from 4th up to 2nd place, and then in 3rd place it's Joshua North.
Yeah, Darren Ransom can get the car off the line all right, can't he? Is that DePrato that's pulled off already? A big dive up the inside here from Ransom into Tower. They're going to lean on each other quite a lot now, and I think they are side by side. They're lucky that Hipkins didn't go around there. I think Ransom let him have it, didn't he, after all of that? So Hipkins still leads from Ransom, but Darren Ransom quick at the start, very keen to get on with things on this opening lap, using that experience of being a front runner a year ago. So he leads as they head off to the back of the circuit.
Yeah, off up towards Sunny they go then for the first time in this race. Hipkins and North were, as I say, coming to blows at Tower Corner there, but fortunately both of them survived. They'll be shortly heading into the complex for the first time, and again it's nose to tail. It's still the same order. Hipkins ahead of North in 2nd place. Of Ransom, I should say, in 2nd place, and North in 3rd position. O'Connor's got himself ahead of Steve Richardson now, and back into 4th position. Richardson has Chris Lawrence between himself and Greg Hill now. I think we had a spin for one car as well at the complex.
Steve Croxford, he did a similar thing earlier too, so the ex-Renault 5 man having a bit of a difficulty there, but he'll get back going, I'm sure. But Matt Hipkins has held off the challenge for now. So Peter O'Connor got the better of Steve Richardson at the complex, so he will now try and chase after some of his classmates. Paul Clark's mirror is missing. DePrato is there, so it must be his teammate Taylor Norton that's pulled off. Not sure if there was an incident through the chicane that triggered that, but it's Richardson, Hill, DePrato, the top 3 in the 182s, but nothing can separate the top 3. Matt Hipkins was very good in defence earlier, wasn't he, over Josh North, who said it's quite difficult to overtake in single make racing round here, so can Darren Ransom do anything about that? I wonder if that's why Ransom was so keen on the opening lap to try and get it done, because now that everyone settles in, it's a bigger challenge. But through the S's they will go then for the 2nd time of asking, where Matt Hipkins leads and Darren Ransom in 2nd, Josh North 3rd, and we'll see if Peter O'Connor can close in at all. He was just over a 2nd behind at the start of the lap.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got 11 minutes of the race left to go. It was because it was a 14-minute race rather than a 15-minute race because of the earlier delays. obviously with one or two issues with our cameras up at the top of the circuit, but it's side by side as they come back into the complex here, and it's going to be Ransom up on the inside for the next element, and he's going to get the lead, is he, away from Matt Hipkins, and he is through. So Hipkins is through, but back on the inside now. There's contact there. It's Ransom that's holding on. Hipkins might lose a place here to Joshua North now on the drag out of the corner. North has got himself pretty much fully in front, and yeah, he does indeed go now down to Clervaux corner with the two of them side by side. It's Hipkins back through on the inside there, so all happening in the past few corners, Josh.
It's not a bad thing that Ransom and North and Hipkins rather have got similar colours, because they've been trading plenty of paint over the course of the first couple of laps of this. But Ransom's ahead now, so we'll see if he can get away from Hipkins. Looked like DePrato was slowing, by the way, at the end of the lap, so his problems persist. Hipkins second. Wait, here comes North. He couldn't get past him in the earlier race. If he wants to win this, he might need to get on with it, because Ransom's getting away. Big denter in the door of Ransom's car after that incident at the hairpin. He runs a little bit wide there at Tower Corner. Peter O'Connor did the fastest lap on the last lap, but that wasn't particularly fast in comparison to the earlier race. So they head off through the Jim Clark S's in the same order. Within Class A, it's Steve Richardson who led by a couple of seconds actually over Greg Hill. Paul Clark was third. Fourth was Mark Witherington.
That's right. So Peter O'Connor with the best lap of the race so far, 1:40.496. Richardson and Hill, and the first two Class A cars separated by just about 2 seconds at the start of this lap. But it's Darren Ransom in the lead of the race then. From in second place, Joshua North. Third is Matt Hipkins. No, it's not. It's the other way around, isn't it? Hipkins ahead of North here, and then Peter O'Connor in fourth position. And those two have got a slight lead over Chris Lawrence, but what was the gap there? It was 1.8 seconds. I think Chris Lawrence might have closed that a bit to the first four now as they come through this time. Joshua North is going to overlap again here with Hipkins on the way into Clervaux corner, and Ransom a little bit unsettled as well ahead of them. So Hipkins it is holding on to P2 there. Josh North in third, and Pete O'Connor in fourth place. But these first four really still anyone could win it, I think. They just need to keep down Ransom in sight.
The lap time's quite a lot slower in the earlier race, so I wonder if the track conditions aren't ideal. North's having another go here up towards Tower. He's on the outside line of Matt Hipkins. He brakes very late into Tower Bend. Around the outside he goes, and Josh North, well, he tried to do so much in race one, didn't he, to get past Matt Hipkins. He's done it this time. He's up into second position, and we'll see if he has the pace on Darren Ransom ahead.
Absolutely right. So it's a shame we've lost a few cars already. Lost Norton DePrato's now into the pit lane as well. So I think that leaves us with 16 cars circulating. We've also had a couple of non-starters as well, which has meant that we're a few cars down.
Lawrence was about 4 tenths quicker than O'Connor last time, so it felt like he was catching more than that.
No,
really,
I thought so too.
So good to see Lawrence seems to be up to speed this time, where in the previous race he was struggling a little.
He seems to have lost a bit of ground there at that time, but we'll see. Bit of damage then to the car of Ransom from some of the earlier contact, I think. Ransom it is though that still leads. Joshua North now second, Matt Hipkins third, Pete O'Connor in fourth. And as far as the Class A battle is concerned, well, it's the battle for second really that's a bit more interesting, because Greg Hill is being caught by the slightly paler green car of Paul Clark, with Steve Richardson now about 2 seconds ahead of Hill.
Josh North just done the best lap of the race despite passing Hipkins, so he is looking like a contender here, and he's caught quite a bit, I'd suggest, in the first few corners of this lap. So Josh North is going after Darren Ransom. The gap was 8 tenths at the start of the lap, but that fraction quicker was North, and they're pulling away now from the race one winner, Matt Hipkins, who has Peter O'Connor on his bumper, heading down towards Tower Bend. Through the right-hander they go, a bit wider for Hipkins, tighter line taken by Pete O'Connor. There's Steve Richardson, the Class A leader. There's Greg Hill in second. There's Paul Clark in third. They have pulled away from Mark Witherington, who's there in fourth position. And then Oscar Swanton is fifth, and Christina Lowe completes the top 6 within Class A.
Battles all the way down the order, because in 15th and 16th you've got Ryan Earl and Steve Croxford doing battle. Ryan in his first race meeting in the Clio Sport Championship. The 36-year-old production manager from Norwich doing battle with Steve Croxford, the former Renault 5 racer, as Josh was saying. Now there's damage here to Josh North's car in second place.
I presume he's been off round the back, hasn't he? He hasn't lost much time, but it's dislodged the front bumper, which could cause him a problem over... Yeah, it's caused him so much of a problem he is for the pits. So Josh North, despite not having lost a position in all of that, but that damage, I think he realised he's not going to make it home safely, so he's down into pit lane, and that will promote Matt Hipkins back into second position, and Pete O'Connor right on his tail still, actually, in third.
I think the team are trying to rip that off and see if they can get him back out into the race. No, bonnet's up as well, so I think there's something more fundamental wrong there.
Like we saw in the previous race, Greg Hill gets quicker as the race goes on. He was 4 tenths quicker than Steve Richardson, just set the fastest lap in Class A, and he's 1.4 seconds behind. So I think the Class A battle is sort of backwards way around to what you'd expect.
Yeah.
The race gets more exciting as the race gets on, gets closer. Richardson was very good at the start, wasn't he? Gained a lot of positions, but Greg Hill, the RC pro racer, is chasing after him.
Josh North out of the car, by the way, now.
Okay, so he doesn't have much luck, really, does he? Josh North in one way or another. Paul Clark there, he's still in third position in the class. He's kind of living with Greg Hill at this stage, and then they're quite a bit ahead of Mark Witherington, the former MG racer. But up front, Ransom now about 3 seconds ahead as David Redshaw's had an off, hasn't he, down there at Tower, the Sheffield man in his third season. But Prato's back out there, isn't he? He's just ahead of the race leader. As I say, he's got a 3-second lead down Ransom over this close battle for second.
Yeah, so Prato, I'm not sure how much longer he's going to stay out, but he is out at the moment at least. But the car sounding rather sick, and it's going to be passed by the race leader, Darren Ransom, who has got quite a healthy lead now over Matt Hipkins in second place, Peter O'Connor up to third, Chris Lawrence up to fourth, and the gap between Richardson and Hill has done what this time? It is down to 7 tenths of a second, because Hill's on a PB that time, a 1:39.950.
It's quicker than he went in race one.
Yeah.
So Hipkins and O'Connor are going to catch DePrato at the chicane, which is awkward for the pair of them, but I think Matt Hipkins read that quite well, and he has kept the margin over O'Connor. But yeah, in the background, the two 182s, the Class A leaders, are together now. So Greg Hill is putting the pressure on Steve Richardson. I don't think Greg has won in the class before, so that will be his aim, you have to think. The driver from Derby in his the ex-Kevin Condon car. We haven't seen Kevin out lately, have we? He was a long time 750 Road Club competitor, but there they are, absolutely together now, the Class A 182s. They're pulled away from Paul Clark, but Greg Hill is going to put the pressure on Steve Richardson here, I think.
Once again, apologies on the stream that we don't have a couple of our cameras up at the top of the circuit, but we'll hopefully get that fixed in due course. We have the cars about to head into the complex once again. Here is the race leader, Darren Ransom, nearly 3 seconds ahead at the start of the lap. He's going to get two more laps to go. Oh, and the side by side, and a contact there, and that's Hipkins that's run wide there, and it's O'Connor therefore that's gone through into second place. So O'Connor to second, and down to third has gone the race one winner, Matt Hipkins. They're fortunately far enough ahead of anyone else for that not to really cause them any bother in terms of Chris Lawrence, who actually seemed to be a bit further away than I expected him to be.
Yeah, like the earlier race, he's fallen away as the race has gone on. Been a few more bits of contact in this, nothing sort of overly major, but we're seeing a few incidents out there that might get looked at post-race. So the cars then turn their way through this 8th lap of the race, penultimate lap now we think, and Darren Ransom looking good to put sort of the wrongs of the problem earlier into a better position. He's sort of going to play a bit of catch up in the championship, isn't he? It goes on, but he certainly seems to have the pace here to open out the year, and I kind of wondered if this what might happen for Darren Ransom, because he was clearly, him and Jack Kingsby were clearly quicker than the rest last year on a regular basis, weren't they? And with Kingsbury not here, now Ransom takes up that mantle up front. Maybe on raw pace, the others aren't that far away, but he can consistently be there, and that means he's able to pull clear. And there'll be a lap to go at the end of this. Here he comes into the complex. Second and third are still together, though, aren't they? So Matt Hipkins is fighting back.
It certainly is. And yeah, one lap to go at the end of this one. And they're turning their way through the hairpin for what will be the penultimate time in this race. As far as Class A is concerned, we'll see if we can pick this one up as well, perhaps as they come over the line and down towards Clairvaux, because you've got the red and black car of Steve Richardson and Greg Hill in the bright green car. They're right together. Cars 7 and 75 in the lead of the race. On that occasion, the gap came down by a couple of tenths. It's been a bit elastic. There we are, we can see them turning their way through Clairvaux and Hawthorne now. So Class A not yet fully decided, I don't think, Josh.
No, and I think Hill's probably closer at this point with a lap to go than he was earlier, and they're catching Chris Lawrence. That could be a little bit of added moment for Richardson, the leader. It's been a good day so far for Steve Richardson here at Croft. It's been a good day for Greg Hill really as well, hasn't it? He's started the season very strongly. They go out of Tower. They're still in that order. They've really pulled away from Paul Clark here, who's there in third. And in turn, he's a long way clear of Mark Witherington.
That's right. Clock has counted down to 0 then in this VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship race. It's looking like it's going to be a first win of the season for Darren Ransom. He had 6 last year. And here he comes into the complex for the final time. It's not been straightforward, but he has managed to ease away to a lead of more than 4 seconds in the end over the rest of the field. There was, of course, those early skirmishes with Matt Hipkins, but it's Ransom out of the final corner and past the checker flag to take the win in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Second place goes the way of Pete O'Connor in number 72. Third goes the way of the race one winner, Matt Hipkins. And up to the line now comes the battle for the Class A victory, and Greg Hill couldn't quite do it, could he? He was, in the end, about 0.4 of a second behind Steve Richardson, who therefore completes the double win in Class A. So he's going to be an early championship leader, I think, isn't he, with 2 wins there, whereas we've had 2 different winners in Class B, Josh.
Yes, that's right. Has Scott Carruthers come through at the end there? I don't think he did he? Out of 9th position. He was having a good run, one of the newcomers. So that's going to promote Christina Lowe, isn't it, up into 9th overall. And David Redshaw recovered well from his off to complete the top 10. Oh, Oscar Swanton went dropping down the order as well towards the end. So a couple of the newcomers who had been having strong races had problems towards the end of the race by the looks of things. But yeah, Scott Carruthers hasn't come through on that final lap in.
No, that's a shame. It's still yet to appear, I think. Just having a look. He has now continued. He did have an off, but he has been delayed. But I think he will ultimately come through to take the checker flag at the end of that second race of the weekend for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. They do have a third one tomorrow. Hopefully 1 or 2 of those that had problems in that race will get their cars fixed and will get them back out into the race. Let's have a look at the results of race 2 of the weekend, though. It was a win then for number 30, Darren Ransom, taking the honours at the end of 9 laps. He won by 4.3 seconds from number 72, Peter O'Connor, in second place. Third place was number 12, Matt Hipkins, and fourth was number 56, Chris Lawrence. Winning Class A in 5th place overall was number 7, Steve Richardson. Completing the podium in that class was 75, Greg Hill in 6th, and 82, Paul Clark in 7th. Mark Witherington, number 18, took 8th position. Christina Lowe was 9th in number 33, and number 11, David Redshaw, completed the top 10 ahead of Oscar Swanton, Graham Bishop, Ryan Earl, and Steve Croxford, with Scott Carruthers, yes, he did take the checkered flag in the end, some way down in 15th position, and the only other finisher, although he did have a pit lane visit, was Joey DePrato in the number 29 car. Those are the 16 finishers from the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship race. Right, we should have one more race to come this afternoon. A modest amount of clearing up to be done before then, but Marshall's already getting out onto the grid, I can see, for the final race of the day, which is going to be for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. But before that, we'll head down to Tom Butterworth in the pit lane.
Well, welcome back to the pit lane. We've got Darren Ransom just getting his kit off, so to speak. His race kit, his gloves and his helmet. He's going to step out and we'll have a little chat with him. See how that one was. Well, that one looked a bit lively.
It's probably the best start I've made. Yeah, after the first race where I've had to change the clutch in between. Yeah, we're happy with that. That's all right. That's, yeah.
So busy race and busy in between races.
Yeah, busy afternoon. Yeah. Running off, getting parts, and but yeah, the car's been good all weekend. It was good last year when we was here, but yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's got better, I think.
Nice move down the. Well, it started off at Tower, didn't it? And then it carried on through the complex. And
yeah, I don't know what happened. He sort of, I don't know if he was trying to back up or whatever, but yeah, I just managed to go around the outside of him and yeah, make it stick. I think I got a bit of damage on the rear quarter.
Yeah, well,
to the hairpin.
I reckon there's a hip kiss bumper style dent in the side of your.
Yeah, it probably is. It felt like it.
I reckon we can match it up.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Your DNA match the paint.
Yeah. I haven't checked the damage yet, but hopefully it's not too bad. But I'm sure it'll be all right.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It'll be all right for race 3.
Bit of tea.
Yeah, polish out, won't it?
Great stuff. Well, congratulations to you. We'll see if we can grab Pete, who went P3 in race 1 and P2 in race 2.
Yeah.
And now we've got hopefully P1 in race 3. Is
That's
that the plan?
I'm working up to it, right? I need a good dinner tonight and see how it goes.
Way into the week.
Yeah, I made it hard work though. I got a terrible start and like a few got past me, so down to 5th, and then I had to make some moves. Unfortunately, Josh hit the tyre stack out the back and knocked his thing off, and then I think Darren and Hipkins got together, but yeah, then managed to get Hipkins just round the back. So yeah, good race really. I'm struggling a bit down the straights, but made it round the corner. So
it's a good move down the inside into the complex as well.
Yeah.
Firm but fair.
Yeah.
It's one that we've practiced many times.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say it was firm, but as I said to Hipkins, I think it was fair. But if not, get called. But no, it was a good move and a great race. So yeah, pleased with that.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Pete. And very quickly have a chat with Matt Hipkins. Matt,
I'm Steve.
Steve?
Yeah, last year you called him Darren, and I'm Steve Richards.
That's because you're next
He's
to...
here. You'll go and see him first.
Sorry. Round the wrong way. Right, Matt. So, a few adventures in that one, particularly through the complex.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough ride, but we got through it. So yeah, there's a few love taps, and I also caught Darren in that last hairpin, which was I was completely locked up there. So, but yeah, I think I need to get the string line back on the car because it felt all over the place after that first wallop I took. So there we go. Yeah, win some, lose some.
Exactly, win some, lose some. Obviously, won one already this week.
Yeah.
P3 still going to be happy with that for the championship.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't complain of that at all. So so we'll get working on the car this evening and see how we go.
Great stuff. Thanks, Matt.
Brilliant.
Thanks very much. Right, Steve.
Yes, Steve.
Here he is.
So that's
because you were next to Matt's car. That's what threw me.
That's it.
But yeah, another win.
Yeah. Greg put me on a bit of pressure that one, which is great because he's my teammate. So it's showing that my son set the car up amazingly, too well. But we'll just go. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's enjoying it. Let's see what the third race tomorrow's got to hold. But I mean, I love this sport, man. There's nothing more like it, is it?
It's the smells that get me. The smell. You don't get smell-o-vision at home, but. No, I'm fine. I'm fine for that. Thank you. No, definitely don't want to sniff of that. Moving on, ladies and gents. We've got the Calm All Porsche Trophy coming up right now. They're already out on the grid, so they'll be heading off very shortly.
There we are then, the cars for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. It's their second race of the weekend, second of 3. This a 15-minute race, or actually used to be next to now a 14-minute race, and tomorrow they have a 40-minute race to round out the weekend. Cars are all gridded up and ready to go. They've got the 1 minute to go board, and they do get a green flag lap before the race gets underway. And they're all there in position, ready to go. You can see they're on pole position. Warren Allen's number 165 car with its new livery, looking very smart. He's going to lead them off onto the green flag lap for this 14-minute race. Final race of the day here at Croft Circuit at the 750 Motor Club race meeting. So we'll have a look at the grid if we can. And it's going to be the 165 car of Wazza Allen, as he's known, that starts on pole position in the Porsche Cayman S, and alongside him this time is going to be 43 Steve Cheetham, who had to come through from well down the grid in race 1. Second row is going to be the SP2 winner from earlier on today, that's number 8 Andrew Deuce. Next to him is number 93 Grant Jackson. Third row of the grid is 32 William Kirkland and 25 Roger Coy, taking over the car that Jamie McHugh raced earlier. Fourth row 72 is Mike Kirkland and 46 is Michael Goodwin. The fifth row 73 Nick Carey this time and 72 Jason Pelosi. The sixth row 47 Ryan Moan and 27 Steve Lloyd. Row 7 is 4 Rich Gravestock and 76 Jamie Naylard. Stuart Tanton in 55 and 24 Andrew Crockett. On the 8th row and on the 9th row it's 64, which is Thomas Gray. So there's the grid for this one. And it's going to be a 14-minute race, Josh. I mean, you'd fancy Warren Allen to win again. He was 16 seconds clear in the first race, after all.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? And he was a couple of seconds faster on best lap times. I think the class battle, particularly class 3, that was close earlier, wasn't it? Which of the Careys is going this time?
It's Nick Carey, yeah.
Traditionally, I don't think he's quite been as quick as his son, so we'll see what he can do this time. I don't think the Goodwin Boxster was on the grid, so we might be missing Michael Goodwin here, one of the Essex brothers who drive that car. But yeah, at the front, these Caymans of Warren Allen and Steve Cheetham. Different era of Cayman, possibly the two of them. It's hard to realise that Cayman's been around for so long now. As you said earlier, Warren Allen's car 16 years old.
Absolutely. So they're coming up to the grid. Apologies again if we don't have all the cameras that would have liked, some technical issues that we can't put right just now, but hopefully tomorrow all will be back to normal.
Goodwin car is there. I don't think they obviously didn't line up quite how they should have done on the grid, and they may not do now, but it doesn't really matter.
Maybe that was the issue.
So hopefully that means they're all there, which would be good. Looks like
not notified of any non-starters on the screen.
Looks like Tom Gray's there, about to make his racing debut, the content creator from Wiltshire. So hopefully that car goes a lot further than it did earlier, because it did about a corner, didn't it, before it retired. So yeah, I think that's meant the rear of the grid's a little bit misaligned, but anyway, we'll get the race underway.
We will indeed. So everyone has come to a stop, and we get a green flag at the back of the grid. And just coming up to 5 to 6, last race of the day gets underway now, and it's a good start from Wazza Allen. It's a good start from Steve Cheetham as well, from the outside of the front row. He may even have made a better start, Cheetham. He has, and Allen's down to third place again. It's Grant Jackson. He was quite quick away in race 1 as well. He's up to P2 as the cars stream through Clairvaux corner for the first time. So it's Steve Cheetham in the lead, Grant Jackson in second place, and the race 1 winner was Jackson in third as they turn through Hawthorne and towards the chicane for the first time. But already and there's one off into the barriers. And I'm afraid it's gone over in the middle of the pack there. Meanwhile, Wazza Jackson has got up into second place at the expense of Grant Jackson, but I'm afraid there has been an incident at the back of the field and the red lights are on. The race is being stopped, and I suspect that may be all we see today. The driver is out of the car, which is good news.
Roger Coy and Jamie McHugh's Boxster, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was a strange one, wasn't it?
We saw see the start of it.
We saw it out of shape, and it sort of made contact with the barriers and thought, okay, well that's unfortunate, but that's it. But then it must have just sort of, whether it hit a bump in the ground or something that caused it to just flip over at a relatively, in the scheme of things, slow speed. So driver out of the car, that's good news. The medics are being scrambled as you would expect.
Yeah, looking back
in this situation.
Looking back, it sort of rode up the tyre wall, and that's what made the car go over. I think it went over a couple of times. And sort of the soft top roof made it more dramatic, I think, than perhaps it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, well, I'm keeping an eye on my screens as to whether we do get any restart today. Of course, these cars do have another race tomorrow. They're being stopped short of the grid but not sent down the pit lane.
That wait to see what the officials decide, perhaps.
Yes, so they're at a point where they could direct them down the pit lane if they need to in a moment. But we will wait and see what the verdict is on this one. But that was unfortunate that happened to Roger Coy.
It's very unusual to see incidents in this series as well, isn't it? There's very high driving standards in the Calm series.
Yeah.
I think again it was a one car incident, wasn't it? And it just ended up being a lot more dramatic than it normally would have been, and it's a shame for Roger because it's his first race back for a few years.
Yeah, and the car that's maintained and set up by Charles Ivey, Porsche specialist, to Jimmy McHugh, whose car it is, who says has been great to work with. Hopefully the car can be got into shape, ready to race again in the relatively near future. But unfortunately that car has rolled there, but good that the driver out very quickly.
Yeah, Charles Ivey, the preparation business build a lot of the cars, don't they, for this series. Of course, a team that have been around Porsche for so many years, having run cars at Le Mans in the 1980s. So very experienced Porsche specialists. Notice a lot of the cars on the grid today as well built by Cox Automotive, aren't they? Another specialist Porsche business. So we're waiting to see what decision is made at this stage.
Yeah, just waiting for news. The barrier is okay, that is the good news. The TSL screen has been cleared and it has a time of 14 minutes on it again. Meanwhile, the start line marshal is running up the pit lane with news. One of the cars is pulling into the pit lane, but possibly that's because it needed to visit the pits anyway. Which one's that? That's the
Goodwin car that I didn't think was
yeah.
going to start. It's not going to start this time, if we do get a start. And
Yeah.
they're pulling the cars forward, aren't they?
They are pulling the cars forward.
But this isn't good for our dinner
No, you'll have to get on the phone, Josh, and sort that out. Yes, the Goodwin car, Michael Goodwin, wasn't it, for this race? He's heading down the pit lane, but they're pulling the other cars forward. There's no one there to stop them, so I think they're probably...
Actually, they know where they're going.
Either that, or they... no, they are stopping there. I thought that maybe we were just going to sort of drive into the sort of the assembly area or something. But yeah, 10 minutes on the clock. So they're obviously confident that they can get this car cleared. They've established that the barriers are okay, and yet confirmation on the race control log now it is a 10-minute restart. So I wasn't sure that we're going to get that, so that's good news. Just getting a recovery truck on the way around in case that's needed to take the Porsche the Porsche Boxster driven by Roger Coy away. And yeah, we'll get a 10-minute race hopefully before too much longer.
Presume they'll have to do a green flag lap
I would think so, yes. Yes, they had a green flag lap originally, so I think they'll need a green flag lap again just as soon as they can make that work.
I wonder if we'll see the Coy McHugh car tomorrow or not after that.
Difficult to know, isn't it? I mean, you'd think, oh, it's rolled, it's probably not going to be out there, but I don't know how much damage there actually is to that car.
Probably not good to roll a Porsche, is it?
No, they're not built for it, are they? Not designed for it. What time are they on? They're on at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So they've got 19 hours from now to get that race ready.
I think it'll be a thing they'll either do it or they won't start doing
yes.
it. Is it?
Well, they'll have a look, think, can we do this? If so, let's get on with it. If not, we'll load it up and take it home. But, yeah, so still we've got the rescue, or not the rescue vehicle, the recovery vehicle over there at the far side of the circuit from our commentary position, trying to recover that car. Carmel Porsche Trophy, I say non-championship series of races, but it's proved very popular in recent seasons. The next event after this is at Donington Park at the end of May. They then go to Snetton, the 300 circuit in June. The race on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit on the 11th and 12th of July. Silverstone International on the 15th and 16th of August, and they are with us at Thruxton as 750 Motor Club returns to Thruxton once again on the 26th of September. So it's again a nice calendar that they have for this season.
There's 47 cars registered so far.
That's very healthy, isn't it?
So we're going to see, I think, a lot more cars out at later races. Got 911s, which we haven't got on the grid today, of a few of different eras, including as late as a 996, which actually I think was on this entry, Christopher Mills, but hasn't made it. So hopefully we see him later in the year. But yeah, so we should have some big entries, I'm sure. And it was that Brands GP round later in the year. That's the first time as a standalone race, isn't it? Because traditionally they've been merged in with another grid for that, but that's not needed anymore. I think that's part of the Super Pre meeting, isn't it?
That's right. So 4 different classes. SP1 for cars up to 230 brake horsepower per tonne. Class SP2 with the limit at 180. Class SP3 the limit is 160, and SP4 the limit at 130. There's also an open class as well for anyone that doesn't quite meet the rules. Just really designed to ensure that as many people as possible that have a Porsche that want to race can do. But otherwise, the regulations are fairly open, to be honest. It's providing cars meet that power to weight ratio threshold.
They're lower numbers than you sort of expect, really, aren't they? For the type of car.
Yes, that's right. Well, those being the brake horsepower per tonne figures, of course, not the absolute number brake horsepower figures, and they'll be lighter than some cars that we see racing. Not as light as others, but obviously sports car rather than a sort of a saloon or something like that. Are they going to take the car? I think they're going to take it, through the perimeter road, aren't they? They're going to turn left through the gate there, through the old pit lane, I think, and then I think there's a perimeter road that can bring the car back round to the paddock that way, which saves a little bit of time. And should allow us to get a green flag lap underway shortly, although we're still trying to shuffle cars on the grid here that have managed to get themselves out of position. Because they, of course, have gone back to the original grid.
When there was that confusion on the original grid anyway, wasn't there?
Yes.
So people were probably where they thought they should have been, but actually that wasn't quite accurate to start with.
Yes. Yeah, it was a little bit wishful thinking, just saying, all of you go forward and take up your good positions, when of course they will have shuffled themselves around a bit on the opening corners anyway.
Yeah, there was no one there, was there?
No.
We see Stuart Tanton's return to racing here as well, don't we? The former RGB driver, who hasn't raced for nearly 20 years.
That's right.
In a Tim Gray Motorsport prepared Porsche Cayman. So he's from Kent, isn't he, Stuart? Who raced in RGB really in the very early years of that championship.
And is one of the drivers to list Lytton as his favourite circuit. He said he had a couple of great races there in RGB, but he also used to visit in his late teens to watch all the banned Group B rally cars racing in rallycross.
It's all back to rallycross all the time, isn't
exactly,
it?
Yeah. Of course, it's not too far away from Lytton down there in Ashford, where he lives. But yeah, racing the RGB in the very early days of that category in 2003 and 4. 2004 was the year I started commentating for the 750 Motor Club, so I probably did commentate on his second season of racing, I would think. I only did a couple of events that year.
Where was your first?
That was at Silverstone, on the national circuit. 2-day meeting. I had the joy of commentating with both Alan Hyde and Neville Hay during the course of that weekend. Tony Coles had decided to go off to Spa, I think, to marshal at the Belgian Grand Prix that weekend. So the gig had become available, and I filled it. And 22 years later, they've not got rid of me.
Was that one of Neville's last one for the club?
It probably was. Yeah, don't remember doing much like a commentary after that. So off they go on their green flag lap. And a 10-minute... in fact, we've already started the 10-minute countdown, so it's 10 minutes including the green flag lap, so it's probably going to be about a 5-minute race. They'll probably get maybe 3 or 4 laps out of it. Michael Goodwin car's waiting at the end of the pit lane, isn't it? So that will not join now, but it will join when the race starts, I think.
because although the time counts, I don't think the actual lap counts here, does it? So you
No.
don't actually lose a lap like you might have done if it was a safety car start.
No. Yeah, and this is something that's done sometimes when we are up against the deadline. Yes, the confirmation on the race log here. Yeah, just at restart time 10 minutes. We'll start on the start of the green flag lap.
If Alan doesn't make such a good start again, he's going to have to sort of get on with it this time, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's not made great starts in either of the races so far.
He was third, wasn't he? Behind Cheetham and Jackson.
Well, he just got second place back,
Right.
but at Tower when the red flag came out. So we'll see what he can do this time around. So the car's disappearing off out of Tower and up towards Sunny.
I was expecting more from Jason Pelosi in the earlier race. He was quite a bit behind Andrew Juice, wasn't he, who was the best of the boxers. I thought Jason would have been up there because he was a front runner in the Clio Championship recently, wasn't he? And he's raced Porsches before, raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge before it was part of the TOCA package. But out in one of the boxsters. This has been a pretty quick green flag.
It has, yeah. Well, that which is good because it means they'll get more racing laps here. And I suspect by the time they've all got onto the grid, stopped and got going again, it's going to be probably 6 3/4 minutes ish of racing time that we have.
It might be still 5 laps potentially.
Yeah, could be. So worthwhile.
You've got the front engine battle to look out for between James Carey on that screen, but we think it's Nick, don't we? Nick Carey.
It's Nick on the grid.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then Steve Lloyd and Ryan Moan, all part of that Class 3 battle. So everyone's pretty much back. Well, it's 7.5 minutes yet. But
Yeah.
not quite everyone's in place, are they?
Okay, so green flag waved at the back.
7-minute race.
Any moment now. There we go. Red lights very quickly go on. Look at they go out to maximise the time. And Allen made a better start this time? He has, you know. He's got it off the line this time, and he's going to have the lead into Clairvaux corner for the first time. Good start here by Grant Jackson, who's trying to get up to the inside of Steve Cheetham but couldn't quite make that work. Oh, and there's some contact further back as well. What we don't need here is anyone in the gravel trap, thank you very much. And they make it through past Clairvaux, through Hawthorne and towards the chicane for the first time. But yeah, Allen has got off the line this time. Steve Cheetham in second, Grant Jackson third, Andrew Juice in fourth as they make their way down towards town for the first time.
Yeah, the Kirtler's up with Andrew Juice. I wonder if they can stick with him in the box to battle for Class 2 honours. I think it was Jason Pelosi, wasn't he, who bounced over the curb at Clairvaux, but survived, and everyone else survived around him. So through Tower they go, and up towards the S's for the first time in this 7-minute or so race. But it was looking pretty good for Warren Allen, wasn't it? He was pulling clear of Steve Cheetham. His car seemed to have a bit more power up the gears, didn't it, off the line, and he was able to claim that top position. And one of the 924s is that, slowing up at the S's. But anyway, leaders back with us, and it is Cheetham not too far back, bigger gap to Grant Jackson, and actually the top 4 boxes are all together.
But it's a jump start penalty for Warren Jackson of 10 seconds. Allen, it should say. Warren Allen, then the race leader, did make a good start that time. It was too good, and he's got a 10-second penalty, and he's only got 5.5 more minutes to reel out a 10-second lead. It's currently at 1.5 seconds. I'm not sure he's going to do that. Steve Cheetham in second, Grant Jackson in third, Andrew Juice is fourth, Will Kirtler fifth, Mike Kirtler 6th, and it's Juice, of course, leading in the SP2 class. Steve Lloyd, 27. No, it's not. It's Nick Carey, as we think it is, rather than James, leading in the SP3 class.
Yeah, it changed as you mentioned it on my screen.
Yeah.
So Nick Carey at the slippery surface flags down there at Tower, and that was where the 924 was slowing, which was Tom Gray. So his first race didn't last very long at all, I'm afraid. And that's the car that didn't last very long in race 1. So the Finvor Tom Gray car is struggling. So the students at Chichester College have got some work to do overnight, I think, to figure that one out. So they work their way through this second lap. Oh, the Tom Gray car has made it back, hasn't it? But it's all a bit smoky.
Yeah, it's just heading into pit lane now. There we can see it on the live stream, but I think it has limped its way back into the pit lane, but I'm not sure how far it's going to get down the pit lane without the help of gravity.
Not sure how advised it was to bring it back either.
No, it's looking a bit smoky.
Steve Cheatham's not falling very far away from the leader here, is he? Which isn't good news for Warren Allen and his penalty, with 3 laps of the race to go. Because he was only, 3 tenths quicker on that lap. So Cheatham's going a lot faster than he did in race 1. So he's got that car working better now. Class 2 lead, Andrew Duce is only a second ahead of William Kirtler. So the Kirtlers have come on well, haven't they, over the winter? They've done a good day here at Croft so far in various different races. But Pelosi's got between them, hasn't he? So Jason Pelosi's much stronger this time as well, which is perhaps more what we would expect.
Slippery surface flag now being shown at Tower Corner, possibly not unrelated to the car that's just arrived in the pit lane, which is that of Tom Gray.
The lap times aren't really affected, are they?
Not at this stage, no.
Shouldn't get any worse because the car hasn't done any more laps.
No, that's very true. So was Allen leading? He was 1.8 seconds ahead at the start of the lap. Of course, he's got this 10-second penalty for jump start hanging over him. So it's looking like it's going to be Steve Cheatham who's going to be classified first in this race. Obviously, that's all to be confirmed. We've still got 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Allen is arriving in the complex now. There is the which car's that? The 24. That's the Andrew Crockett this race, isn't it? That's driving that Porsche 924.
Someone else who's having their first race here, I think.
Yeah.
In his 924 1985 car.
As the leader's heading down the straight towards him now. It's of 2.8 second lead now for Allen, so he needs to make up more than 7 seconds in the remaining 2 laps of this race, was Allen, if he's going to be classified as the winner.
Jason Pelosi's just done the fastest lap in Class 2, and here he comes around the outside of William Kirtler into Clairvaux. Couldn't quite make it work, but then he's tighter, isn't he? Through Hawthorne, up towards the chicane. I imagine Pelosi will keep will get this position in all of that, and he does. Yes, he does. So Jason Pelosi's up to second in the class now, although Kirtler will perhaps fight back heading down toward Clairvaux. No, if anything, William Kirtler's going to lose out to his dad here, isn't he? Because it's Mike Kirtler around the outside in his Ashgood Porsche that goes through. I wonder if now Pelosi's ahead of the Kirtler family, that he can go after Andrew Duce. This is much more perhaps what we'd expect from a former 750 Motor Club race winner.
Yeah, that's right. Jason Pelosi there going well in the green Boxster. So 1 more lap to go then at the end of this one. Was Allen just coming into the complex for the penultimate time. He's still got Steve Cheatham in his mirrors though, and he doesn't really want Steve Cheatham in his mirrors with a 10-second penalty to be added to his time at the end of the race. He has got the best lap of the race though on the last lap, a 1:30.814, which is marginally slower than he went in the first race when he was into the 1:30.7s, but he goes on to the last lap now.
Very slow lap for the leader.
It was 1:33, so the gap has come down to 2.1 seconds, which is exactly what he didn't need to happen. Meanwhile, a bit further back, Grant Jackson, Andrew Duce going through, and with there's a gap of about 2 seconds between Duce and Pelosi, so we'll see if Pelosi can narrow that, but I don't think it's going to catch him before the end of the race, Josh.
No, you wouldn't think so, would you? But interesting racing prospect perhaps tomorrow in that longer 40-minute race between them. In SP3, it is Steve Lloyd who leads. This time Ryan Moan is second, and Nick Carey is there in third position. So the last lap of the day, and the car that's in front is not set to win.
No, doesn't look like it, does it, with that penalty hanging over him. There's Mike Kirtler in the 72 car going through, and he's just ahead of Will now, isn't he?
So yeah, so he got past when Kirtler sort of got held up.
That's
Pelosi
right.
Passed him at the chicane. Awkward place sort of to be side by side.
Can Will make it 2 wins out of 2 and get ahead in the final few corners? He's having a go for it. I can see out of our window on the way up towards Sunny that time. But meanwhile, Wazza Allen is coming into the complex for the final time. The clock has counted down to 0. And it's going to be 2 wins out of 2 in the opening meeting of the season so far. There's 1 more race to come tomorrow in the Carmel Porsche Trophy. on the road at least, but once the 10-second penalty is applied to his time, it's not going to be Walter Allen, but it's going to be Steve Cheetham that wins the second race of the season for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Gap back. It's a shame it wasn't Grant Jackson he was up against, because I think the gap to Grant Jackson is going to be more than 10 seconds in the end. Grant Jackson comes across the line in third place. Andrew Deuce is fourth, winning class SP2. Fifth is Jason Pelosi, and sixth is Mike Kirtler, who gets the better of his lad this time, Josh.
Yeah, anyway, a couple of attempts. He looked set to do it earlier, didn't he? Then he was involved in that incident. He's done it this time, so Mike will be pleased with that, because that was his aim for the season, wasn't he? He's done it on day one, so well done to him. The Class 3 leader comes through to win, and that is Steve Lloyd, the Northamptonshire driver in his 1993 968 Club Sport. The next Amok Intermark car, that one, so launch of racing pedigree. Michael Goodwin brought the car, his car home, didn't he, after starting from the pits. Now, did Nick Carey take the checkered flag?
He's not done so yet, according to the timing screen.
I'm sure that's the transponder issue.
Yeah, there was a dicky transponder, but it's now been put in. There we go. Into the results. So I think we probably can give you the results of that, the final race of the day, the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Slightly later finish than we were anticipating after some earlier delays. But it was a victory then for number 43, Steve Cheetham, in his Porsche Cayman S. 5 laps completed, and on corrected times he was 7.3 seconds clear of number 165, Warren Allen. In second place, third place number 93, Grant Jackson. He was 12.8 seconds behind. SP2 winner was number 8, Andrew Deuce, in fourth place overall. 22, Jason Pelosi, fifth. 72, Mike Kirtler, sixth. His son, Will Kirtler, was seventh in number 32. Rich Gravestock was eighth in number 4. Steve Lloyd won in the SP3 class in number 27, ahead of the 47 car of Ryan Moan, who completed the top 10 with Jamie Naylor, Nick Carey, Michael Goodwin and Stuart Tanton, completing the top 14 with only one other finisher, which was Andrew Crockett. Reminder then that tomorrow we're underway with racing at 12:30. We'll be with you on the live stream just before that for the first Tagiwa Type R Trophy race. There's also more Porsches, there's Clios, Sports 1000 and of course the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship tomorrow. That qualifies tomorrow at 12 o'clock. So 12 o'clock for qualifying, 12:30 for the first race. Final thoughts on today, Josh?
Yeah, it was an interesting day, wasn't it? I think that first road sports race, the first half of it, anyway, it was quite the highlight, wasn't it? Really exciting stuff, but as we're drawing our way towards the end of the day, I think that's it for me and Ian from up here for today. And Tom Butterworth will conclude our day's coverage with our race winners from the Porsches.
And we are back down in the pit lane for the final time today. And we are going to welcome Steve Cheetham, who has taken victory. And this lovely looking Cayman, actually. It's another one, as we were talking to Warren Allen earlier on about his lovely livery on the Cayman, and we're going to talk to Steve as well about the lovely livery on this one as well, because Tom's here and Tom loves a livery. So Steve, that's all right. I was just talking about the livery on this. It's a very nice colour scheme that you've got on here, Steve.
Yeah, we've run this colour scheme on since we started in a Boxster in, oh God, I can't remember now, 2012. So it just kind of stuck, really.
Good race? Yeah. Obviously it was a bit eventful with the red flag and all that kind of stuff beforehand, but once we got underway, fairly steady.
Yeah. Obviously, I didn't make the start I made in the first part of the race, but I seen the penalty board out for the, obviously the guy next there, and I thought it was 5 seconds, so I really had to struggle to keep within 5 seconds. But as it turned out, it was more than that. So yeah. I'll take it how it comes.
Exactly, and I forgot to give you your hat, which I've got with me in my other hand. But there we go. So that's Steve Cheetham. So we'll try and grab a quick word with Warren as well. Warren,
how you doing?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm okay. Yeah, all good.
Got a bit miffed, or are you?
No, I know I got a 10-second penalty for jumping the start, but Steve had a good start at the beginning of the original race, so no problem at all. He's a good racer.
6 and 2 3. Sort of thing.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, no, it was a good race. I enjoyed it. So get ready for the 45-minute race tomorrow, and we'll see if we can do better.
Well, Well, that's it, isn't it? It's that's going to be there'll be a bit more tactics involved in that, I think.
We'll just concentrate on getting the pit stop right.
That's it. Well, that's what I mean. That's the tactics.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Tic tacs and tactics. But at least your breath will smell nice. Mr. Jackson, how was that?
Exciting, yeah, really exciting. Very short. It was literally over in a blur, but so exciting. And yeah, it's good to battle with AD and sadly not obviously able to keep up with Warren and Steve, but you know, hey.
But very happy with the podium.
Very happy with the podium indeed, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Right, well that brings us to an end. Congratulations, by the way. That brings an end to our day here, or first day at 750 Motor Club here at Croft. Tomorrow we will be back once again. We will be right as I'm going to stand out the way of these cars that are about to reverse, but yeah, tomorrow we will be back for more action. We've got all of the same classes that you've seen today with the exception of the road sports. The road sports are actually going to turn into pretty much the Club Enduro race as well, so that's going to be 2.5 hours tomorrow, and that's going to wrap up our day here tomorrow. But all of the other classes are here, so Type R Trophy I believe kicks us off tomorrow, and we're going to have Clio Sport, we're going to have the Mazdas, and we've also got the Porsche back out as well. So thank you to Ian and to Josh in the commentary box as always, and thank you to all our camera people and operators here as part of Alpha Live. And that's it from me, and we will see you tomorrow.